What up, y'all? What up? What up? All right, so we back. We're back. Um, Somebody's playing with my live. I don't know what's going on. It keeps saying my connection is unstable, and I think that's Cap. I don't know why it keeps doing that. To my lovely wife, I just see you just tried to call me, but I'm up here. Send me a text message. I know she in here. Thank y'all for tapping like. Welcome to the live. My name is Brother Legend. Bigbrolgnd. That's my TikTok. Talking about a few different things up here. I want to talk to the brothers and sisters, of course. Quite an interesting day. A lot of tears going on. A lot of people crying in courtrooms. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how many of y'all saw the conviction. I'm not sure if that's the word, but the sentencing. There we go. I'm not a lawyer. The sentencing of Miss Hannah here, quite interesting. Yeah, so decided we could talk about some things. Her whole defense was that we're all human and she doesn't see color. Yet she unalived a brother in cold blood. She unalived a brother in the broad daylight. Broad day. You know what I'm saying? But everybody's a human, and look at her with her little cross pendant on. Everybody's a human, though. Everybody's a human. She's just a human with that heater. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's a human. She don't see color, but she got that thing on her, and she'll use it on one of you N-words if she have to. You know what I'm saying? But we all human, though. That was her defense, was everyone's a human. We're all human. I don't see color. My ex is black. My current boyfriend is Dominican. Like, what does that have to do with you toting in broad daylight and unaliving a 62-year-old man on the way to the hospital? Like, it's crazy. And then the fact that we now are sitting in a courtroom crying about how human someone who appreciate the gifts, someone who took the life of another person as something you wouldn't even do to a dog in broad daylight. You know what I'm saying? Something you wouldn't even do to a dog. She did it to him, and I just think it's messed up. You know what I'm saying? But we know how the country is. We know how Georgia is. Same old, same old. I'm really not sure what's going on with TikTok and my live lately. I don't know if it's the update. I'm assuming it's the update. You know, but I appreciate y'all coming through. That's what I'm saying. Somebody's definitely messing with it because y'all know me. I get like at least 200 or 300 in here, regular. Like that's a regular day. 150 is like a chill day, an intimate session. But something ain't right. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on with TikTok. I might wait it out. But the problem is, like I said to y'all before, I'm not really good at talking to myself. You know what I'm saying? I'm not one of those type of people. I'm not just here to just make sound bites. I'll tell y'all how I feel about some stuff, but I'm a conversationalist. People got to come up here and talk to me. Can't do that when only 18 people can see the damn live. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what's going on. I'm not sure, y'all. I don't know. I'm trying to think of what it could be. It could be I thought it was my signal. Appreciate you sharing the live, though. Appreciate that. Maybe they want to talk about relationships. I just made a video about this girl, so I thought we could talk on it. I know people don't like serious topics. I'm well, brother. Thank you for asking. Hope you're well as well. Hope everything's good with you. Thanks for stopping by. TikTok is trying to play with me right now. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely. As you should. We should all be working. Yeah, you want to see the missus? Who are you? I think you a woman. You better be a woman talking like that. We gonna fight. Don't think because I'm Pan African I don't got hands. Oh, all right. Yeah. Nah, man. The audacity of these people to sit here crying, crying up in the courtroom, crying, talking about she's a human being. Just remember that y'all don't get to pick and choose when people are human. Yes, violence was definitely chosen. Y'all don't get to pick and choose when people are to be treated as human. You don't get to inhumanely end someone's life and then go to court and cry about your humanity. You can't do both. Right. She had a black boyfriend. You gotta click the little red and blue like people down there. If you got them, if you can see them. Little request button. If you got enough followers. I'm not sure. Oh no, you only got 17 followers, Francesca. I'm trying to see your hair. You got lights in your hair? I'm trying to see your hair. That's interesting. Oh, it's pink and blue. Okay, you're right. You're right. I'm colorblind. I can't see color. I don't know what you talking about. I can't see color. Oh, that's Disney years. Okay. All right. Yo, what is TikTok doing? I don't know what TikTok is doing. How do you get in to talk? You got to click the request button down below. It's pink and blue. It's a pink and blue, like two little people icon thing. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, you still need 1K. Or you could change your account to a business account, and I think you can come up. But I don't think you can show your camera. But I think you can make a business account. Um, yeah, I don't know, man. I'm screenshotting my own live because, hold on, let me see if I change this. I'm screenshotting my live because I'm about to hit TikTok up. Like, this is kind of ridiculous. I don't know what's going on. They really playing with me right now. Like it's supposed to like have people on the For You page able to see your, what you're doing. But apparently they're not showing this on the For You page. So I don't know why that's happening. Maybe it's because of this layout.
Yeah, gotta right next to the rose is a multi-guest. Right, that's what you touch to get in here. I'm at work, so it's a lot of background, so I'm gonna drop out. I was just jumping in to let them know that it's right next to the rose at the bottom of the screen. That's how you get in. Thank you, brother. All right, brother. Yeah.
I'm not sure where he was working. That's a hard working man. It sound like it. I don't know what's going on, man. This is wild. I don't know if it's the new algorithm. I'm not sure what it is, y'all. what is causing my live to not get that normal? Like, all right, this is what I noticed, right? I've been doing this live over a year. What I notice is you first join and then it just goes skyrocketing up. It used to go to like 1,000, like sometimes it would go like 1,000, almost 2,000 people. And then it'll just zoom back down. And then eventually it'll even out and just stay there for the whole live, but it'll go up and down. That's a normal live. Lately, the past 3 lives I've done, it's been kind of just like low. And then it'll, like yesterday, it'll be low at first and then it'll go up. But today, it's just been low and not going up. And I'm wondering why it's doing that. I'm not sure why it's doing that. This is new behavior from TikTok. New behavior from TikTok. I don't know what's up with that. I'm trying to figure out how to change these settings though. But yeah. Hear your voice. Nah. Hey man, I also missed my mic. Appreciate you, Shantae. We're going through some, I think it's technical difficulties. I'm not sure what's going on. I'm trying to figure it out because I think we're going through some technical difficulties. I could be wrong. Okay. Okay. I ain't gonna front. I like it like this because it kind of grabs your attention more. But when people come up, I understand how it's beneficial. Maybe notifications didn't go out or people be shopping. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going on. I'm thinking it has something to do with my signal because every time I come up here, my signal, it says my signal is bad. And I don't know how that is because I got like really good Wi-Fi, like ridiculously good Wi-Fi. Like no games played on the Wi-Fi bill. Like that's my whole thing is, you know what I'm saying? I can't rock with Western imperialism and a lot of other stuff. But I'm gonna have some good Wi-Fi. I'll tell you right now. I don't care if I go to Africa and live in the bush, I'm gonna have some Wi-Fi. I'll tell you right now. I don't care. Like if cause I know if I got Wi-Fi, I can make a living. I know I can do something to get out that predicament no matter what's going on, as long as I have Wi-Fi. Yeah, TikTok's wilding. TikTok's wilding. No, y'all don't understand. Like, shout out to my wife, because she kind of understand what I'm getting at. Because there was times when Wi-Fi really saved me from like, you know what I'm saying, living a whole nother life. Like Wi-Fi, my laptop, like being able to reach out to people, do something to, I made music for most of my life, so being able to do that, I've always been able to generate money from Wi-Fi because I don't be going places for real. I'm a geek, y'all. I'm a geek. I'm a geek, but I'm a black geek, so I'm still cooler than all these thin Lipians, but you know what I'm saying? Bruh, I don't know about in the bushes watching TikTok. If I'm in the bush, bro, I'm doing something. I don't know about TikTok. You're right. I don't know about TikTok. Yeah, it might be time to reset. I might have to reset, man. I'm gonna reset one more time, y'all. We're gonna give it one more try. We're gonna give it one more try. If I'm in the bush, nah. If I'm in the bush, listen. I'm figuring out how to survive, right? Like I'm in the bush, you know. I heard, there's certain things you can eat. I'm gonna try to figure out how to saute crickets. Something. You feel me? Like I'm on a different mode, but I'm gonna have some Wi-Fi. I'm still going live, still spreading Pan Africanism. You feel me? Now the mud house. I ain't gonna lie, it be looking good. It be looking good. That's how the ancestors, you know. There's some fire mud houses. Don't even front, yo. They got mud houses with pools in them, everything. In Africa, I think it's in Nigeria. That there's a resort where the house is made of. Oh my god, that looked fire. Um, but I'm figuring out how to do that. I ain't going front. I'm figuring out. I'm using my Wi-Fi though. I'm gonna have Wi-Fi. I don't care what's going on. They need to. The only way I'll stop having Wi-Fi is if they told me it made you lose melanin. If it makes you lose melanin, I'm dropping it. You know what I'm saying? That's the only way. Maybe cancer. Maybe cancer. Cancer. Yeah, I might stop for cancer because I'm trying to be a family man and live long. But it's only because of that's messed up. That's messed up. I need to love myself more. Let me not be. See, there's my inner patriarchy, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Men got to take care of themselves for them. We don't only have to take care of ourselves because we have a family to provide for. We gotta love ourselves, take care of ourselves. But I never saw my dad make a doctor's appointment. So you know what I'm saying? That's not my first go-to thought is I need to live as long as I can. Like, I don't even think like that. Most black men don't, I would say most black men don't think like that. If I'm wrong, come up here and tell me. Tell me otherwise. Because even black men that think like that about their health know that most black men are not on that. Like, you know what I'm saying? We just feel more disposable, more dispensable. You know what I'm saying? Expendable. There you go. We feel expendable. Until you get older, then it's kind of like now I have obligations and duties, and I don't want to go out like that. But the youth, that's why the youth are reckless. The youth feel like, man, when I was young, I wasn't all the way out there like that because I was always acting older than my age. But I look back and I'm like, yo, I had no business around these guys. And I had no idea how dangerous the environments I was in because I was just like, I knew I was a good dude. I knew I was a good dude. So I had no idea. Like looking back, I'm like, bruh, you should have never been around these guys. You know what I'm saying? Certain dudes. What's going on, brother?
There, bro.
Peace, man.
For real, man. But I think it's the instinct in us why we like that, like we don't take care of ourselves as much as we should. And
Mm-hmm.
then when me I look upon it, me I try connect it to ancestry, like we like the retaliation where we food father always have to retaliate through the slavery and them type of thing. There. It's like you always have to be that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That fighter, protector. So sometimes we have to ignore some pain where we are go through. But you're right about it. We need to start care about ourselves more. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I know, right. And not just because, we have a family and we got, things we want to accomplish. We can do it just for ourselves. Dang, they dropped my brother. That's crazy. They dropped my brother. Lot of mercy. I'm playing. Hold on. They dropping you, Kron.
So,
Oh yeah, you got a cam up. There you go.
probably will work better like this now. But
Yeah,
to be honest, bro, TikTok be mucking up. Be
yeah.
mucking up real bad.
Real bad.
Real bad, bro. I tried to reset like a couple times well and still to no effect. You know what I
This is
mean?
unusual. I've been doing this for quite a while. I tell you right now, this is unusual.
Sure it is.
Like I haven't had 30 people in a live since maybe like my first few lives, bro. Like
Did you reset it? Have you tried resetting it yet?
yeah, I did.
Ah.
I think it's the update. I don't know. Or and then They also shadow banned one of my videos this week, but I thought that was my fault because I posted a video and then I deleted it. And I heard that if you post a video and then delete it right after, TikTok doesn't like that. They don't like that. You're supposed to private it.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I do delete if I get a like if they strike it like some of the time I'll be doing them do it. And probably them do it, we have a violation. What I do, even if it got a whole lot of likes or views, I delete that shit. And
Yeah.
I see it work out better. Once you get a strike or something and I don't feel like appealing it. If it's not my personal shit, I'm not gonna, you know what I mean? I just
Yeah.
delete it. Delete.
Hmm.
And what I've seen, I've deleted video and see change the algorithm too. So I think it go both ways. It's a bit of
Yeah.
both ways. With TikTok, cause even the thing like where you say don't tap in the box. I used to tap in the box and see good result and see bad result. You know what I mean? So many.
Oh, okay.
It's like, but to me, some of the things we just have to explore with them. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
But TikTok really mucking up our free sense. I don't know why. Don't know why.
Yeah. I don't know either. I really don't. Like, this is outrageous. Like, it's a Friday night. Like, the reason y'all might not see me some weekdays because I get out of work, I be tired, and I also know weekdays like Tuesday has always been a bad day for me. Like when I get on live on Tuesday, there's almost no one in here because people. It's the middle of the work week. People ain't trying to come up here.
And
Friday night,
it's always better than this.
yeah, Friday. Like this is just unusual. Even on Tuesday though, it's like 100 people. You know what I'm saying? 150 people. 36. I don't know, man. It's unusual. But I don't want to keep like restarting it over and over.
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes a difference. But I did restart because the last live had 50 people and now I got 30. So,
Bro, let me see if any of them in here. They see me doing the same shit this morning. I had to do that this morning, yesterday, same thing. I'm like, what the fuck is going
yeah, this is crazy.
on?
Oh, Live Fest? You know what? It could be that Live Fest BS.
Oh, it's trafficking everybody over there.
Yeah. Oh, so we're not getting on the For You page because the For You page is they're probably getting priority. Except, why am I not in the Live Fest? I thought I
You
was in that.
you had signed up for it?
Oh, you have to sign up? Damn.
Yeah, yeah, the thing like that, they send a notification, you had to sign up and thing.
Usually I sign up. I didn't see it.
Mm-hmm.
That might be it, y'all.
Cause even so much likes as you say, normally I was like I wasn't even sure if I was seen properly. 15.9K likes and you know what I mean that alone should be bringing up the numbers. But share out the live. Let me see if we can share it out. Let me see if we can share out Brother Legend live and get it going. Share it out from the people.
Yeah. Let me share it too. Let's see. But yeah. I mean, that's the thing though. The people I'm sharing it with, they've been up here mad times. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm the whole point is to be able to get like new faces, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Have a conversation. But the people I'm sharing it with, they be one. We we all on the same page.
You see some crazy people come on in here. Most of these people, most of my friends still, I really don't know some of them still. Some of them I don't know them. They're not even my friend. They're just you know what I mean?
Hmm.
So some of them I'm not even sure what they'll say when they come to.
Oh yeah. Who knows? Y'all I was talking about that trial, man. I just did 2 videos on that. You know, the girl in Georgia, Hannah Payne.
Okay.
You know,
I
who
have to
Hannah
read
Payne
it.
is she unalived a 62-year-old black man because he got into a hit and run accident. He hit somebody and he kept driving. He kept driving. Ah, heavy neck Hannah. Damn. I was really about to make fun of her neck. That's crazy you said that. Her neck is crazy. You know, her neck getting strong. Look at her neck. The neck looking like Jabberjaws. Anyway, she unalived a black man and got in the courtroom, got people up there got people up there talking about she's not racist because she had a black boyfriend in high school and her friends are black. But basically, she seen a hit and run accident. The brother was got into an accident and he was on his way to the hospital because he has diabetes. She seen it. She wasn't in the accident. She just saw it. And then called 911. 911 told her, do not follow him. She said, okay, and followed him anyway, pulled out the blammer, and then unalives this man, like rams into his car and unalives this man. And 62-year-old man lost his life. And then she got found guilty. She got found guilty, but in the sentencing hearing today, her family's just saying the basically what they the same thing that they say on my live, like they're not racist because we're all human and they don't see color. She doesn't see color. She has a black boyfriend and she can't. She's not racist. Like they're saying this in court. Like saying this on TikTok is one thing. Saying this in court is like y'all really believe this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like that's in court though. Like you believe the law is gonna defend you because you had a black boyfriend? Like that's crazy. But yeah.
Sometime, for the type of things I heard some of them say, I'm wondering if it's like they're mentally ill or something that they ignore. They ignore the truth and to live an illusion.
Yeah, that's what it is.
I mean,
Yeah, you can't live in the truth and then chase a man down that didn't do nothing to you, pull out a weapon, and then actually unalive this man in broad daylight. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. And then she tried to say he pulled the trigger. But either way, you shouldn't have brought a blammer to his car. What are you? That is crazy.
and you said that was after she was ordered by the police not to follow him.
Not to follow him. She called the police. They played the audio. She said she wasn't going to follow him and then followed him anyway. Yeah, definitely delusional. Her family was up there looking like the Beverly Hillbillies. It was crazy. Family was definitely some hillbillies. There's definitely some dirt bikes in their backyard that don't work, just sitting there in the mud. You know. But yeah, yeah, I'm kind of tired. I didn't subscribe. Appreciate you, Crum. But I'm tired. I didn't sign up for this thing because I probably could have got somewhere. I was like in the top ranking for at one time.
Well, you made the ranking.
Yeah, like in March.
That's big, bro. That's
I
big.
didn't win though. You
No,
know,
just going on the 99. That's big. That do a lot for your page.
yeah. I
Hmm.
forgot what I was talking about. I think it was interracial relationships. The interracial relationship live gets a lot of people because there's a lot of people in interracial relationships that think they have to come up here and defend it, and I think that's crazy. I think that's crazy. You know what I'm saying?
That was we were talking about it this morning on my life. We had a
Okay.
live this. this morning, but my phone died, and I'd stepped away from the phone for a minute,
Damn.
but I think it was going good. I'm gonna watch it back still. But you're right about it. A lot of people get anxious when you share your thoughts on that interview. You ask a
Yeah.
question and they come and ask. They have 100 questions to ask, and they already see you got 3 questions there, and they don't
Mm,
want to answer those questions.
right.
It's crazy, bro.
Yeah, man. Yeah, like I think because it makes black people want to defend white people, it makes white people want to defend themselves. That's what happens. Yeah.
But you know
Because,
what?
because
I
I've
never
never
get a response. I've never get a response about from them when you remind them of like the recent history of like we couldn't the relationship, it wasn't possible. They no, most of them not remembering, and that wasn't long ago. That wasn't too
no,
long
it
ago.
wasn't. It was in the 50s.
Yeah, that wasn't too long ago. And when you brought that to them, it's like no one have anything to say about that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's ridiculous, man. I mean, your press is not going to do anything in your best interest. Only only European descendants are going to tell you loving them is in your best interest.
Listen, who's the whitey lady?
You, probably you. Of course, if that avatar is accurate. Appreciate you, Big Stepper. Much love. We up here chilling because TikTok want to play games, so we just gonna be up here chilling. I may change back to the other live, just because it has questions. Let's see if I have another live in here that got questions on it.
Probably try the one that you were just talking about too. That probably will get a few of them.
Where what? With who? Which one?
No, what you were talking about, they love the interracial relationship
Oh
shit.
yeah, yeah. Cause that one I can like. Oh yeah, this one has it too.
Okay.
Um, but yeah, that one. Where is it? Hold on. This one. Yeah, I had to include T.J. Holmes. I don't know if y'all know who he is, but he got fired. They both got fired from their job because they was cheating on. She had a white man. He had a black woman. They cheated on each other with each other, and now they got fired, right? Because they was hosting the news together, right? So they flying all across the country. You know, he's feeling real accepted by the dominant power structure. You know, he feel like they let him in because now he doing the news in front of people, and he leaves his wife. She leaves her husband. They get together after they get fired, and then now her husband is with his ex-wife. Like, you understand? We got a twofer. Like two monoracial relationships where they both broke up and created interracial relationships. They basically swapped. Like that was basically a swap. And you know, I'm gonna be honest, man. That's real sick. That's real sick. That just means him and his wife with some coons. That's what that means. Like that's crazy. They both was like, yeah, I'll do it.
It seems like
I feel bad for the white dude because I know his mental is messed up. His mental is messed up. You know what I'm saying? That's messed up.
with
Messed
this.
up for him. You know what I'm saying? Because you know, white boys they don't like to follow behind brothers, and a lot of times when they are with sisters, a sister came up here to explain this to me. Y'all tell me if I'm wrong. Marshmallow Men, if you're here, I doubt it, but if y'all are here, um, a sister came up here and said her husband left her because he felt inadequate because she was a black man and he felt like he couldn't reach far enough. You know what I'm saying? Because she was a sister. He felt like she felt like like the white tea man felt like and she never told him that, never implied it, never nothing. She said she came home to a letter one day, and he just basically said in the letter like he doesn't feel like enough. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying, right? The insecurity. So I'm not gonna verify. I'm not gonna go all into the fetish and the all that other stuff. But all I'm saying is white tea men also have this fetish towards black men, and uh, when they're with a sister, sometimes they feel less dominant in the bedroom. As soon as they walk out the bedroom, it's the other way around. But in the bedroom, that's the only time probably where he feels like a white man, which is why he's with her. You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing. You know, you only equal when y'all are both vertical.
Um, that's crazy, bro. But as I was saying earlier
Motor
on,
traffic, my bad, not
they
vertical. But yeah,
promote that shit though, bro. They promote it, to be honest. They promote it and make it look like it's the thing.
yeah.
Yeah. They do promote it.
Yeah. So you know, that's the whole thing. They basically swapped. Probably messing his head up. I'm so sorry to say that, you know, she's part of the Alabaster Allies. You know what I'm saying? She went ahead and got with one of them. This man is the man whose ding-a-ling messed up the movie Queen and Slim. Queen and Slim was looking like it would have been a cult classic. It wasn't that good, but the community will still kind of rock with a bad movie like State Property, even if it's bad. If it's really about black people and it was a black man with a black woman facing the odds together, it could have worked. But this man was the fiance of the black woman in the movie about black love. And it was wild. Yes. That's his name, Joshua. Um, Hold on, I'm trying to think of something. I can't think of nothing. What's something white that starts with J? I can't think of nothing.
Someone said Joshua Jackson. Is it Joshua
Yeah,
Jackson?
yeah, I know Joshua Jackson, but I'm trying to. Never mind. Anyway, so Jacob, no, it's not. I said something white that starts with J, like a white item that starts with a J. I don't know, like an item that is the color white and starts with a J. I can't think of nothing. But anyway, Joshua here. No, not a jar. A jar is not all inherently white. But no, that's why I got Lupita right here. This is Lupita. So his dingaling messed up that movie because a lot of people found out that the sister in the movie about black love proposed to him. Proposed. Not he proposed to her. She proposed, she got on her knees and begged for this after doing a movie about black love. Ruined the whole movie. Nobody want to see that now. Good for them. We was over it. Now he left her after she did that. They didn't even get married. He left her, and now he's with another dark-skinned black woman, Lupita. So he think he's working his way up the Afro food chain, and yeah, so that's what's going on there. So it said jellyfish. That's close. I don't know if jellyfishes remind people of the word white, but we'll call him Jellyfish Jackson. Anyway, Jonathan Majors, we know what's going on with him. He it's a shame with him. It's just a shame with him, to be honest. He got to do it on his own. The sisters are not giving him any grace. Um, the sisters don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. They tired of black men doing this. So, you know, yeah, he tap dancing. Yeah, definitely tap dancing. And then Halle Berry says it's difficult paying child support to a man who calls her the N word. So, you know, that's crazy. That's a wild scenario when you really think about it. Like, if you turn on your empathy, can you imagine your baby father's calling you the N word and you gotta pay child support like to this person who that's just crazy, bro. The father, that kid must be messed up in the head. Father, all racist, calling mom the N word. That's sick.
Yeah.
That's sick, man. It's definitely problematic.
Yeah, it is.
Greetings, family, blessings and love.
Peace, man. Welcome, greetings.
Greetings, Shannon.
Yeah, man.
Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
What?
Give us your
Another
age.
pa, brother, I just show me deal with the fire squad and I see my brother in here. I come up in the life, year walk one. I'm not depend on age, race and pronoun. I'm not depend on them type of talking them. Me name organic. Me is a natural herb man from Jamaica. You don't know me. Cause you don't follow me. So you don't know me. Me make natural herb. I'm deal with organic thing. Me not need no age, race, pronoun. Me no in no religion. Me no in no gang. Me no in no nothing. Fire squad, I'm a family them. You see it? Yeah, me no age, name, road, pronoun. Me born all of them something there. Yeah, organic.
I ain't even drop them. That was TikTok. I don't even know what that was. Hey, I kind of do. You know what I'm saying? We do know the history of the island. So,
Organic.
you know what I'm saying? Like, I would let him pass the pronouns. I just asked him. He could have answered Asian race.
Organic, you can send back the request and come back up, man. As a show, Brother Legend I run still. You don't know you, that's why him have to adjust him thing. I say him run him thing. You don't know you. I first I come up on him profile. But me know you.
It's not. It's not. It's not for me, Mr. Organic. There's people watching. You know what I'm saying? If I meet you in person, I'm not going to say age, race, and pronouns, please. Like, you know, but there's people
God tell
watching.
us,
And
God tell us
if I
the
if
age.
I don't ask you your pronouns, you could be a white man up here think he a black woman. You know what I'm saying? I don't ask you. I gotta see what you are. I can't see your face. All I hear is your voice. You could be that dude.
Oh,
You
you
could be
want to
that
see
dude.
fear? Oh,
What's
you
that
want to
dude?
see fear?
That white boy that's doing all those raps right
Oh,
now.
yourself, man. Oh, yourself, you see face, man.
Look at it.
You gotta turn your
I'm
camera
not
on.
pet people, man. I'm not pet people, you know. I'm not beg no friend. I just show my brother there, you know, make me come in here. Cause I'm not beg friend from people. My brother share the life with me, make me come in here. You see it? I'm not go around and beg friend. Organic, my name Fireman. I'm a born real fire in a Jamaica. I mean fire in my mind. Me, a general. I'm in a deal with no religion. I'm in a deal with no organization. If you can't deal with a whole out reason with me and hear say me is organic, me not depend no type of reason or communication with nobody. You understand? Yeah, brother, just me that. Me no in a no age race pronoun. Me no come on TikTok for that. You see me? But me we reason and listen, tap the live, all of them things. That is just me. Anything else anybody want do, me will go through, be humble, support whatever they're going on with. Nobody don't tell me how to live and do what I want to do for me, my life comfortable. That is just organic. Yeah.
So, Mr. Organic, you're not a black man.
Huh?
You're not a black man.
If I'm not a black man,
Yeah, you're not a black man. You a black man or no?
your eye blind. If you're blind, if you ask me if I'm not black, cause me turn on my camera if you ask me if I'm not black. That's stupid cause my camera is on.
Hey, there's brothers that
So
look
it's
darker than
like you're
you.
blind.
There's brothers
I
darker than you.
appear. I
It's
appear.
brothers darker
Listen,
than you.
listen.
It's brothers dark.
That
Hold
is
on, hold on,
some
hold on, hold on. It's brothers darker than
mental
you
trauma you're trying to
that when
play.
you ask them if they blonde, if they black, they say no, I'm Dominican. They say no, I'm Jamaican. I'm not black.
Me no boy no black and no this and no that and no who where you say me not give a fuck about them. You see me organic, me. Hey, you can't see me? A black man. Me no look white here, me no bleach. Hear that? And if you alright, listen to me. Brother, me I got left alive, because me not dep on this.
Bruh, right. Okay. Black like a tar. That's it. Bro, I live.
You funny.
Re- Real fireman, man. Real fireman. My brother, man. Real bro. But me tell you still, I'm legend. Enough people don't know about the pronouns up there still, you know. But I just true if probably if we break it down to organic, we understand more. More time people don't realize it's just the simple. He
Yeah, I
or
mean,
him. Yeah, either he or him. What most people get scared are the other pronouns that some other people are use now, the they and them.
hmm
Where we come from are just certain pronouns, especially to refer to individual. You know what I
but
mean?
he could have came up and said he was a black man. That's all he had to say. But he said he was organic, and that sounds to me like anti-blackness because, well, I mean, he said he was black, so I'm not gonna say he anti-black. I'm just saying when people say when I ask people, "Are you black?" and they gotta say, you know, I'm a nine ether indigenous Hebrew Israelite, then that's usually okay. You don't really rock with the motherland like that.
Mm-hmm. You know, but what I say, man, most of the time when people that say anything otherwise I'm black, it can
Mm,
mean like separate them and separate themselves. But I'm gonna show you this. You see, I just even on TikTok now, me even hear a couple Jamaican I say that. So you see, as we grew up in a Rasta community, especially in Click on in camera, you know, as a hillsman, a fireman, we don't know nothing else but black. You see me? But blackness. We don't know nothing else.
mm-hmm.
And so our lives there. We don't know nothing else but than being black. Being a black man, that just stuff we life live.
That's good.
We burn fire upon people. And that's why I even touch upon the part where we not bleach. We see enough people, we hate them blackness and bleach out them face. That's what we see whole heap in our islands, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And a serious fire we burn upon that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, man.
Baby C, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
What's going on?
Peace.
49 as usual. And I am a natural woman.
All right, talk to us.
Uh, well, of course, it's problematic. A lot of those kids end up back in the communities. I can't see the first one, but I read it, I think, before this came over it. But let's say is interracial, right? Interracial relationships problematic to the black community. It is. It is. I have an interracial goddaughter who the father has passed. Um, when she got 18, she up here with me now. The
Mm,
mother is Hispanic. The daughter mixed. She has a lot of problems, but they give it back to the community. She right back here with black folks.
mm, mm-hmm.
How about that? She's not the only one. I know thousands of kids that way. I have thousands of relatives and friends where the black man has fathered kids by interracial women. And 9 out of 10 times, those kids sometimes end up back with us. Nobody speaks about it. Nobody talks about it. But if you go in some of the neighborhoods, you will see them.
Mm,
You know, um, it's really bad sometimes too because the kids deal with I'm not this enough and I'm not black enough. That's the biggest issue I think that most kids deal with. Some kids try to just grow up without acknowledging one side of a race, whether it's a Hispanic or Asian. When they grow up, they're if they black sometimes and the fathers don't stay together, they try to whitewash the race. down again. I got friends that tried to do that. I had a friend that literally told me that in my face, more like an associate. But even we as black women, I get it firsthand because I know what you're following me for. But whether you follow me or not, it's still up to that man or that woman to choose what she gonna choose. You know, I know my history, so I'm a little bit different. Y'all can cut up, y'all can act a fool all y'all want to. Man, you just gonna be in this war for the rest of our life because I ain't going nowhere. I'm sticking to what I know that understands me at the end of the day. I don't have time to babysit or try to explain who I am, what I go through, or what you already know to be truth in your heart. Um, is preferring to date a racist. It's more like a fetish to me. I'm being honest with you. Um, it's a whole fetish, and people can say what they want to say. People can try to subscribe to whatever they want to subscribe to, but it's a fetish. It is not no dating. It's a fetish. I ain't never heard it being spoken different than a fetish. Hold on. Least you could do is have the door. Oh, you can shut up. Give me the groceries. Yeah.
So it's only a fetish when you're preferring to not date your own race, then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Who said that?
Ayana,
Oh, okay. Yeah. Give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
23, I'm black, and she, her.
Okay. So yeah. It is a fetish when it's not your own race. You gonna answer the question?
I'm
Yo, it's a
sorry.
lot of noise. I don't know who's doing that. That you, myself, and I? Yo. Oh, that was her. She didn't mean to come up here. All right. Ayana,
hmm
go ahead and answer the questions for us. Talk to us.
Okay, are interracial relationships problematic to the black community? Um, I could say yes to that. I could say yes and no, but my reasons are you guys probably aren't gonna like them. I feel like it's problematic to the black community because one, it's kind of erasing our lineage. More people are starting to date outside their race, not for the right reasons, just because they think, oh, black men don't do X, Y, and Z, black women don't do X, Y, and Z, but it's all based off of BS. Because you can find a black woman that does all the things that you want. You just have an aversion to it, probably because of your own self-hate within, and vice versa. But yeah, I would say it's problematic to the black community, actually.
Okay.
And is
Yeah.
preferring to date a race racist? I wouldn't necessarily say it's racist. In some cases, it is a fetish, and then in some cases, it's just your preference. If you're preferring to date someone, but you're still open to the fact of dating other races, that's fine. But if you specifically only date one race and you give reasons such as, like, usually women that date black men, their reasoning to dating black men is because what they got downstairs and because they're big and X, Y, and Z. So I do think that's a fetish. And then, can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse? This, I feel like you can still be pro-black with a non-black spouse if your spouse, is an ally, a true ally. Possibly, but it can go either way because you can say you're pro-black and then be dating someone who has absolutely no idea about your lineage, your race, nothing. Like, they don't even know who you really are.
So, in your humble opinion, what is the definition of pro-black? What makes someone pro-black?
So what I think pro-black is being basically all for your people. You don't date outside your race. You're basically all about your people.
So that's
That's
the
what the
opposite of what you
definition
just.
of pro-black is.
But you just said you could be pro-black.
I said my personal opinion. I feel like you could still be pro-black and do it, but that's not what the definition of pro-black is.
So you got your own personal definition.
In my mind, yeah, I feel like you could still be pro-black. You can do X, Y, and Z. Just you not dating a partner that's black, that doesn't make you any less like pro-black, in my opinion. But I know that's
That's
not the
like
case.
that's like somebody asking me, "Can you live on Mars?" And I say, "I do live on Mars." What do you mean? This is Mars to me. You know what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying. Like, I already knew
That's
this was
that's
gonna
that's
happen.
like highly subjective, cognitive dissonant truth. Like that's kind of wild that you define it that way, and then go against your own definition because that ain't the definition I read. But
I know what the definition is, but I feel like if I was to date a non-black person, that wouldn't take away from like how much I love my people and support my people and
oh,
X,
loving, supporting black people. There's plenty of non-black people even that love and support black people. That don't make you pro-black.
yeah, like I mean, we can just agree to
I
disagree on
think
that.
No,
I
it's not
think he's
agree to
dividing the
disagree. See,
fact
that's
of
what you're doing.
generational wealth, correct? Brother Legend. So when someone passes in the
Mm-hmm.
black community, and we blacks always do this. We complain about the things in our community. We complain about a lot of things, but when you date outside your race, and if you go before the man that you with is still there, is he gonna take that and continue on your legacy? 9 out of 10 times they don't. They don't continue on the legacy of that black man or that black woman, and I know that to be facts. When Kobe passed, if y'all didn't know what Kobe was doing a whole lot, building schools and everything else. But it's his wife continuing on the legacy that he was doing towards the black folks. 9 out of 10 times they don't. So you can't be pro-black and date outside your race, because pro-black means to keep everything within the race, like most other people do. They keep it in their race. They gonna keep it there. When white folks die, no offense, when the white tea die, it goes back to them. It goes back to their people. It goes back to their communities. It goes back to their schools, their medical facilities, their educational facilities. You see what I'm saying? Their business facility. That money stays and it gravitates within their people. When we, however, go and we got someone different, perhaps a husband or a wife, she keeps that wealth for herself, and she can do with whatever she want to do with it. She don't have to continue on your legacy. You know, she now can say, "Hey, look, it's mine now. I don't have to continue it." So that's the reason why you can't be pro-black. You can't marry a white person and then say, "Oh, when I pass, it's your husband rights, it's his rights, or it's your wife rights." You can't take that away from her. You married into it. So you can't say, "Hey, I can't leave her nothing." She has every right to fight for it. And whether she get a little or a lot, she's still gonna get something.
I heard that. I'm gonna give you a definition of pro-black: prioritizing one's actions and values with what's in the best interest of building the black community, or you could say empowering the black community. Prioritizing, meaning the number one goal and focus of what you do and what you believe, with what's in the best interest above self-interest and the interest of other communities, what's in the best interest of building within the black community. That's being pro-black. So a lot of y'all think that because you found a thin-lipped anti-racist that you could still be pro-black. And that's not how that works. Being pro-black is building within our community. You can't build a brick house with wood, can you? That being the case, you can't be pro-black with a non-black spouse. You could be anti-racist and you could be black and happy, but you ain't pro-black. L, you keep coming up. I'm trying to let you up, but there's a camera thing with TikTok these days.
I don't have enough to turn my camera on, but somebody told me I gotta unmute my mic for like 30 seconds or something. I don't know, something.
Okay, try that. Yeah, I didn't know about that one.
But if I can say something to her, I just want to say pro-black is literally black everything, black first. And like you said, the definition, prioritizing the best interest. And if you can agree that interracial problems are problematic to the black community, then you would know that it's not in the best interest of your child, especially down the line. We just got off a live with somebody dealing with identity issues who doesn't even want to identify as being black. It's a lot that goes into play. If you think about how the black community has really broken down as far as the family dynamic and how we got to where we're at, then I think you will have a better understanding of what pro-black is, why pro-black is black everything, black stores, black food. I'm going to find a black farmer and I'm going to just have to get my produce from there. And if they don't got it, then I just won't have it.
Dang, she was going for it. Appreciate you, Al. You was doing your thing. Yeah. L was going for it, man. I ain't mad. Oh, let me bring L back up. I'm gonna bring you up too, Sister Black Swan. Go ahead, L.
Yeah, but I mean that's really what it is. It's really not a hard concept, and that it's really just black everything. And if you literally, it's okay to date outside your race and have to accept the fact that you're not pro-black. A lot of us are not pro-black because we are not black everything. It's not even just dating outside your race, but the whole ideology that I am pro-black because I stand for black people. That's not it. It's
Right.
unfortunately sorry.
Yeah, I heard that. And that's part of what it takes to stop thinking in survival mode. Pro-blackness is thinking beyond survival mode. Wow, appreciate you, me, myself, and I. That was great. I don't know what that was, like a Super Bowl. But pro-black is thinking beyond just survival mode and dismantling racism. Pro-blackness is building something for us, building a black bank, school, hospital, grocery store, distribution center, building within our community. That ain't got nothing to do with racism. That ain't got nothing to do with white folks. It's just all us building us up. What would that look like? A lot of y'all trying to bring Becky to the cookout, and we don't want potatoes in our raisin salad. We don't want that. We don't need that at the cookout. We good. So, you know what I'm saying?
Hello, everyone. You have entered the Holy Spirit Activate. Activate. Holy Spirit Activate. Hold on a second. I'm not done. Holy Spirit Activate. Hello. And welcome. You have joined Brother Legends Live. Again, you guys, you are in Brother Legends Live. I need you to tune in, tap up, and tack on the challenge. Now, this is the challenge, you guys. We want to hit 300K tonight. I need you to tap that screen and get us to 50. Tap, tippity tap that screen. And while you're tapping, make sure you share the live. Share it with your friends, your enemies. Share it with your gosh darn frenemies. But share the live. But most importantly, make sure you subscribe to Brother Legends Live. Subscribe here and on his YouTube channel, Brother Legends Live. And while you're doing the work, make sure that you join the B1initiative.org so that you can get all the info, the tea, and the education all at once. But tap in, tap up, and tap the damn screen. All right.
Appreciate you, D. She be having me dying, man. Thank you, Sister D. She be coming through, livening things up for me almost every day, man. You're very instrumental to what I'm doing. I want to give you your flowers. Appreciate you very much. I don't know who else want to talk. Oh, we didn't let Organic say nothing. Organic, did you want to speak on the topics?
Just I go and listen to the friends at the room still for a minute, And then when speaking time, anytime for speak, I will chip in pan in another minute. But I can get some space at the box if you wanted to use, yeah?
Nah, yeah, you good. You good. Nobody coming up yet. L, did you want to say something else?
No, I'm just unmuting my mic to see if I'm gonna get dropped again.
Oh, okay. You got dropped again. Damn, I was about to ask her to answer the questions. Black Swan, did you want to say something?
Just in terms of, well, first let me do the intro. Black woman, 33, and my pronouns are she, her. Is my background too loud?
Nah, we hear you.
Okay. When we talk about interracial relationships and them being problematic to the Black community, I always think about how a lot of times we'll be on panels and they'll have this topic up and a YT woman will come up and she'll start questioning the panel and the room, asking for advice, asking for to be taught, asking, whether it's in terms of accepting her partner or whether it's in terms of, how to do her children's hair, or she wants to learn more about certain experiences so that she can parent her child better. And it just, it never fails to amaze me, like, that this isn't, first of all, the discussion is not done with the partner. That's number one. But number two, you didn't think about any of this before you got into that relationship. You didn't think about any of this during the dating phase when you were getting to know this person. You thought about none of this. And a lot of times there is a major disregard for just understanding their partner's experience. And it's, to me, how can you call that love? How can you build with somebody like that if you don't even understand their experience and the things that they're going to go through, while being Black in America, or even understanding their culture, certain things like that. It's just, and they always want to, if it's a YT woman, they always want to come to Black women. I don't know what it is. I could be wrong, but they always want to come to Black women while simultaneously having this notion within them that they have one up on Black women because they got a Black man. I will never understand that dynamic. It drives me insane, but it is so incredibly problematic. And then preferring to date a racist, absolutely not. When you're dating your own race, I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. And obviously I just spoke on what it is to be dating outside of your race. There's never any, even when they do love and support that individual, there's never any advocating for this person's experience overall and what their family member is going to deal with and what their children are even going to deal with. Like, y'all are coming to us asking us how to do their hair, but there's no discussion about any sort of oppression and how to combat that. To me, whenever I listen to them talk about their relationships and their children. And then, can you be pro-Black with a non-Black spouse because of everything I just said? Absolutely not. Black empowerment and the progression of our community is only for us. It has nothing to do with YT people. It's just about us bettering us. And I'll end there for now.
Mm-hmm. I heard that. Appreciate you, sister. I think they can hear you. Y'all heard her? What you talking about?
Hey, Miss Legend.
Tell him. You said it now. Tell him.
Hey, y'all. Oh, wait.
Hey, Miss Legend.
Hey, I'm eating. I don't know why he did that.
Oh,
But-
somebody can send Brother Legend the Swan.
Yeah,
Oh,
you saw
word?
that Swan? Yeah.
Appreciate you.
You saw it? She asked if you saw it.
I ain't see
I
it.
saw it.
She saw it.
Yeah, it's pretty.
That's better. That's good.
How much down? What down?
I don't know.
I said it like Beyonce. Hey, Miss Legend.
Hey, y'all.
Somebody asked about my wife earlier. I was about to throw hands. I don't know who that was. Oh, that was T-Duck. She said she was a woman, so I was like, oh, all right. She do sing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she be sing. Nah, they said you sound like you sing.
Oh, you could. Oh.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, tell me what you was about to say.
No, because Black Swan was like, there's some white girls that be like,
She's scared. Go ahead, tell them. Tell them.
oh, because I forgot about that. There's some white girls that be like, ooh, that, they think they the shit now that they with a Black dude. That used to piss me off so bad. That's when I was listening to Black Swan talking. That's all I was saying to him. Like, that was the thing that I forgot. I didn't like how, so now you have beef with me
because you with a black man and you think I got a problem with you because you with this like that whole thing. Is that what Black Swan was saying? Like something like
Yep.
Yeah, they like to try to kind of perpetuate this whole like
yeah.
one up in an instance. I used to work at Foot Locker. I was a manager there for years before I started teaching, and I would see that often in the area that I live in. And a lot of times, you know, I kind of would see there would be this weird, I couldn't cut the tension, you know, with between me and the YT woman, but I would always say something relatable to the black man, like, sis, relax, okay? Like, I know you think you got one up, but I would say something relatable, and then we'd have this like little moment where it'd be an inside joke.
Oh. Yeah.
In that moment, that's just kind of how I would handle it. But I always, you know, I just always thought to myself, like, how is that love? How is that
Right.
building, you know?
Right. Right. You just looking at him like some type of like I don't know what that is. Like you found a trophy or something and you think you bad now because I
Black
don't
girls
know
wear
what
braids, we
that is.
savage. White girls wear braids, they sassy. Where that come from?
Mm-hmm.
It's being perpetuated a lot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Imagine the way we were seeing the brothers today. It was kind of sad, man.
What?
It
Who
was
you
sick.
talking to?
We got into it with like 3 brothers today about YT women and interracial dating.
Mm.
It was sad.
What? Oh, so they was defending their prize. That's what they was doing. That's crazy.
They was
Well,
defending their
What I
honor.
think
Like,
about that.
I think most people that date outside their race don't understand their history. If you knew your history and you knew that every race had a part and apartheid in it and everything that happened to us. And that's the reason why the Asians may talk, but they're not going to say much because they did it. They had a part into it too. And when you began to look into chattel slavery, even slavery, people think it was like the 1800s, but it goes all the way back. For me, I know it from the 14. So it started in the 1400s. When I read on it, it probably even go back a little bit further. But when you go look in it, you'll find Germany. Germany was just experimenting. It was just horrific. That was where the medical industry just dealt with their things over there. Australia, you had Japan. Japan don't want to talk about it, but it's over there. A lot of those places they don't even show where black people were even there. And when you go and you begin to play dig dug, that's why you understand why you should not date outside your race. Because anyone that can sit in front of your face, anyone that can walk the same earth you walk and see with their own eyes, every race, including Hispanics, Latino Americans, so the Spaniards and the Mexicans, they from Spain. The Portuguese, they from the Puerto Ricans, Portuguese. And when you go and start playing dig dug, the funny thing I learned about it was my friends, some of them used to be straightforward about it. You know, others will try to give you that lie. You know, but you can go watch it. It's called A White Slave. They have it on Amazon. And just like we got roots, it freaked me out. They got stories and they got things like roots. The white slave is like roots, like no lie. When you go and look at this and then they try to make it out of a
This
love
is on
story, but
Amazon.
you're going to see black folks in the field picking cotton over those people right there over in Mexico. You understand? And that's the
You
reason
talking
why you hear
about
people
on
talk about black
Amazon?
and
They
brown.
saying
There's
that
no
white
black
folks
and
be
brown.
sedated.
Say it again.
Auntie, you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
On Amazon, they got a movie about how white folks were slaves.
No, it's called the white slave because even though they Hispanic, they're white. They're white.
Oh,
Oh, they
but they
got
not slave because
movies.
they're white.
The movie is called The
But
White
that's not
Slave.
white slaves. That's why I don't like that name. I don't like
No,
that
the
name. That's a
movie is
lie
called
because I understand what you mean. No, I understand
Yeah.
that's why it's called that. But what I'm trying to say is, no one has enslaved somebody because they're white. Never in
No, no,
time
no.
in
They're not
history has
slaves.
someone
They're
said,
the slave owners in the movie. It's another way of trying to say they're not who they were.
So
So it's called Enclava. It's Enclava Blanca, but it
there's
means the
okay, yeah,
white
yeah, yeah.
slave owner. It's
So
the slave owner,
right, it's
not the
another movie
slave.
about that too, and you're right. They make it like a love story about
Exactly.
a
And they
black
act like they
a
don't
black
see the people.
biracial girl or something, but they take away that the slaves are in the field on side of
Thank you.
their
Thank you.
it's a weird looking house because it's
It's
like a barn,
crazy.
but it's something else. There's another movie that goes further back than that, but it is the Spanish people that are like running everything, but they make
Yeah.
it very it's a strange dynamic in the way that they show it, but very much slave owners. Yes, I saw that.
If
Yes.
you see the black folks in the fields picking cotton. You see them whipping on the black folks. You see the horses. You see the same thing that you would literally see in the movie Roots. And it's a couple of them out there. I know that one. I had to look up the rest of them. But the funny thing about it is when I first saw it, I was like, what the hell is you watching? That was my response to my friend. Because I was showing her daughter Roots. And she didn't want the daughter to watch Roots with me. You understand? So she intervened and began to show the daughter this. And the daughter was sitting there, she was sitting there and she was like, oh, look at how and when it was a black man that was involved with one of them, it's a love story because it's a fetish to them. You know what I'm saying? They're fetishizing it. And throughout the whole movie, when it came down to black interaction with them. But at the end of the day in the movie, the woman or the man that had been sleeping with them, neither one of them would stand up for him and tell him to free him. Neither one of them would stand up and say, hey, my parents is wrong. They kept it in secret. They keep it in
yeah,
secret. They don't put it out there in the opening. And the thing about it is you can even see this when I went to visit her up in Tennessee. She stays in a community where it's literally an interracial community. The whole community is interracial,
wow,
literally. There
it's
is Hispanics with Italian, black person with a white person, an African person, or a black person with a Spanish person. The whole community is interracial. And like I was up there, and it was a black lady that was married to a white man, an African man, and they had a baby. And the baby middle name I think was like Bertha. I forgot the baby first name, but she said the name of the baby Bertha. And I was like, wow, I love to see the baby when the baby is born. I even gave the lady something, for the baby, the black lady. That black woman didn't let me see her child, but she let my friend see the child. And she gave my friend her name and number and said if anything ever happened to her, or her husband, that she would prefer that my friend, not me, that my friend. And I was like, oh, well, damn. Oh, okay. They keep it that tight knitted. And that was kind of baffling to me. You know what I'm saying? It was a black woman that was married to a white man, you would think. But then that's why I say our ideologies are not the same. They are not. They're just
yeah,
not the same. I mean, you see a Hispanic woman here, you see a black woman here. So that lets me know that you don't look at color. And that's what interracial don't look at. People say they understand the black, they don't. Because when they marry, they don't look at color. They don't. And I was on a live with a good friend of mine here, where I'm staying at, and his grandmother was white. And when I forgot who live he was on the live. He never came back on again. It's been some months back. And he went off. He said, hey, you can't talk about white people like that. I have a grandmother that's white. And everybody snapped, what you doing in B1 space? So that just goes to show you that it's going to be a trigger when you begin to talk about people, because them your kids, you know what I'm saying? Whether they biracial or not, them your kids, they come from you.
that's real. That's I would say it's not even just them ignoring their history, it's them ignoring their present too, because that's the difference to me is maybe we could have quote unquote interracial relationships in the future once black people are no longer oppressed, but right now we still got stuff going on in our community, and they won't pass a law to make sure that unaliving us with impunity is a crime. They still won't pass a law to make sure that our communities are no longer economically disenfranchised, or any laws, even just to make sure that our babies are delivered into this world safely.
Ooh, please talk.
You know what I'm saying? They won't pass any of those laws, but they'll pass a law to make it so that you can love one of them.
I
Like I
heard
was
the
saying
most
earlier,
horrific thing, brother.
y'all are
I
only
mean,
equal when you're laying horizontally.
yep. Period. Period. Period.
Hmm.
And them babies, it a lot of for the people in this panel, for what I know and what I heard from Dr. Smiles, which baffled me. When a baby comes, a black baby boy comes in a NICU unit, do you know their chances are 1 out of 10 making it?
Really?
It baffled me when I heard that. The
Mm.
livelihood of a black baby making it out of the NICU born early is 1 out of 10. And I was like, you mean for every 10 children, only one might make it? And they was like, yeah. I said, you got to be kidding me. If
That
they
sounds a
do
little
make,
extreme.
Yeah, I was
yeah,
gonna
if
say I
they
don't
So
know
do
about
make it,
that.
if they do make it, they come out with either trachs or GI tubes in their stomach. So they are a permanent, they permanently are disabling these black children before they even come into adulthood. And that was baffling. And at first, I just listened to her, and then I went and I looked it up. I said, "What the hell?" And I saw this whole big thing that's going on in a lot of the states, um, where there's young black women. It is happening to young black women between the ages of 16 and 25. That's where it's happening at. And
If you don't
that
mind
was
me
scary for
asking.
me. Yeah, it was real scary for me when I saw it and I heard it, and I was looking, I said, so why the black boys ain't making it, but the black girls are?
Do you mind me asking where you found that source? Because I love to read it.
It was a young lady that gave it to me. Matter of fact, I was in a UIC and it was a black lady that gave it to me. I found all the information she gave it. And when I found it, I definitely sent it to you. And it was appalling because it came from a black nurse. And I was wondering why this black nurse, she just kept, I'm gonna watch your baby.
I
Them
thank
black
God my
nurses try
nephew
to
made
get
it
on our babies.
2 days ago. My nephew made it
Yeah,
as well.
most black nurses work in labor and delivery more so than NICU because they be trying to catch them at birth. They try to catch them at birth. And when I heard these from black nurses, and when I was hearing it, at first I was like, what the hell? It was baffling to me that it had been going on like that. But yeah, it's happening. It's very much happening.
Okay, let me screenshot it, Black Swan, because I can't even text no more because of these dragon devils that was in the other room. I can't
And
get
you
no
know what it
credit.
has a lot to do with? It has a lot to do with what this called neck. I don't know if y'all ever heard of that. Neck. And every um, producer of milk is under a lawsuit. All the milks, both Similac, Enfamils, even some of the off brands or some of the ones that you think it's not, they're under it. And when babies come through the NICU unit, they give them that cow's based milk. And what is happening is the cow's based milk, if it's given to a child at a certain age, it causes neck. It causes neck in their stomach. And they you would think they would promote more breastfeeding, but they don't. But you'll see it.
is it cause neck?
It calls neck. Look up neck. I think it's called necotizing or something like that. I'm
Oh,
not good with the medical term, but I got the
okay.
paperwork
That
and
ain't what I was
everything.
talking about. Yeah.
It's
That's
scary.
crazy. I'm trying to look up that.
Brother, are you in sub only?
Am I what?
Is your chat in sub only?
I don't think. No, it's not.
Oh, okay, you might want to put it in there because why are we in that 50K yet?
Yeah.
She said it's time to go.
Who said it's time to go?
Can I?
All right. All right. It's been an interesting day. From oh yeah, it's go ahead, Africa. Talk to us, family.
You know, I think I think people confuse a lot of our people confuse themselves when they start talking about pro-blackness and fundamentally what pro-blackness is. And how I would break it down to people is that pro-blackness is a radical response, and it's a radical response to our collective condition. And I think it's important for us not to conflate, as you've said, pro-blackness with anti-racism. Anti-racism is just basic humanity. It's the bare minimum. It's just like it's a human being having empathy for other human beings and not and like rejecting like racism. That's not pro-blackness. That is a basic humanity that you would expect from any empathetic human being. Pro-blackness is something completely different. Pro-blackness means you acknowledge our collective condition and you're shaping your life in a way to like help alleviate that condition. Like I think pro-blackness is fundamentally accepting that like when you look at the world, that our communities, whether we're in the Caribbean, Africa, in the Americas, in Europe, that like we're people in crisis. So like I think it just says a lot about like where the mentality of where a lot of us are at. That when people are talking about pro-blackness and the things that we can do to elevate each other and help alleviate our condition, the first stumbling block is why can't I have my white partner? Like that's the only thing people want to talk about whenever you bring up pro-blackness, the conversations are stifled because people cannot mentally get over the part of the thought of like doing anything for their community if they can't have their white partner. It's this kind of bizarre like addiction many of us have to like white people that we can't even advocate for ourselves unless we can bring like Sally or Tracy with us. And it's a kind of insanity, man. It's an absolute kind of insanity.
Yo, brother, I love the way you break things down. Like, honestly, man, I hope you're making content, brother, because you need to break some of this stuff down. Because you know the right meanings, but the words you put to them is wild, bro. The way you break stuff down, like, I love it, bro. Like, you need to. I hope you're making content, bro. We need that. We need that. Please,
I
please.
appreciate it, brother, man. But it's super frustrating because you just see every conversation about pro-blackness, time that we could be like talking about economics, that we could be talking about black politics, that we could be talking about black art, we could be sharing black histories, we could just be like connecting with each other. Like we're having conversation after conversation of like, yeah, man, but like I can be pro-black with my white partner. Why can't my white partner be pro-black? Like, no, that's like that's the first stumbling block. Like if you can't even get over that, like the fundamental idea that like if you're an adult, have you worked on yourself? Have you invested in yourself? Have your parents invested in you? Like, do you feel like a valuable member of your community? How can you, as a conscious black person, know the investment you've made in yourself, know the investment that your family have made in yourself, and look at the deeply unequal society you live in and say, hey, I'm going to take this investment and go put it in the community that's currently oppressing me? How does that make sense? Like, that's the contradiction that pro-blackness points out. Pro-blackness says, how can I take myself, this valuable member of my community, and invest it in the community currently oppressing me? That is the radicalism that pro-blackness talks about. And I just think, like, when you look at Loving versus Virginia, like, you just have to look at like, especially if you look at American history, like they haven't granted reparations, they haven't granted economic justice, They haven't granted legislative protection for black people. They only passed the lynching bill like what 2 years ago, and like they made sure they enshrined sexual access into black bodies 60 years ago. Like if you don't see what that for what it is, it like I don't know like I don't know what to tell you, but like hey, they got access to sexual. They made sure like people haven't even said sorry for slavery, but they made sure like, in 1967 that like they made sure that access to you sexually was enshrined into law. So hey, it is what it is, man. I think I think yeah, we can only see what's in front of us.
That's facts. That's facts. They made sure they could do that before. Am I tripping? They did that before we got the right to vote. Am I tripping? Anybody that was? Am I tripping? When was Loving versus Virginia? Somebody tell me. I thought it was in like the 50s. Tell me if I'm tripping. When was Loving versus Virginia?
She was little sleep.
What year was Loving versus? If it was before 1968.
1967.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Damn, that's real close. That's on the cuff.
Yep.
That's on the cusp, ain't it? 1965 is
I
Voting
think
Rights
that's
Act.
3 years after the Civil Rights Bill.
Yeah, 3 years. 2 years. 2
That's
years.
crazy.
That's crazy.
I like what you said though, Africa Debunked, when you had said that like our progression is truly void of them. It's us trying to figure out how can we progress and prioritize ourselves void of them. And I agree. A lot of people don't understand that anti-racism and empathy, like you were talking about, that is literally the bare minimum. For example, like I don't really, well, I don't want to use an analogy to take away from it, but that is the bare minimum. And it's, that's people seeing us as human, as, deserving of what we should have. And when we talk about progression and prioritizing ourselves, like that's a separate lane, and it's for us only, for us, by us, all about us, and that's it. So
I have like, two thoughts. One of them might be a little extreme, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Not like TikTok extreme. Because like what a day D and I have had. Just speaking for those of us who are on the panel, like we have been tussling all day, and I'm a little fed up. Based on like what Africa Debunked, I can't see the whole name, was saying, this is one of the reasons why I like to like remind us that we are in like a parent-child dynamic with YT people. And sometimes I wonder if more Black people were reminded of that, maybe if that would like light a fire under their ass to like better understand the situation that we're in and be a little bit more upset enough to do something about it. Because the best analogy that I've come up with for this is literally like child growth and development. Like a newborn baby can't do nothing for themselves but eat and sleep. And as they grow and gain muscle development and control over their bodies, they can do a little bit more. And as they can do a little bit more, that means that the parent has to do a little bit more to ensure that that child doesn't harm itself at the very least. And I think that accounts for how the goalpost always keeps moving, because as more and more Black people learn ways to circumvent the, I guess, like speed bumps and boundaries that YT people have set up for them, they have to switch things up to keep you in the same spot. And sometimes I don't know if like Black people recognize it as that. But the kind of like radical thing that I wanted to say is I'm starting to feel like we need another word for the collection of Black people who do things that are the opposite of pro-Black. And I know some people might want to be like, well, that's anti-Black. No, I don't think anti-Black is enough. I don't think it's enough. I do not think it's enough to represent the collection of us that are actively advocating to be pro-white. Yeah, I don't know if that makes sense to y'all. Maybe it makes sense to D, but like literally what Africa Debunked said is exactly what we experience today. Person after person after person who was willing to die on a hill over, but what about my white YT partner? What about my non-black partner that I don't actually have but I want to have? Like what about that? Every single time somebody has pushed back and wants to tussle over being pro-black, it's fighting for the right to be able to be with somebody who's not black. And there needs to be a word for it. It needs to be studied. Like we need a research fund for that. Asexually.
Post-traumatic slave syndrome and multi-generational trauma. Post-traumatic slave syndrome and multi-generational trauma. That's what Dr. Joy DeGroy studied. If you want to get into that, like if you want to get into the mind of a Sambo, Dr. Joy DeGroy, and a little bit of Frederick Douglass, who talked about how slaves would box each other over who had the better master. Dr. Neely Fuller, he speaks on that.
Plain old narcissism and codependency.
Oh, narcissism and codependency, absolutely. A lot of black people have a codependency issue. That's the thing. In our family structures, it's almost, if you're not codependent, like it's a whole thing. Now look how many people in here. I'm not going to talk about us right now, but this is why we need our own place to talk about stuff. If you want to stay up here, y'all, you got to turn your camera on for a few seconds. But PTSS, that's what it's called. When, cognitive dissonance, that's another thing she outlines in the book. You know your reality, but you act like it's not real. So yeah, that's the thing. Go ahead, D.
Hello. That ain't sounding right. Hold on. Let me get a sip of my tea. I had to get my tea together because I've been going off on these rodents all day. Even the cream colored ones. They had to get sauced up. They didn't got my account where I can't. Man, we got kicked off lives and doing everything.
Today. D was in rare
Man,
form today.
listen.
Let
All
'em
right,
know.
y'all ready? Let me do this reset real quick because it's a reason why y'all sitting on installment. We got 250 people in here. So, Holy Spirit, activate, activate, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. All right, let's play a game of Get It Together, people. Hello, and welcome in. You are in Brother Legends Live. Again, you are in Brother Legends Live. I need you guys to tap that screen. Now, you're acting as if you don't want to participate or play the game, but guess what? The chat is on lockdown, so unless you want to get it unlocked and be able to tap and swipe and get a little sassy in the chat, I need you to tap those fingers. We need you to get to 50K, and after 50, we heading for 100. But tap until your heart is content. Share the live, you guys. Share with your friends, your frenemies. We'll even accept your damn enemies. But at the end of the day, make sure you subscribe. When you're subscribing here at Brother Legends Live, make sure you also subscribe at YouTube channel. And guess what? You need to join the initiative, Be1Firstinitiative.org, where everything goes down from the ground to the pen now. Even when we talk about education, learning, and elevating Black people. But at the end of the day, tap the screen, gift your host, and if the poons get up here with some problems, send the pause.
Thank you, Sister D. Appreciate you. What's going on, y'all? We are talking about the topics up above. I was looking for my microphone. I bought a new microphone. I'm waiting for it to come. That's why I can't put my... You remember I used to have my little
Numbers
ring
are
light.
weird. Look,
What?
your numbers are doing something weird.
They've been doing that the whole time. I don't know what's going on. It's just going up, down, up, down, 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 up, down, down. I don't know what's going on. Bobby G, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
Yes. 29. 1 second. Let me get my dog off the bed. Sorry.
Don't forget to cam up, Bobby.
Yeah, no, he's good. Usually it shows me when y'all might get dropped. He good.
Dog off the bed is wild. Okay, we know where this finna go.
Not the same thing.
Um,
Bad. Yes,
this ain't even the
29,
first prompt I had up here. But go ahead, Bobby.
29, 29. Black, and then he, him.
Okay, talk to us, Bobby. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Somebody's trying to
Um.
get in here with the name Insidious Saltine. That name is too crazy, my friend. You are not coming up here.
In Liberian Live.
Oh, he was in Librarian Live?
She wouldn't let him up. She was like, "That's too wild."
Yeah, that's too crazy. I'm sorry. You yeah, you can't come up here. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Bobby. I don't mean to take away from your time. Continue.
No problem. I just want to really more get educated on the last topic. I'm probably gonna get jumped clearly based on this live. But I still want to just learn. So you say, can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse? Um, can you help? Can you help me? Can you educate me why
Absolutely
that's
not. You
not
cannot.
possible?
You cannot. That's like saying um you could swim without getting wet. That's like that's why we say it's impossible. Um I know we live in an environment. I'm trying to make it so okay. There, it's stable. All right. I know we live in an environment where nothing is sacred and everything is subjective. But as long as Black people are oppressed by the same group, we will always have the same goal. Um, and even afterwards, we will always be able to look out for what's in our own best interest. Um, Pro Blackness is prioritizing one's actions and values with what's in the best interest of building or empowering the Black community. So I like to say it again slow. Prioritizing, meaning your number one focus and goal, um, with your actions, what you do, and values, what you believe. So prioritizing your actions and values, meaning what you do and what you believe. A lot of times we believe racism is real, but we're still shocked when we see it. We believe, racism is real, but we still think that we can love on our privileged, females and think that, it's going to pan out with no problems. Even if the relationship itself is not problematic to you, there's still a community around both people where there are going to be problems or at least be problematic. Choosing to ignore problems does not make something not problematic. As long as we live in a race based society, and as long as there is a power dynamic that is included in our definitions of race, then there's always going to be problems in a relationship where the civilizations or the society's privileged class or status quo is, in a relationship with society's underprivileged or marginalized people. Um, and
I see.
then, it also means prioritizing one's actions and values with what's in the best interest above self-interest, above the interests of other communities. Meaning, if it's in my community's best interest to kick all French people out of the Sahel region of Africa, I can't be married to a French woman and my people are begging to be liberated, and I have to now decide, do I divorce her and stay with my people, which then it wouldn't be a relationship, right? The relationship would be over. Or do I go with her and then I'm not pro black? You can't be in the relationship and be pro black. She has to go, or you can't do both at some point. If I'm in a relationship with anyone, right? And now let's say I'm not thinking about the community, I'm just thinking about myself. I'm a narcissist. It's going to be a toxic relationship. I mean, yeah, she'll stick around for a long time and take the abuse, but if I only care about my own self interest, eventually my best interest is going to clash with the best interest of my significant other because we're not on the same page. So That's when it becomes problematic too, is because if you're doing what's in the best interest of black people, how are you also going to do what's in the best interest or align yourself with people who don't care about the interests of black people above the interests of their own community? I have not found one white person that cares about black people more than they care about the group that to which they belong, and want to actually not only care, that's just an emotion, but build so that black people have a separate power structure that doesn't assimilate into the white American status quo, European status quo, but their own power structure in which they can be dominant. I haven't seen a European decide against working with their dominant power structure to build ours. So that doesn't happen. That is why you can't be pro-black with a non-black spouse.
I see. So in short, essentially, um, interracial couples are damaging to the black community.
Um, it's damaging to themselves. Um, they are problematic because they work against the best interests of the black community. But one thing about black folks is we've always been somewhat of a danger to ourselves. We've always had people that didn't give a damn about what's going on in the community, and we've had to separate from them. So to pro-black people, I would say it's not much of a problem, but to the black community as a whole, um, because it works against our liberation, it definitely is problematic.
I see. So this is essentially the road to glory is racial purity.
Who said that?
That
It's
was
it's,
that was that was the most Eurocentricized,
Bobby, I
it's
don't
kind
know.
of
white supremacist way to say
He just
that. That was
explained to you
wild.
the social and economic implications of like of obviously not procreating within your own, and then like you just jumped to racial. Nothing that nobody was talking about racial
Who
purity.
the hell said anything about racial
Like
purity? That was.
I don't know how you like how can we have a conversation about
He
racial
said he was
purity
going to get chewed
like
up here.
amongst
I
yeah.
don't know what the
I think
hell.
that's even like I think that's a bad even that it sounds like a bad faith question because like how can you talk about racial purity amongst African Americans who are who are an amalgamation of things by their existence. So
Right.
like no one's talking about racial purity. Like
Even
it just
Africans are
shows you're
the
not
opposite.
listening.
So, Bobby, I have a question for you.
shoot.
Are you in an interracial relationship?
Yes,
No, I'm black
absolutely.
as fuck.
What? Oh, this that weird couple.
Oh, the one defending.
This the one where he fighting to be with a white woman, but the black
Yes.
girl riding it out with him until he get
I
up on the phone.
I
Oh, it's
remember
them.
you
Yeah.
stayed with him. You stayed with
Yeah.
him.
When the hell you
Even
try to
after
get with a white girl?
I don't
no,
know. They
but
said I did.
What?
remember
Thank
no,
you
but
for letting me know, y'all. Thank you.
We tried to let you know
Save
you wasn't
yourself.
listening.
Thank you. Thank you, y'all. Appreciate it.
Got
What
some
was the
of us
question though?
there that want to just mate with us and get a baby bath. So you gotta watch those too.
Mm-hmm.
So, but what was the
I
question?
understand if you're telling me, and we've had this conversation before, I don't understand the question in regards to interracial dating that you have when you sit on side of a black woman.
Wait, you're saying why I'm dating a black woman?
No, that's not, baby. You got ear problems. I said, why are you asking the questions in regards to interracial dating when you're sitting over there with a black woman?
Because I didn't specifically seek out skin color when
So then what? So then
when I was
what
dating.
does, listen to the question. What does interracial dating have to do with what you are seeking?
I wasn't seeking anything.
Are you sure you black?
Nah, man, I'm Asian.
I knew it. I knew it.
You could tell by the picture.
I sure can. You sure right.
So your point
What?
is,
Oh my god.
Ah,
Get down.
sorry. Let
your
me get the
point
dog off the
is,
bed.
Get down.
You said the dog on the bed. Hold on now. What in the car, Cassidy?
You must have hear me and Tia when he first said it the first time.
Mm-mm.
And that was somebody. I think he got
They,
into another lab
We
before.
don't do that.
I mean, Bobby,
okay, what was the
what's your
question?
point again? I said, what's your point again here?
My point? No, I just came to, like I said, I came to just ask and learn something. Um,
Oh,
yeah,
So you
I
told him
didn't
his
come with a
girlfriend
point.
run him, and then after the more he talked, you told his girlfriend she needs to run to get away from him because
so
soon as he get
he
on,
got
he
a
gonna leave her for a white girl.
he got a you go with a black woman.
Yeah, she's black.
Why you choose the black woman?
You know what?
She colorblind.
Well, this is what I did. I put my hand over my eyes, and then I spun
Boy,
around.
why do you keep being fucking sarcastic? Me?
Let him say it. Let him say it. You see people who
Like,
joke like
okay,
this.
you guys want an
No,
actual
no, no, no,
answer
no, no,
though?
no, no,
You want an
no.
actual?
Hold on. Stay there. Stay right where you at. Stand right up in that space you in. It's not a joking matter. That's the first thing. When you joke about it, it lets us know what type of man you are as a black woman.
Mm,
Cause see,
as a black woman.
me as a black woman, I would even not take a joke like that. You know, Hokey Pokey is a racist song, and if the woman you with knew anything about it, you wouldn't even say that because it's a racist song about black people.
Oh, I don't know.
What? Look, apparently the person you with don't know either.
Brother,
She
can I
don't know
ask?
a lot.
Brother, can I ask what about the conversation is so funny? Because like
Oh
when I
no,
don't know when I
it's
have
funny.
this conversation, right?
What you guys were talking about my girl was funny. Well,
Okay,
why I'm dating a black girl? I thought that was funny.
okay. Because like these
Yo, that
conversations,
sister that
they're
you
never
Black
with
very.
woman. That's
is
what I
is can
asked.
only save you with so much because you got too much to learn. I think you a danger to that woman, but I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
You mind my danger to you?
Are
She
you
not smart enough to know.
Honey,
She with
you
you.
don't.
are
You
you a
don't.
danger to me?
Well,
I
Yeah.
thought you were with
Bobby,
one eye open.
you're laughing, right? But we're talking about like this is your partner we're talking about. And this is the second time now that you've gotten up on a panel while in a relationship with a black woman in front of hundreds of people and you're interested and trying to understand interracial relationships and how they affect the black community. We had Kojo up here yesterday on the panel send a message to black men, right? And talk about and I don't know if it's right for me to necessarily deliver this message, but I got to get it off my chest and talk about the importance of black relationships, right? Of black men getting into a relationship with a woman and vice versa and being intentional about the direction that the two of you are heading in. And you've been asked your race and you're joking around and you're saying Asian. Like what's going on with you? What's up?
I mean, you guys weren't
I'm
taking me
gonna tell you,
seriously
Black
after a
Swan.
while,
I'm gonna
so
tell
I
you,
just stopped
Black.
taking the live seriously. But
It's a
if
pretty
you want to go,
serious
if I'm gonna
conversation.
be serious, I could be serious again. I could be serious again.
But
Like,
no,
I,
no, Bobby, it's okay. It's okay.
oh,
You
I
and
will.
Whitney cool. You and Whitney cool. So, Black, remember
Goddamn.
what you said, and D, remember what you said. How when they go with black women or with black
I
men,
don't know who Whitney
they
Q
feel
is.
the need. Hold on, Bobby. They feel the
Whitney
need to step in a space, and they feel that they can conversate about the black experience, right? But Bobby, let me ask you a question. If you wasn't
Mhm.
dating a black woman, would you jump in a black space? Or have you jumped in a black space and asked anything of us prior to dating a black woman?
No, I mean, so me, I guess I don't understand the question too well.
Like,
Me,
have you had experience with black folks outside of dating me?
oh yeah,
Like, but purposely. Like, have you purposely seeked it out?
Have you purposely
purposely
tried
sought
to
out
step in a
black people.
space?
Yes.
Wait,
Right,
since she can
right.
hear so clearly, Bobby girlfriend, um, what do you think his intentions are with you?
Honestly, we've had like a lot of up and downs in our relationship, but he does care for me. Honestly, I
Okay,
think
that don't mean
he does want to
nothing.
be with me.
Where is this relationship going?
Hopefully towards marriage.
Ask Bobby if he
If
see you as
you
his wife.
see me as your wife.
Yeah,
Going
No,
towards marriage is crazy.
no, he don't.
Marriage is
How long y'all been dating?
We've been dating for 3 going on 4 years.
Oh, you ain't going nowhere, sweetheart. I'm
baby.
sorry.
You wasting
I'm sorry. If
time.
a man loves you, it don't take them 5 to 10 years to figure that out. They'll
Yes,
pretty much know what they want.
every man doesn't want to lose half
Yeah, I
his
know
stuff.
that.
It don't take no 5 to 10 years.
No,
If
hold
you
on.
wasted five to
I'm
ten
not even
years of
going to
your
speak
life,
on marriage. I'm telling her to run because she's in her prime years. And the way he said, yeah,
uh-huh.
he's so nonchalant in regards to anything with her.
No,
She is a convenient placeholder. That person is waiting till they get to a certain position, and he's gonna drop you wherever he found you. Like certain brothers,
Believe
it's
that.
very interesting the conversation they put themselves in
exactly.
and the way they speak in regards to certain situations. The lack of interest in even how he said, yeah, like it wasn't nothing. And it says a lot because that's the person that you're giving your energy to. Ma'am,
More.
you sound, let me say this, you sound vibrant, you sound energetic, you sound
Yeah.
fun. You sound like you're a
Mm-hmm.
person that comes with a lot of
Thank you.
energy. But he is a boring, oh, I almost said something. He is so dry. And it
Why
is
shame the man?
you're I'm shaming you because you dry. Get and hold on, was that Moose Buckle?
Nah,
Yeah,
No.
it's
man.
not.
They
Yeah, you
be
No,
gotta
hating on me.
Moose.
Come
You
on, let
sir,
me
gotta
just sound the
wait.
don't
words
make me
out.
kick you in your knuckle.
Moose, you
Okay?
gotta wait. You gotta
Wait your
wait.
All
turn.
right, all right, I'll wait. Fine.
Yeah,
Let him
wait your
combat
turn,
abuse go.
cause I'm
Okay.
a fool with it. Bobby, if you're not interested, stop wasting her time.
Yeah, that's four,
All right,
5 years.
I'm gonna shoot you a
I'm
text
not
when I'm
gonna
not
give you no
interested.
4 or 5 years of my life. Every
Okay.
year
Well,
counts.
are connecting the dots, and it's a bit concerning. The kind of like number one, like when you put like these bizarre questions that you're asking about, like interracial relationships, when you're in a
No, no,
committed
actually,
relationship
no.
with a
That
black
is a
woman.
genuine question, though. I was actually
But
genuine.
bro, I hear what you're saying, but when you connect that with the fact that you're like with this woman for 3 or 4 years and it's very nonchalant about like moving to the next step of your relationship, I think people are connecting that dot of like,
The
why
thing
is
is
this
that
on his mind?
you guys don't know me though. That
I'm
to be
just
honest with
saying
you.
that I think that's okay.
Relationship.
Those are the
Do
dots
all of
that
the
people are
people are giving
connecting and
Well,
advice.
making
Do you
okay,
have
meaning.
serious
relationships?
question. Moose,
Yeah, it's
please.
not about knowing you. It's about your reaction and what you're like. You close your eyes and you run around and did any, many, miny,
That was a
mo.
joke, man. That
Wait,
was a
wait, wait,
joke.
wait, 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 Bobby. Let me say this. There's no
Hmm.
such thing as a black joke if you knew about black people. There's no such thing as some of the nonchalant things that you have said out your mouth. You understand me? If it was about understand, wait, wait, wait. If it was about respect and even an understanding of the woman that you with, because even she knows some of the things you saying is nonchalant. She know
She's
they
laughing right now.
disrespectful. Hold on, they're disrespectful. And if
No.
somebody had to tell you that any, many, miny, mo catch a you know what bass toe, and if you don't know that, then you should definitely step out of black women and out of black spaces.
I'm just gonna ask him this question. I'm gonna be done with him because we ain't gonna be centering Nick Cannon. Um it's always this interesting thing. I'm trying to understand what makes you come in and want to discuss interracial dating, Bobby. Serious question.
No, no, actually, yeah, no. If I was being honest, I'm just kind of curious why, because y'all, for the most parts listening, y'all
Just
guys'
kind of curious is
stances.
not a it's not an answer. Stop saying that, man. You keep doing that, bro. Answer the question. What makes you come? What in your
Yeah, yeah, no.
life?
You want me to answer the question? I was yo interest. I'm kind of your stance is interracial couples. Period is damaging to the black community, right? That's the general stance. Any form of interracial couple, they can't be pro-black. They're just no matter how much they like each other or the character they are, it's just damaging strictly based on the skin color and where they came from. That's so
Wow,
to
that's
me.
all it is to you. That's all. See, that's how stupid you are. Because that's like this was dumb as hell. What he just said, right? Is our relationship with white people only has to do with their skin color and what else did he say? Skin color and what?
That we are black.
Skin color and that we're black. Oh, skin color and where they come from. That's all it is.
Where we come
That's the
from.
only
See?
difference between white people and black people to Bobby G. Brown. All the only difference is that they have a different skin complexion and they come from Europe and we're Africans that have brown skin. That's the only difference. He ignores racial oppression. He ignores the caste system that makes them privileged. He ignores the power dynamic that even is exhibited here. When this woman had the police calls on her by this brother. This brother ran 4 blocks, and now we still don't know if he's gonna be convicted of doing something to her or not. We don't know that like anything about any racial oppression for over 400 years. We don't know nothing about that. None of that has anything to do with it. It's just they have a different skin color, and you don't like that. And so that's what we're telling this
I didn't
sister
say
that
any
she
of
needs to
that.
be careful
I
of
never said any of
because
that.
this man is ignorant to black problems and he's with a black woman. And this is what brothers be trying to warn sisters. And then in a few years, she gonna be on somebody live talking bad about black men. And we gonna be like, it's because you choose this dude. This is the this type of brother is the problem. Like,
Bobby's probably good for her though. You guys
I
don't
just
like it, but Bobby could be good for her.
again, Moses,
So nobody.
Moses. Did you not hear him say any, many, money, mo? And you gonna say Bobby is good for him? Do you understand the ideology of the
Do
song
you
any,
what
many,
that
money, mo?
means? Do
The
you
funny
see him
thing
every
about it
day?
is, I used to
Hold on,
work.
y'all. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all.
Go ahead.
Let brother do that.
all right, Moose and Uncle, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please. Bunny Knuckles, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
If you muted him, brother, you might have to send him a
I didn't mute him.
Anything else you want to know?
I didn't hear
Let me
nothing.
answer the
Age, race, and
question.
pronouns.
I just said that 48 black male.
We didn't hear you.
Male is
I'm
not a
saying it clean as
pronoun,
day.
but we know what
Well,
you're
maybe
saying.
because I guess the combative black women might have done something in here. Stop worrying about what color somebody
You
is.
can
Fuck
worry
who you
about
want
that
to
weight you got
and
on
be a
your
color.
chin chest.
Jesus
Worry
fucking
about getting your
Christ.
titty
That's the
down
problem.
to a healthy size. You
His
overweight, you
mama
over.
combative. That's the reason why he do that. He have a mother. When they
Wait,
go
wait, wait.
like that, that's their parents.
What's
So
the
I've
what's wrong
actually
with some of our brothers? How's the first thing that comes out of your mouth combative black women before you can even make a coherent point, man?
Shout out
you
to
know
me,
what?
myself, and I. He wasn't going to last. As soon as you come up here talking about black women like that, like I'm gonna be honest, I got a black woman in the room right now. Like it's just my brain. I can't like. I'm not about to sit here and listen to that. To be honest, and maybe that's a part of the reason why I guess I should leave it up to my moderators to kick him when brothers say stuff like that. Y'all really kind of don't have to wait till the Panther pause. But if y'all want to hear more about what they got to say, I'm gonna give y'all that room. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want to. As a black man, it could be secondhand embarrassment by giving me a bias as to why I don't want to hear these coon ass brothers come up here and say dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? But they exist. I gotta be able to show y'all that they exist. I can't fucking stand it, bro. Like I can't stand it, bro. I don't know. It makes me
Good
want to punch
night,
people.
everyone. Good
That
night.
gym waiting on you, sir. Don't worry about it. That gym waiting on you. Hey, Kay.
Good evening, everyone.
Hey,
I
What's going
my
on?
my
I
connection is it okay? Is my connection okay?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, I was just trying to test it. Okay, I'm sorry, it's not my turn. Go ahead. My bad. Hey.
Yeah.
okay.
Um. mhm.
We black women, you see, is we cause these things on ourselves with some of these men. Some of these men only want to get in your clothes. They do not
Mhm.
respect you. They do not care about you. They only come into your life to make mischief. Like they want to use you and abuse you. So
Mhm.
we all have to stand up now. Stand up and open our eyes and see
Mm.
what is going on in and around us.
I heard that, Auntie, because if a
Because
black man,
that was totally disrespect what he has said.
yeah, when a black
I
man
love
says
everybody
that,
on this panel. I love everybody on this panel. I love the host. I'm sitting out on the outskirts listening to what the conversation, and the conversation wasn't proper with
mm-mm,
him. He did not respect the lady. He was just trying to push her down in the gutter. It's full time as a black woman and a black man. We stand up for our rights in the country, no matter what. We cannot make people tear we down every day. For what? For what?
In between
We
that,
we
yes,
we
I
have to
couldn't push
respect.
nobody.
We have to respect ourselves so that they can respect us and show us that respect that we deserve.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's real, Auntie, because it sounds like that brother, he might love her or feel like he love her, but he don't love her blackness. He don't love her blackness. That's why he said when we asked him if he was intentional with being with a black woman, he said he just played pin the tail on a donkey and ended up with a black woman pretty much. And
Tears come to my eye, you know. Tears
yeah.
come to my eye just to sit out here and listening to what is going on in and around us, our
Mhm.
surrounding.
Brother, we should
What?
have asked if she had a father figure. That's what we
Mhm.
should ask. Cause as long as and when I started dating, my dad was like, all right, bring him over here.
Mhm.
And there's conscious questions of conversation. And even now, I let my brother vet a lot of men that I date. Like I'll be like, hey, talk to this dude. What you think? Because I think men do handle men differently. But next time she come in here with him, I'm gonna ask her, like, do you have a father figure? Because a lot of men will say it, like, okay, no one's asking him, like, what's his intent? Why y'all wasting 3 years playing with each other? Because he don't sound like he even interested in her.
The goal of your relationship being marriage is so backwards. This is why we trying to. I want brothers. We're gonna have to do another live for the men, man. We're gonna have to for the brothers. You know what I'm saying? I ain't talking about the men. The brothers. We're gonna have to do another live, man. I'm really. Y'all can see, man. I'm waiting to pivot my platform. You know how platforms like pivot after you get to like a certain you grow a community to a certain level. I'm waiting to pivot towards holding black men accountable and making this a space where young black boys can learn about like Pan-Africanism, how we're supposed to talk about our women, how we're supposed to treat our women, and how the goal of our relationship and what we're doing with a woman should not be marriage. Marriage is something that you can use in your relationship to get y'all to that goal that you two have in common, that you two have both decided to dedicate your lives to that place where you both want to be in the future. That's a stepping stool, but marriage is not the goal. Marriage is a vehicle to get to the goal, a way to affirm a commitment to your woman, because when women have a child with you, that is a permanent blood pact. We as men need a pact with our woman in order to let her know that we are in this. There's nothing wrong with having that commitment, because the same way men need a rite of passage because we don't have periods to know when we become men, that is something that was taken from us by our oppressor. We don't have periods. So when do black men become men? We don't know. We used to have a rite of passage. Jewish people have it. Other races have their rite of passage. We don't have it. We don't have a what do they call it? Not quinceañera. What do they call it when it's a boy? I forget it. I
A
forget.
bar mitzvah?
No, bar mitzvah. I'm talking about the Hispanic cultures. They have it for I
Girl,
forget.
They have a quinceañera for girls, but I
It's
don't
for
know about
girls. Yeah, I'm not sure for
quinceañera.
boys either. Anyway, I'm just saying there's rites of passages in other communities. Japanese people have them. Different people have them. What I'm trying to say though is we don't have one because it was taken from us. Our ancestors had them. Yeah, quinceañeras for girls. Yeah, you're right. But what I'm trying to say is, at the end of the day, a rite of passage would be nice, but also when we commit to black women, when we commit to our queens, it is something that once again we're making up for the biological commitment that they make to us when they have our children. There's nothing wrong with that. So, but that's not the goal. That's not what you're trying to do. I'm pushing my family. I'm pushing my life. What I'm doing is to reconnect with my African roots so that my children can have a pride, a knowledge, and a sense of being that was robbed from me and my ancestors here in America, and bring us back to our ancestors in Africa. That's part of my purpose, but it gets even deeper than that. A lot of it's more intimate between me and my wife, but that is something that we have a goal for. Us getting married was part of that greater purpose. And so that's what I'm trying to tell you. For him to say, for her to say rather, that they have a goal of getting married someday. Like, where's this relationship headed? To say marriage, that ain't it. You got to teach the sisters too. You know what I'm saying? You got to teach the sisters too that marriage is not the goal, y'all. That marriage is her goal. Marriage is the pasty pals. These women, they think they're gonna be Cinderella someday. That's their goal. Quince años for boys. Okay, there you go. I knew there was a name for it for boys. Um, so yeah. Anyway, we're going back. Who was next? I had people waiting. Oh, Timothy want to come up here. Appreciate you though, Sister Julian. I feel like that brother is lost, but I want to make the platform eventually. Africa debunked, man. I hope you making content, man, because I definitely love having you on, man. And you sound like you've done a lot of the internalized work yourself. You know what I'm saying? The internal work. Like, you sound like, I can tell by how you word things that the knowledge is deeper than even you're conveying. So I would say, man, you need to. I hope you're doing content. I hope you out here helping me teach these folks, brother.
Okay. And thanks for having me.
Appreciate you, Auntie.
Brother, I think it's interesting that you said something, and it's like you manifested certain people into your path, because African and Timothy are very interesting to me. And you kept saying something, the dynamic of how you want to have that conversation with other brothers. And sometimes we walk right into the things that we need, or things be put in your path when you're trying to figure things out to build upon. And those two are a prime example of that.
Right. That's true. Yeah. I like it is wild how the internet works. You kind of just put yourself out there, and people that resonate with it, get closer and closer. And I've had a lot of sisters supporting this platform. And I mean supporting. I don't mean come across your For You page. Like, sisters have sought me out, held me accountable, um, had deep conversations with me, informed me of things, like even these relationships, all this stuff. Like, of course, I got my wife telling me a lot of this too, but a shout out to the sisters that support, like, actually support the like, not just scrolling. Oh, there he is. Like, nah. Like, even when the algorithm ain't rocking with me, I know I turn this live on. Certain sisters are going to make sure they come through, comment, contribute, share the live, stuff like that, or join the Discord, talk on the Discord. So I love that the community is like very much us. I like that. That's really what I wanted to do. When I made this TikTok page, I was like, if I could do anything on the internet, what would I want to do? Unify Black people around pride, knowledge, and actual, history, like actually talking about the facts. So this was my goal the whole time. It's just wild. Timothy, I'm gonna come to you in a moment, brother. Thank you for joining us. I don't want to skip over Sister K. What's going on, sister?
Hey, actually, give me 1 second. Come back to me. Come back to me.
Okay.
I want to say something though. I come back to me. Stop.
All right. All right. What's going on, Timothy?
Hey, what's going on, King? What's going on, Queens? Kings and Queens,
Peace.
everybody. Yeah, no, I just got off a live, so I was definitely couldn't hop off of TikTok without sliding through and hanging out with y'all for a bit, because some rejuvenation.
Yeah, I hear, where was you at?
Oh, I was doing my own live. I was trying to figure it out.
Right, okay. I didn't know you was doing it at this moment. Okay. Did you
Yeah.
figure out the background?
Oh no, I still did. Like, I ended the live before I even got a chance to look at your instructions. So I was just like, as soon as I pulled it up, I'm like, damn. All right, well, I missed that time.
All right. Well, I'm glad to hear that, man. And shout out to CB Librarian. She been doing lives too. So I mean, to be honest, man, I get goosebumps even hearing that because y'all are two creators I really got a lot of respect for, that I've vetted, thoroughly. So I'm glad to see y'all out here pushing some Pan African propaganda as well, and sharing the word. And also, I hope y'all can continue. Maybe we collaborate, do certain things. You know what I'm saying? Because if we all fight in the same fight, then it shouldn't be no problem to come together for real.
Definitely schedules so we can all go to everybody's live and support everybody. Um,
Mm-hmm.
CB got banned for a minute, and we was doing just the
What?
basic conversation. That's how you know you doing the work, and it's hitting people home. Because even after she got canceled, right? Me and Tia opened the room, and everybody
Yeah.
came up in there, and we in there talking. We talking about YT fragility. Bam,
Yeah.
kicked off, canceled my whole live, and it was
Damn.
suspended. And I was like, whoa, like you doing something that's hitting people's souls when they going out their way to ban you. Like I told y'all, I can't text, I can't even get in the chat. But
Right.
I've been eating people up today. The mayo dog packets have really been, mad at me.
Mm-hmm. I gotta maybe um show y'all some of the stuff that I got. I got rules to how I do things, but how I make the prompts, there's rules, like certain things, like even this one, right? I did this prompt earlier, but the reason it's not up right now is because I don't know if it'll get me taken down. But this for me is risky. Like, y'all know who this is?
She need to fry. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if somebody could look at this and say I'm being mean to her because it's her face here. Like certain things, and that's why I got the second solution, which would be her without. You see what I'm saying? But the way I word this is where I'm not generalizing anybody. Um, yeah, like I'm not generalizing anyone. You can't say it's racist to have a jar of mayonnaise behind you. You see what I'm saying? So it's like you got to word stuff a certain way. Um, and like my boy Kron, who was up here earlier, he got taken down for saying that they were inherently racist. You can't say that. You can ask, but you can't say they are. In your prompt, you get taken down. Oh yeah, and S aggregation is a no word. They really don't like that, and cleavage. They don't like that either. And vaping. Um, Certain things. It's like certain rules. I get these from I got a brother that works with TikTok who keeps me up to date with everything. It's a brother who just fucks with the platform, and he just keeps me up to date on what can and can't be done. Big Domo, you have to turn your camera on for a few seconds, or TikTok gonna kick you. They letting me know. It's not me. They gonna kick you. Yep, you gonna try to warn you. I'm trying to get Beloved up here. You gotta turn your camera on, Beloved. You gotta turn your camera on. Oh man.
Get active with the tapping. Get active with the tapping. I can't get in
Activate.
the chat. Yeah, you want me to activate it? Hold on. Hold on. Holy Spirit, activate, activate, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. Hello, hello, and welcome in, you guys. Hold on, let me sit up a little bit. Let me check my voice here. Hello, and welcome in to Brother Legends Live. You guys, you are in Brother Legends Live. The most important thing you can do right now is tap that screen. Tap, tap, tap. Power tap that screen. Tap it up. We need 100K. What's holding you back from Power Tap? At the end of the day, tap the screen, share the live. I would love for your friends, your enemies, and even your bicooneries to come on in. You guys, we welcome all foolery. It's a discussion. I won't jump you. I won't jump you. Come outside. But again, make sure you share the live. Make sure you subscribe here and on YouTube for Brother Legends Live. Don't forget to join the Discord, b1initiative.org. And while we're talking about it, when you see the foolery, send the balls. But make sure you send the host some gifts. Thank you. That was so awesome. Wait, hold on. Who sent that?
Me, myself, and I. You
Me,
blessing
myself, and I. Let me give you a special shout out. Dun, 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 dun. Me, myself, and I. Thank you.
Appreciate you, D, and me, myself, and I. Yeah, that's real. We should do another one on black marriage. Man, there's so many topics that I would love to do with just us. I'm hoping. I'm currently at, I think, 353 on my YouTube. I need to get to 1,000, y'all. I need 1,000 subscribers. The profile link is on my page. Y'all can subscribe there. But as far as marriage goes, marriage is not the destination. It's just a building block along the way. I knew before I got with my woman that I was going to marry her. I just didn't know if she would want, like if she was ready. But I did tell her. We could tell that story one day. She tired right now, but I told her. Listen, the man has to have a plan. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Some of the brothers don't know this. They kind of think they can get in a relationship and go with the flow. That go with the flow attitude is part of survival mode, part of codependency. Codependency, not codependency as many of us know it, but the psychological term, codependency, where basically black people wait on instruction, wait on something outside of them to change for them to get up and make a change. So, yeah, be the man with the plan. When I met, well, not when I met her, because when I met her, I was way too young. But when I decided I was going to make my wife my woman, I already had a plan on what I wanted to do with my life. I knew that she would not only fit into that plan, but that she would be an asset to what I saw in my future. And, I don't mean to say asset in a dehumanizing way, but in the way that something is beneficial to your goal. I knew that she was somebody that would be able to even make my goal a better than what I had originally planned. And so I knew that, and I said, okay, I'll marry her. And when we got together, she was like, you don't know me like that. And and she tried. She making a face. She tried. She said, you don't know me like that. You don't know me. No, I'm playing. But anyway, I'll talk about that another time. But when you go to the grocery store and you get an avocado, you pick it up and it's kind of soft, not too soft, but it's kind of soft. You know it's ripe. You know you're gonna put it in your basket. That's what marriage is. You ain't going. The whole goal wasn't to just buy avocados today. You knew you was gonna make guacamole. You knew you was gonna make that sandwich. So if your plan is to make a sandwich, when you find an avocado that's ripe, you know as soon as you pick it up that's what you need, and that's how it is when you find the right woman. You know, oh for sure, this is it. You don't need to keep looking for new avocados. You don't need to keep touching and feeling on all the avocados. You already know this gonna be fire in my sandwich. This is what I needed for the sandwich I had planned before I picked up this avocado. I already had this planned out. I already know this is what I'm going to do. I have my purpose as a man. So that's what it takes. Anyway, Big Domo, you're new here. Give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
I'm 48. I'm black, and he.
Please,
And
brother, talk to us. Oh, you muted yourself. Oh, there you go.
I'm not sure that interracial relationships are problematic for the black community. Um, a lot of guys that I see in interracial relationships and stuff like that, I don't see them as the greatest asset to the black community. I'm not saying that I need them or I really care what they do with their lives. I don't even think, you know, a lot. I don't think they have much value to add. And that's the word you was looking for when you was talking about your wife as an asset. You was trying to express her value to you. Um, yeah, can you be pro-black and a non-black with a non? Yeah, you sure can. You definitely can. We always had white allies out there. Uh, let's see.
I'm gonna just say you misspoke when you said value to me. But I see why you might have believed that. I meant
I can't
value.
speak for you. If she
Yeah,
not that to you, then I don't know what her
it's a
value
little
is.
more nuanced than that, but I can see why you said that. That's kind of like a generalization.
That should be a
Um,
fact,
I would
bro.
say
She's value to you.
no, she definitely is very valuable. But it's when I was thinking about making this sandwich, it wasn't a sandwich that I was going to eat by myself. This sandwich was a sandwich that I was going to pass down to the generations that come after me. So I really, as a man, when you have purpose, you think outside yourself, right? So you think about 100 years from now, um, how your actions need to be a net positive for your lineage. You know what I'm saying? You want your great great grandchildren to remember, or even if they don't remember, to be in a better position because of something you did in your lifetime. So when I chose her, it wasn't just for me, a value to me, but of the future I wanted to build for my generations to come. But I hear you. I know what you meant by that. She's very valuable to me. You muted yourself, Big Domo.
Yeah, I kind of went through the props and explained my position on all of them.
I didn't
Uh,
hear your last one.
one with the little guy, I can't even read how small that is. I can't read that.
Can you be
So,
pro-black with a non-black spouse?
oh yeah, you definitely can be pro-black with a non-black spouse. We've always had white allies. Um,
Name one.
that's what do you mean?
Name one.
You mean anecdotally or in history?
Um, Definitely not anecdotally.
So you
Name
mean
one.
in history?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
yeah. So
mean,
there
when you
was
say
White
history,
House.
they could still be
There was
alive today. It don't have to be someone from back in the
yeah,
day.
yeah.
You better not
So
say Abraham Lincoln.
I'll tell you there were white house owners along the Underground Railroad. And that's just a fact. They owned their house and their house was a part of the Underground Railroad.
All right. So you telling me that if I smack you and give you a band-aid, I did you a service?
I'm not saying that you would have to say that those people were complicit in slavery and all those things. We don't know that they were. We do know that their house was a stop on the Underground Railroad though. We know that as a fact.
I know, but if I smack you, give you a black eye, and then give you an ice pack, did I do you a favor? Am I helping you build with your people, or am I just repairing harm that was done in my benefit?
So let me ask you this. So something that was done in my benefit might not have been done by me. So that
But it
we're
was
talking
done to
about.
benefit you, and you didn't fight against it. Instead of fighting the bully, you would rather lick the wounds of the victim, and that's very telling because you have the power to fight the bully.
Um, so I would say that having your house be a stop on the Underground Railroad is fighting the bully.
No, it's not.
So then you saying Harriet Tubman didn't fight the bully?
Nope.
She didn't?
Nope.
Man, you out your mind.
No, I'm
You,
not. You
how
don't
you
know
gonna
the
say
difference
that? Tell
between
me,
anti-racism and pro-blackness.
what are you talking about right now?
You don't know the
You
difference
literally
between
free slaves, bro.
anti-racism and pro-blackness.
There is a difference between anti-racism and pro-blackness. There is a
Which
difference.
one? Which one was Harriet Tubman?
I think I would say she was both.
But
So
which?
there's a spectrum. So when you compare anti-racism and pro-blackness, then you're saying that there's a spectrum. There's a spot between, like, moving the needle from evil to good. Pro-blackness would
No,
okay. All
no.
right. So explain it to
Mm-mm.
how you see it.
And that's part of what white folks usually do when they come up here. They see my black face and think pro-black means I'm doing some type of moral assessment. But, pro-blackness is the only thing that's good. If you ain't pro-black, you're a bad person. No, let's not do that. So some people are anti-racist and dedicate their lives to dismantling racism. Hip hip hooray. Some people are pro black and dedicate their lives to building for black people, despite the best interests of all other communities, despite what's going on in the white community, despite racism. Pro blackness don't got nothing to do with racism. Racism is a white problem that affects black people. And it's very weird when black people make racism their priority or dismantling a white problem their priority. It talks about our need to feel validated by white people in order to get them to like us, to get them to be less racist. And it talks to our need to want to assimilate into a white power structure because racism is what excludes us from white power. So, if some black people want to do that, then go ahead. You can be anti-racist in a interracial relationship because a lot of for example, rich, powerful men, they've been assimilated into the white power structure. That's what they want to do, and that's why they end up with a thin-lipped woman. Um, Jonathan Majors just gave that a try. It didn't work out so well, but you can look at Michael Jordan. You can look at a lot of other people. Um, so pro-blackness is prioritizing one's actions and values with what's in the best interest of building within the black community. Has nothing to pro-blackness takes us from 0 to 100. Anti-racism takes us from negative 100 to 0. It's a zero-sum game. The goal of anti-racism is just to rid the world of racism. When the world is rid of
You just
racism, who's going to be
applied
pro-black?
numbers to the same spectrum I was just talking about, except you yourself espoused it to morality when I said that there's a spectrum. And
Said
so
good and
so
evil.
you do have you are explaining the same what just what I just talked about.
You said good and evil. The two can work hand in hand. That's why Dr. Umar, the name of his school, I think is really cool,
Uh,
is Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. Marcus Garvey was pro-black. Frederick Douglass was an anti-racist. Now, Frederick Douglass, as much as he, loved black people, did a lot of things for black people. He's a great ancestor. Shout out to Frederick Douglass. However, it seemed like his whole life as a biracial man was finding a way to get black people a little bit closer to being able to assimilate into white power structure. That's just part of, what he was trying to accomplish. That's cool. That's cool. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Dismantling racism and all. But pro-blackness, Marcus Garvey, he built the Black Star Line. Marcus Garvey wanted us to go back to Africa, learn about our history. It didn't have nothing to do with racism. That is a much bigger threat to white supremacy to just be pro-black. And that's why a lot of our leaders get unalived.
all right. So what's the difference between a black power struggle and a white power structure and a white power structure? Because you
Um,
speak to
oh,
it like it's two different things. You either have the power or you don't. There's not one power structure that has. Explain that.
That's
Expound
the
on.
whole point. You
No, no,
just
no.
said the key thing. You just said it. What power structure do black people have?
she right.
No. I asked a question. So my question was, what's the difference between a white power structure and a black power structure?
I can give you
Because having power,
structure. You
having
asked the
power,
question, I was answering it for you,
having
right?
power is having power.
Hold on. You asked the question. I want to give you the answer to it because most people don't understand the white power structure when they see it. They live in it every day. So a white power structure looks like our political system and our economic system because they both controlled by them. A white power structures look like they family institution, they medical institution that you live in, the business institution that you live in. It looks like they military, they educational, they legal, and a religion institution. And what it looks like on an economic scale, on this driven, the sex drive. Look at the sex drive out here in this world. Look at the disease in this world. Look at the violence in this world. Look at our food in this world. Look at our defense in this world. I can name you the whole thing. Both the economic and the political system is what you're looking at, the difference between black power and white power.
So are
White
you
people own all those systems and we own none.
okay? But no. But so you saying
And they
that
control them from life until unalivement. It's control. If you ain't got nothing else better to do, go look it up.
no? So
I
are you
want
saying
to.
that if black people was in power, they wouldn't have a medical system, a military, a banking system?
No, it's
Uh,
not a banking. That's just part of it.
you're
If
not answering
black people
the
was in
question,
power,
though.
they have to first of all, if we was in power, we wouldn't be dealing with a capitalistic system
Mm,
that don't benefit the overall people.
This system
hmm
isn't capitalistic, but they just call it that. Now, but what I'm saying is, so you saying, because you said there's a medical system, so you saying if it was black power, we wouldn't have a medical system?
I said if it was black power, we would have
You
our own
said this.
medical. We would have our
I'm
own
saying,
education.
no,
We would
you're
Yeah,
have
not
our
but
own
answering the question
institutions
that I'm asking.
ourselves.
You're
he's
not
going to
answering.
continue to
You
be
could,
willfully obtuse and disingenuous this whole time.
no, you're not
Yeah,
answering
he
the
really
question that
is. He
I'm
really
asking.
is.
You're not
Yeah.
answering the question that I'm
I did
asking.
answer the question. It's just
No,
like I
listen.
said, most
I
black people
understand that
don't
they
even
have power
understand
and
the
we don't.
system.
You keep cutting me off. That's why you don't understand me. Let me talk. I'm not saying that they have power and we don't. I get that. But tell me, what does a black power structure look like?
All right. Please let me answer him, y'all. All
Shit.
right. Um, I would encourage you because I'm not. I'm kind of finished. I just explained a lot to you, and I feel like you still
I
don't
asked a
get it.
specific question.
I
What does
know.
it look
I know. Calm down. So I'm gonna tell you to YouTube if you're not much of a reader. There's a brother. His name is Dr. Amos Wilson. Amos Amos Wilson Wilson. He has a book called The Blueprint to Black Power. So huh? Hey man, shout out to Timothy, man. Timothy got the book right there. There you go, my friend. You wanna Hey yo, that's crazy. Everybody, yo, screenshot this, man. Hey man, Timothy on point, man. Shout out to Timothy. What a win. Exactly. If you want to learn about Black Power, learn about it right there. This is why we don't need. Yo, that's just hilarious. He had it right next to him. He didn't even get up, y'all.
Hey, no, let Tim. Hey, Tim, did you finish the book yet?
Well, the book is I've just recently got it, so it's like been
Okay,
a
all right, good to go. Good to go.
Well,
Uh,
the lecture is also on YouTube if you're not much of a reader. Um, Go ahead and learn you something, man, because I had to learn it from the scholars. All I do on my live is regurgitate the scholars. That's why I encourage people to come up here with to have a discussion, not a debate, because all I do is regurgitate what came before us in a way that hopefully is more palatable, more listenable. to people that haven't been able to unpack like I have. But Black Powernomics is a way of thinking. We will have a medical institution, but we're not going to favor the rich over the poor. We will always prioritize our women, who have been uh, marginalized and put last in the current power structure. So, there's a lot to it. We don't have a black economy. We have a white economy where black people participate. There's no such thing as a black owned business. There's just black businesses. I would say there's businesses owned by black people, but there isn't a black business. And so that's the problem. As long as the dollars have white men's faces on them, slave owners' faces on them, how are we going to call it a black business? Those dollars are backed by a military that's on the African continent, oppressing our people right now. That is the backing for those dollars. It's literally just military might in the world. So at the end of the day, Africa having their own resources back, their own dollar, would be the beginning of a pro-black world. So there's a lot you can learn, man.
You see where that got Gaddafi?
Oh, you see where that's got Ibrahim Traore. Do you know who that is?
Nope, but it's noted. I'm gonna check it out.
All right, Ibrahim Traore. Look up Burkina Faso.
I do appreciate you pointing some direction of answering a direct question that I answered. I noticed that you answered it, so I'm not gonna let you slide and pretend like you didn't answer some of it. I see where you're going with it.
Yeah, it's just it gets really deep, but to be honest, yeah, we got work to do in our own community, and they made interracial marriage legal in 1967, not too long ago. Many of our parents was alive, and it's been all this time, and not one interracial couple has been able to bring us black power. I mean, some of them have, been anti-racist, and that's cute, but they haven't actually actively sought to dismantle. Where are all these good white people? They live in the same neighborhoods as the racist white people. We know that because they redline us out of them. We can't buy homes in their neighborhoods. Navy Federal just said that they turned down 50% of black people to get a house, even ones with 700 credit score. So we got a lot of work to do on building our own bank. Why are we going to Navy Federal? Why are we going to their bank?
Yeah, it's a bank, One United Bank, that is owned by a black woman. She's helping black folks go out and establish. She only deal with real estate, trying to teach people to go through her.
Well, see, that's the thing. We could do that, and that does. Now, that's the thing. Personal accountability, personal action can quell the effects of the system at large. However, it's her bank that she owns, but it's not her economy. It's not her. You see what I'm saying? We have money is backed by something. Yeah, like money is. Money is backed by something. All dollars everywhere is backed by something. African dollars should be backed by African resources. If that happened right now, the US dollar would drop like hot doo-doo because it's only backed by a promise of a big ass military all over the world. That's the only thing. America's like, here,
it's really, brother, it's really backed by nothing. When I went to school and learned about the money monetary system, which I recommend most black people go and read up on. When you read into that shit, because I kept trying to figure out why every answer to our question was zero. Like we would do these big ass problems, excuse my language. And at the end of the problem, it'll be zero. And you would think that it would actually be a number. But then as you further get knowledge about their money monetary system, you'll find that it's zero because Money has no intrinsic value at all. Money
Right.
is just a check and balance system, right? It
Mm-hmm.
checks, it keeps certain people in check, why others balance off your power. And when you understand your inability of your own power dynamics, see, that's where you're missing it. When you understand that your power and your authority is more than their control, then you'll understand that monetary system. When they told me that shit, I was like baffled. I was like, what? Hold
But
on,
here's the
wait a
thing.
minute, do that again. And we
And
would do
here's,
these problems.
and
Zero.
here's the thing. We don't have control over our own.
Exactly.
When I say we, I mean Pan Africans. We don't have control over our own resources, and every power, every superpower needs our resources. In America, they need our labor. But in Africa, they need our land and our labor. So we got the key. It's just time for us to stand up, and somebody has to be for our people and unapologetically. Somebody has to say, "I'm gonna do this for y'all. I'm gonna do this for him, even though he want to be with her. He just black and happy, and he want to be happy with her. Hey, go ahead. But somebody has to be for us, and that's just it. Go ahead, Timothy.
Oh no, I was just gonna yeah, I was it's actually interesting because they just came out with like a recorded video call between him and his ex-girlfriend where he was telling her that he wanted her to be more like uh Martin Luther King's wife, Coretta Scott, and
Mm-hmm.
more like, yeah, Michelle Obama, like, which is like it was just like, okay, all right, I can. And he was even talking about how he said that he represents an entire community and how like his partner needs to be somebody who emulates the goal that he's trying to achieve and making the plan happen and stuff like that. And it's just like, it's interesting to see how some of our, how lost in the sauce some of our own people can be, because it's like, all right, so you want her to be like Mrs. King, you want her to be like Michelle Obama. Well, there's two key factors that she needs to be in order to emulate those two individuals, and one would be, like if you're dating outside the community, then that's not going to happen. Like,
Right.
it's like it's an issue.
Yeah, yeah. He wilded out with that. That's inexcusable, to be honest. But Martin Luther King, the great anti-racist that he was, he also did dip a toe in the milk behind closed doors. However, when he did wake up later on, he started, being a little bit more pro-black. That's when he became a threat. Um, that's the thing. But yeah, we could talk about that all day. Um, uh, yeah. Kay, are you back yet?
Oh yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
All right, talk to us. What's
I'm
up?
here. Oh man, I had listened to like a lot because I've been on here for a while before I even came up. But I was just thinking about that guy who came up a little bit earlier. I think his name was Bobby, and he was talking
Mm.
about some the things about black women, right? And it just reminded me of that Childish Gambino song, Bonfire, when he was like,
Childish Gambino. He another one. He another one. Childish Gambino. I don't know. Kay, we can't hear you. According to Charlemagne, this aside, this Char-
hello?
Oh, there you go. All right.
My bad, my bad. No, but that's what I was saying. Like, it just reminded me of the lyrics of that song because he was saying that, he would snort a YT girl like it's coke up his booty
Oh my
crack,
God.
right? But then he says, black girls, he said, F it, I'll do either, right? He was like, like, whatever, like, and then he was like, and he compared the last line was like, I should be the spokesperson for PETA. And I was like, why did he reference an animal preservation company for the after the black
Wow.
women? So that's why I was like, man, it just reminded me of that because it's like he just really did not care, and it was so stereotypical of what he said. I was like, bro was funny. He was funny. I was just listening, and I was like, yeah, y'all was just done. Y'all was like, man, this man just up here being duplicitous, facetious. But it's like I don't know how. I just don't really like when people come up and they're just misinformed and they're unwilling to learn. It would be one thing if, you came up and you had some misinformation, but you listen to the people up here who understand and listen and research and learn, and elevate, but they don't change. Like they don't want to hear it. It's like, oh, well, I hear you. And then it's just a but. Like, why is there always a but? Why can't you just say, I appreciate the information. I will look into that. I want to elevate. I understand. Like, it's the thing about life. It's like some people try so hard to like convince people of their perspective when they can't even put themselves in the perception of the other person. Like they can't even toy with the idea of thinking maybe they're right. Wait, let me think about it. You said slavery for how many years? And then you said calculated in the segregation, the gerrymandering. Okay, and then they're like, well, it doesn't even go in their heads. Like they just know they're right. Like, no, this is wrong. This is crazy up here. It's just, and then when you have somebody who's the product even of the question, they still don't believe it. They're like, no, that's not right. Because I know, I'm like, bro, I'm literally the product of what you're trying to say is right. And I'm telling you as myself, but why can't you just believe that? Why are you so set in your ways? And I think that's like the downfall. Like some people are just so unwilling to learn because of the YT ideology and indoctrination. It's just so much. It's like as soon as you born, you indoctrinated. Soon as you come out, even before you come out, you're indoctrinated. People think, let my child listen to certain music that has effects, like indoctrinated from the get go. You come out, they putting you in a certain color blanket. I'm like, damn, can I get a minute? Let that baby breathe. Like, it's just crazy. And then it's just the baby born and you gotta, they leave. They don't give you no instructions. People think babies can drink water. I mean, the basic things. And then even trying to have children as a black woman in the black community, y'all already know the statistics. It's like, what's going on? And it's kind of like people just accept it. Oh, that just happened. Like it's an Olympic track team, and 5 out of them women, like one of them was unalive during childbirth. The Jamaican team, I remember, and it's like all of them said they had complications, and one of them got unalived. Like, what does it take? How many bodies does it take? I mean, seriously, because at this point, it's just it's just blood and turmoil. It's a boiling point, right? I'm like, well, I don't know what it's gonna take. Like, can y'all imagine in 20 years? Like, think ahead. 20 years. If we are not sitting in an Earth-sized car with the windows rolled up, it's gonna be some nonsense. Like, it's already like even the carbon emissions from like people and us people haven't drunk from plastic straws in years, but it doesn't matter because Taylor Swift's up there flying around spreading more emissions than every celebrity ever in history,
Right.
like even more than Delta. What's going on here?
Right.
Like, but y'all don't see her as that. She's just a songwriter, right? She's not a billionaire consuming unethical money, right? Money she can never spend in 3,000 lifetimes. I just
Mm.
don't understand this. Elon Musk he could have cured like United States hunger. I think it was $8 billion they proposed. And you know what he did? He didn't do that. He said, "I'm gonna buy Twitter for 222 billion." Like, I don't understand this. What does it take? Mr. Beast
Well,
done did some stuff for people more than they have in a lifetime. And I'm saying, like, even that, they tear him down every day. Anybody does anything. Oh, you donate some? Oh, that's terrible. Why you gotta record it? It's just terrible to me. I'm like, I don't understand. I don't know what it takes. That's why it's just tragic. Like, it's disheartening to get up here and try to spread information and people don't listen. Because brother, I listen to you. I do my own research. I try to come back. Like, it's exciting to me to grow and to elevate. To some people, it's frightening. They're afraid.
the
I'm
only
like,
the
what?
only the only wise thing I think I've ever heard Cornell West say that really spoke to me was when he said, "If you love black people, you tell them the truth, and you don't tell them the truth because you expect them to love you back." So, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's what I've learned on this platform. It because I got a lot of COONs in my comments and in my DMs all the time. But um, I'ma just tell them the truth. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of times the what becomes a norm is that people become so embedded in the ideology of something, and when you become so indoctrinated and you become accustomed to that ideology becoming a part of your identity, that the
Mm-hmm.
minute that somebody presents you with facts and information that directly contradicts this ideology that you have formed your entire identity around, the
Mm.
minute that they approach you with that, your identity shifts and it breaks. And
Right.
it's like they can't handle that. They can't fathom the fact that they just spent the entirety of their life wasting it. And
Yep.
so what they'll do is they'll buckle down and they'll just be like, nah, nah, it's just this. I hear you, but it's just like when it's literally the facts are right there in front of their face and you're showing them that. But that's when you immediately lose them because they just go right back into internalizing that, or they go back into themselves and then they start the process of trying to repeat everything that they've been or at least everything that they've been brainwashed to believe. And that's when you'll start seeing them kind of raise their voice and they'll just like try to overspeak you to, have the
Mm-hmm.
same type of regurgitation of that rhetoric coming out. And
Mm-hmm.
My only thing too is like as adults though, I'm like at what point do they like you have to open your like at some point like it's an unwavering point in your life where you have to like you know how some people have a midlife crisis, right? Because their whole life get turned upside down and it's over some crazy nonsense. It don't even be over stuff like this, right? So in my mind I'm like if y'all can go through that at some point you really do have to open your eyes because if this is genetics, because I believe in that, like the epigenetics, and if you were the oppressor, like you have the genetics of the oppressor. Don't get me wrong. But when do you look at that and take that in? Because if you can have a midlife crisis over feeling too old, when in reminiscing on being young and trying to go back to that lifestyle, like you can reminisce on changing your life. I feel like it's never too late. I'm okay, I'm optimistic, let's say it like that, right? I don't think that, even when you say like, oh, well, I just wasted my life doing this, I don't think it's just a waste. I think it's a good lesson for you to learn. And you can look back and realize, like, because a lot of stuff will happen and it could explain it. If you look into it intellectually, if you look up like these feelings, because I know y'all were talking about like the white fragility and everything. It's a daily occurrence. Like, even when she was addressing it in the big forms, but it's really just in the interactions you have with them every day. Even on TikTok, when they say stuff like "eeny, meeny, miny, mo," like be
Mm-hmm.
real. Like if it ain't white and it ain't like I seen a boating company advertise that on a video on TikTok. I think I said this before, but they
Mm-hmm.
even said like they used that expression and they were advertising a boat. And I said, why would they pick that? Like, cause even the connotation is not a good business move because looking into it, don't y'all have other colored boats? And you're saying that because they're a colored one, they're not as good? Wouldn't that undermine your business? So I don't see what expression it would need to be other than to use a bigoted expression with racial undertones and epithets and connections. Like, why do that? On purpose, might I add. Because you had all the things you could have said. It's a boating company TikTok. Like, be real.
I
That's
think I
why I'm
do
like, at some
understand that.
point, you know what
Yeah.
I'm talking about, right? Why would
Yeah.
you,
Yeah.
like, bro, it blows my mind. That's why I'm like, at some point, you have to wake up, bro. At some point,
Mm-hmm.
you blaming it on nonsense. Because, bro, why are you complying to say something like that, bro? Like, it's like people on Halloween when they hang up nooses. And they be like, oh, my fault. I thought it was Halloween. Like, bro, be so for real. You thought it was what? Like, be for real, bro.
see, the thing is that they subconsciously still celebrate the trauma that they've inflicted on us. That's the reason why they hit us with so many slave movies. They
That's
still
why they reenact
subconsciously
the Civil
celebrate.
War.
Yeah, like they still subconsciously celebrate that trauma. They
Mm-hmm.
like that stuff. That's their culture. Their culture is literally founded in thousands of years of trauma building.
It's
Like,
one of their accomplishments.
mhm.
Ask them, they gonna say the Vikings. They claim them all day. You right? Cause, bro, what is that? How you claiming that as a culture? And do you know what they did? First of all, like I just don't understand that. I'm with you. Like even the amount of things that they did compared to what others did. Like I know that, you know, in like Korea, they had the most, enslaved people in the time only because their population is so big. Them and India make up like a large percentage of the population of the world. But it's like they had the most enslaved people, but it wasn't as bad because they assimilated, right? In a different way than how it was with any other European or colonized colonies in the past. But the comparison they give, it's just crazy. Like, oh, well, they owned slaves back then. They had slaves over here. Like, and yes, there was indentured servants in the European nations, but it's not the same, right? Like any other group, like, bro, I don't even get the comparison, and time again, people will say, oh, it's not that, it's not that, but it's just, like I said, yeah, at some point, like, they are doing it with malice. Like, yeah, you celebrate it, but at one point, do you address it? Right? Like, if you don't wake up questioning anything, you're unintelligent. Like, you have to be. Because I question everything. I'd be like, man, why do
Mm-hmm.
I say this? Why do we do that? Just random things, right? Like, even the things, it's just funny, like, the connections, like, even things like, when we make a joke and everybody runs different directions. Why are we running away? That has ties, like,
Mm-hmm.
or when we on the phone and we be saying something, we be like, hold on, let me call you back and I'm gonna do something else. Like, why can't we communicate with each other and say, hey, I'm gonna talk to you later? It's like the excuses we make too. I just wonder,
Mm-hmm.
like, different stuff. Why can't people question it? Like, I question too much about this reality. Like, I am a speck of dust, and I know this sounds like a crazy comparison, but I am a speck of dust in wind compared to all the years and people that could have existed right now in this present moment in time. And you telling me I need to pay taxes and die? Like, be so for real. Be so for real. That's it. Come on now.
Yeah, being pro
Ain't this
black.
that guy that playing Lovecraft?
Yeah, that is. You
You
late.
you gotta be kidding me. Are you for real? I just noticed him. I said, damn, he looks so familiar. Then he played. That was an awesome series. And Lovecraft, you mean to tell me this guy has something to do with it? That's crazy. How could you make a movie like that and then marry? I'm done.
He ain't married to her. You been out the loop. You been
I'm
far out the
sorry.
loop.
I'm sorry.
That,
Hold on. Not this. What I'm saying is, I didn't mean to say marry. This guy made Lovecraft, which was an awesome movie. Um, then they discontinue that.
it got kind of weird for me. I ain't gonna lie, but
It did.
yeah, cause they had his father kind of doing things. I thought that it just got too real for me. I
I
ain't
ain't
gonna.
gonna lie, I didn't even watch it because I just have this thing where I already know, like you said, he was already with YT women before that. And I was like,
Yeah.
it feels disingenuous because you put on
I
one
couldn't hardly see
face,
his face.
Like, but I didn't watch it. I ain't even gonna lie.
I watched the whole movie. It's strictly really based on race. It's all about racism. Like literally the whole shenanigans is showing inequality. It's showing how they are being treated. It's talking about the sundown towns, which most of us don't even know about. Like that first scene, the first one, when they went in that restaurant and those white walls, them
Yeah.
sundown towns. There's
Yeah,
sundown towns
cabaret.
still like that existing. The
Yeah.
little girl who saw herself wrongly, that was race. It's all basically based on bringing forth what people go through. You know, if you watch that Here and Here in a black woman that wanted to be white, so she allowed herself trapped inside. Oh my God, the whole movie. You gotta watch that movie. You gotta
That's a
watch it.
fact.
It's strictly about every institution we deal with. It's about the inequality. It's about the way we are treated. And then the lady at the end where they talk about the book that the little girl was writing, it just shows how we make ideas and we put ideas out there, and they are ideas, but someone else takes it. And a mother who turned into technology, they even showing how the technology was black folks' ideology in the first place, and yet they showing how this white propaganda, is still. I mean, the whole thing is, it's all racial. It's talking about the inequalities over and over again of what's going on in this world globally.
Mm.
And so I don't know if anybody got it. You know, some like I say, some people might look at it and go, "What the hell? What is it really doing? What is this?" And you know, I pretty much understood it.
Yeah, no, I got the symbolism. Like when I was watching the show, yeah, I already knew that it was in depth. Like I already knew that it, like every single piece that they were just slowly coming out with each episode was just, yeah, it
I
was
think
hitting
that's the
home.
reason why they chopped it.
Well, I mean, like, because I do know that the way that the show ended is supposedly how the book ended, but they could have consulted back with the writer because I think the writer is still living, and they could have had him or her, continue on with the next stage of the story if they wanted to continue episodes. But yeah, that show was too powerful for them to do that. And
Man, that show. If anybody watched that show and you didn't get it, go look again. I'm gonna tell you, they still showing it. Go look again. They exploiting the world and they putting it right there up front close. They literally showed a scene on what happened in a black community when blacks moved in and what they used to literally do to them in the communities. They like playing music real loud, trying to run them out. Racial slurs, putting these. They showed the whole thing. That literally happens when black folks move into a predominantly white community. You know what I'm saying? They put that up in there. When you go and you look, if you got to take your time to look at it real good, and I sort of knew it wasn't coming back. Even to the point where now, where they re-showing it, they didn't cut out certain scenes now. Because when I looked at it again for the second time, I was like, man, wait a minute, didn't it do this? It showed them going to a all-white town, like literally where they was doing all type of things and he was a birthright born into a secret society that his father was connected to. They bought out the Masons. I look, if y'all didn't see that, they put it out there in
That's
the
the
open.
part that was the most interesting was when like I think it really gave you a look
Father,
to it helped
his
you feel
grandfather.
it helped you like
His
understand.
that family member that was black was a slave.
Yeah, but the
and
father.
for everybody who hasn't seen it yet, big spoilers alerts.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, I'll
Nah,
just say that this
no,
is kind of like nonchalant about it, but it does give you a good perspective. I like the sci-fi element in it too. I love the sci-fi element in it, but it gives you a good perspective of what it is like, I think, for a black man going
Yes.
through society and what they experience and a lot of the pressure and I guess just experiences overall that they deal with. Like I was actually able to kind of feel it in the beginning. It does get kind of weird towards the end. I think they lost me a little bit at the end. I watched it all the way through, but it does touch on a lot of the things that I think black men specifically experience while also simultaneously giving little perspectives of what it is to deal with and live in a racist
Black
society.
Women
Swan.
too. It gave it for
Hold
women
on,
too.
but didn't you think it was interesting when he was sleeping with the Asian woman? How he was nearly about to lose his life.
Yeah, I saw.
Yes.
Like
Oh
that's
Lord.
That part was wild, but it made sense though. It was like it
It
just couldn't
may,
work.
I'm telling you.
It couldn't work. And then also to get through like what's her name? Journey. I think her name is Journey Smollett in real life.
Hmm.
She had I don't want to say too much, but she had to,
I'm sorry. I
but
told
yeah.
everything. I'm sorry.
I mean, I like, don't get me wrong. I like that we can have this expression and stuff. It's just, I feel conflicted because the background of the producers, like, it's not a whole black group of producers that are producing it. And Jordan Peele, I feel conflicted about him because he's married to a YT woman and he also sides with Israel. And don't get me wrong, I'm not dragging myself into other people's problems because I'm with Congo first and Africa's issues first. But that also leads me to believe he
Bless
is
you know.
unaware of those issues as well. And I
Hmm.
just, it makes me feel it's like,
His
putting
wife
a,
is his wife is Jewish.
that's what I'm saying. It kind of rubs me the wrong
Mhm.
way. Like, don't get me wrong, he can make some good art and movies, but at the end of the day, he's not even being actively anti-racist with his wife, and that just kind of rubs me the wrong way. Cause I know it's great. I wish we had the representation. We don't have that in sci-fi and stuff, but it's sad that it's represented by a man who didn't even want to date inside his race and be pro-black. and look at his
Right.
success, So that's why I just say it's a little conflicting with me. Like, don't get me wrong,
It
it's
just
good art, it is. It's great.
it
It's
You
just
so
know,
weird
justice to
though.
me.
that's what they did with American Gods. They
Ooh,
like whatchamacallit. Oh man, what's the name of the actor who
they cut
played
him out too when he said
yeah,
what he said. Yeah,
who played his
and they
Anak?
Candyman.
got rid of him, and he told the truth why they got rid of him.
Mm-hmm.
And he
Mm-hmm.
said that wasn't even part of the skit. It just came out.
Yeah, he went deep though.
Yeah,
That
for
was
real,
so
he was
raw.
playing
When I
games
found out
on that
that
one.
wasn't even part of it, I said, "This man's a genius."
Oh my God. He had a flashback. I believe the man had a flashback and said, "What the hell?"
Crazy.
He got in that boat, saw them put him in a scene like that. Some people can have a flashback. And he opened his mouth and he said, "Look, y'all better go up there and do something. Y'all down here, when y'all get over there, it's a done deal."
Nah, he
And
went
I
deeper
didn't
than
even know
that.
that wasn't even part of the skit.
His ancestors spoke through him because
Oh
if you
my
telling me
God.
when I found out that wasn't even part of it, I was like, "You telling me this man sat here and said all of that just off
Yes.
the top of his head? That was insane." But it was something I
Hmm.
was gonna say.
That's all
Oh
right.
my God, what was it in reference to? It might have been in Get Out. I thought it was funny that Jordan Peele that he spoke about how his in-laws asked him if that's how black people really saw white people. And it was these very interesting questions that they asked him to kind of put him on the spot, and he just looked at them stupidly. So I think that I say it a lot. Black men put themselves in proximity to danger so often, and they don't think about it. Because even when you're
Hmm.
partnering with this woman who is YT, you haven't even had a sit down conversation in regards to racism with her parents.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta
And
I just
understand.
wonder when you get into a
You got.
relationship, do that first 911 call go through your head?
Well, hold on. Before you go there, you gotta understand that black men are in a perpetual state of danger, like, and to the point where we've normalized it. And I was speaking about it earlier because I never seen my father make a doctor's appointment. We don't normalize caring for ourselves. We'll care about our health for our family. We'll care about our health for our children, what we're trying to do. But just for us, just love yourself for you. We don't we don't think that way. A lot of the times, black men feel disposable, or expendable. So, when you tell a black man it's dangerous for them to be with Becky, they're gonna be like, it's dangerous for me to walk down the street. You know, that's
Yeah,
the
but
thing.
you would think, I think
Yeah.
most black men don't, that medical part, and like I know black men, elderly, some of my uncles, they be like, "What? Go to the hospital again?" And they from the South. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of my uncles, which is in their 70s now, some of them in their 80s, they aware of what happened to black men in a medical institution. And when you are aware of it, it's that fear factor of even walking in there. Like it was just a doctor that was unaliving people, giving them false diagnosis of cancer. Did y'all see that?
Oh
And
yeah, I
he
saw.
had been doing it for 15 years before. Was it 15 years? I think before he got caught.
Mm.
So I was talking. I was on a platform talking to some brothers, and they was like, we was talking, men and sisters, and we was all on the platform. We was like, well, don't you go and get checked? Nah, man, I don't even want to know. I said, you don't want to know, But the thing about it is, I just asked my uncles. Like when I was talking to my uncles, I said, y'all complain about it, and everything. I said, and my uncles, they the kind of uncles that like the style. They like their generational wealth on their back,
Mm.
driving around in it. You feel me? They
Mm-hmm.
don't think, let me take this Bugatti money and about 500 of us get together with this Bugatti money, you know what I'm saying? And let's build a medical institution
That's
so
what
I
I
don't
was
have to be
saying.
afraid to walk in it. You
Survival
know what I'm
mode.
saying?
Yeah.
And that's a part of women too, men and women that both think that way. A lot of women I know,
But
some of them don't
I,
care to go to the doctor.
yeah, and I explained this to my wife, and she understood it for the first time. that a lot of sisters be in relationships and they be complaining about black men, but they don't understand a lot of black men that were operating out of survival mode. I've been in, I've been around some black men that was part of the lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? The outside. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to put it TikTok friendly, right?
The
And
block.
yeah, you know what
The
I'm
block,
saying?
yeah.
Yeah, the block. And so when you around them, they treat everything like it's like they're in the trenches, like they're in like an encampment. Like they're like, I don't know what they call it in the military, but like they set up tents. Like they're in the Airbnb and everybody's sleeping on the floor.
Not you describing the trap, bruh.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah, right. People sleeping on the floor. People sleeping at two dudes sleeping in the bed. One at the foot, one at the head. They go everywhere together. One person bring food. We bring food for everybody. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like a guerrilla unit. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like sisters be getting in relationships with these dudes, not understanding that in their mind they're on a battlefield. Like a man that's on a battlefield don't really care about where he's at. Like if you were, imagine you were placed in Iraq right now, and you had a detachment to the environment that you're in. You're not gonna you're not gonna care about your if you're placed in Iraq, you're not gonna care about your Iraqi girlfriend. For real, you're American, so you care about what's going on back home. But out here, you just I'll play around with you, but eventually I'm gonna go back home. Like you're not gonna care. Like a lot of these brothers be in like survival mode, like they're in a battle, and sisters don't be knowing that. And I'll be seeing sisters get hurt, and I could kind of tell. Another brother can kind of tell. I think that's why we need more men in the home. We can kind of tell when a brother's in survival mode. But that's the thing that I noticed. One thing though I wanted to say too was that uh, the most relatable black man experience I've ever seen on TV or film is, even though he's a COON, uh, Atlanta. Atlanta, I feel like expresses the spectrum of my reality. Like I'm everything from Big Boy to what's that? The weird one. I forget his name. Lakeith Stanfield. Like I'm him some days. A lot of the times I'm just Childish Gambino's character, but I feel like the world sees me as Big Boy when I walk outside. Like, and the way people will just casually say the most racist stuff to you, come up to you and just show their ass. Or, one time Childish Gambino went to a restaurant and they wouldn't accept his $100 bill because they thought it was fake. Like small little microaggressions like this, annoyances, like it just be happening. And I feel like we don't have cameras around our necks. So a lot of it, the sisters don't even get to see too. But I know a lot goes on with the sisters that the brothers don't even know about. You know, I I just wish there was more ways to express it. But yeah,
We go through people
uh,
trying to stick their hand in our hair every day. If you dare stick your hand in my head, I experienced that because I'm a kind of person. I wear my natural. I rock a fro. You'll catch me in the fro, and the first thing they go, well, let me touch, girl. If you stick them hands in my head, it's gonna be a misunderstanding,
I have
and
a
we
There's
right
get
to
there.
try that on me.
there's a certain firm that actually they've come out. I think it's called a GS firm or something. I'd have to redouble check because I made a post about it a while back, but or a post on Instagram about it. And basically, they classified that the unsolicited touching of someone's hair can be considered sexual harassment. So if y'all are trying to ensure that your coworkers never touch you again, hit them with that. Let them know,
Damn.
like, hey, don't you dare even try to put your hands anywhere near me because,
I don't work in the
By
workforce, but
definition, it
I was
is. By
a movie
definition, it
theater,
is.
and I
yep.
had a natural. And a woman said, "Excuse me, is this your?" I said, "Woman, if you put your hand in my head." She
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
wanted to touch. I just want to touch it and see if it's real. I said, "Are you there?" She said, "Yeah." I said, "Real as you think you there? Real as that my hair is real?"
Damn. You know
And that's
what?
the saddest thing we can go through.
That's
And they want
crazy.
to take that away.
That's
I
happened
don't.
to me too, and
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was sexual harassment. Girls have squeezed my arms. Have like have women ever like just walked up to you and while they talking to you just start squeezing your arms? Like they'll just squeeze your arm or they'll laugh and like I except I noticed, and I'm not even talking about black women. A black woman has never done that to me. But yeah, I when I used to work a job when I was young, I used to work at Target. This girl was putting her hands in my head, you know, nasty white girl. Disgusting thinking about it. But
Thing that
yeah,
really
I
gets
was
me
upset.
is
She was gonna
Mhm.
get
Nasty, disgusting.
it's
She
crazy.
looked like that girl that unalived the brother I was showing earlier. She looked like hold on. She looked like mayonnaise
She
jar.
looked like Big Nick.
Yeah, she's big neck.
Uh,
Big Nick,
Yeah, she
not
was
the little one.
ugly. Oh my goodness. But go
I mean,
ahead.
I ain't gonna say that, but her neck definitely is big.
Nah, that
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Niggas wide.
for it's when I'm out with my sons. I have two sons, and I remember we were going to a restaurant, and there was a YT woman coming in behind us, and my youngest son held the door for her, and she said, "Oh wow, he's so strong." And and I just got so incredibly triggered. She got no smile. I was like, he's a child. He's a child. Like, you looking at my young black son telling me that he's strong. He's 6. He's 6 years old. He's a child. Not even a thank. It wasn't no thank you. No, none of that. To me, like, I don't even think I could enjoy my meal after that. Like, obviously I didn't show it
Mm.
because I want my sons to enjoy their time. But this older YT woman looking at my child telling him that he's strong, he's 6. He is a child. Why are you saying that? In my mind, it was an immediate assessment to, you feel like he's something that could be used for labor for your benefit.
That's your epigenetics. That's your
It was,
epigenetics.
it was crazy.
That's the
I was
ancestors. That's the ancestor bell ringing alarm in your head.
But
Wow.
even when I go, like, when I take them to the doctor's office, like, I'm very, very, very protective of them. I am very protective of them. Like, I will, I don't know. I don't even know how to explain it, but I've been out, and I remember it just when they come near my children and they just look at them and they want to say something immediately. I always, and I noticed I had to, like, catch myself because I don't want to necessarily, like, think people that make people think that I'm crazy or anything, but I always bring them into me, close into me. I always hug them into me. And it's always around, YT people. It's always, and sometimes it'll be around others if I feel the energy is off, but I just get so overprotective of them when I'm out in public. Anytime they come too close, I notice that I do that. I'll just hug them into me. But when she said that, he's so strong. I couldn't get over that. I couldn't get over it.
Do me a favor, don't shield them from those ideas when it's time to talk to them about those ideas that you have, so they'll be prepared when they're out here in this world. Don't,
My No, sorry. Go. Well, my oldest and I, we've started having these discussions, and he's
yeah.
had a lot of discussions with my father and with my brothers about some of these things. But like, we were talking about school, and he was like, "Mom, I'm tired of learning about American history and European history. I'm tired of it." And I was like, "I know you are." And there's conversations I had with him about our history that he can understand, that's developmentally appropriate for his age. Obviously, there's a lot of things that he may not be ready to learn about just yet, like the real deep things. But we definitely have these discussions. But there's also things like, I'll set up the discussion for him to talk to my father about some of these things, because I know that it can't come from me. Certain things, not everything, but or my brothers, or but we definitely do. He's getting to that age now where we have these discussions. But yeah.
Mhm.
Man, I'll share with you guys. It was Dr. Umar said something about it that triggered something in me when I was a kid that made me realize that I had YT teachers that weren't right. I didn't know that my issues with the teachers when I was a kid, I didn't know what they came from. But when he brought it up, I could really see that's what it was. You know, they was like that. That's what the problem was with some of the teachers that I had.
Countering the conspiracy to destroy black boys is a lecture that's on YouTube by Dr. Jawanza Kunjufu. I speak about it a lot. What Dr. Umar said aligns with the teachings of Dr. Jawanza. Countering the conspiracy to destroy black boys, basically, you know, it and Dr. Francis Cress Welsing talks about it, where having white teachers for a black boy, the actually, I think I got a picture for y'all. Got a graphic. How about that? I got a graphic. Hold on.
Check out y'all, skinexco.com. Follow it back.
Yeah, stick some of those.
Oh dang, it's not letting y'all see. Never mind.
Yeah, I was gonna say statistically that if a black little boy has all white peers, then he is more likely to be classified in the school to prison pipeline, where intervention of authoritarian action is more likely, where they're more likely to be penalized even though they're doing the same thing as their classmates. They're more likely to be suspended. They're more likely to look,
And that's what this
bad.
is. That's what this study is. Implicit bias against black boys starts in preschool. Study finds, but yeah. Long
I
story
looked
short,
I
it
looked into that
also
too.
yeah, it's also problematic because it gives a black boy a white maternal figure, which you don't want to do, because the same way it confuses our biracial children. It also can confuse a young black boy to look at that woman as the default woman, and it could lead to them, uh, going tapping in the milk. He might have had white teachers growing up. That's how that works. I remember the first nipples I ever seen was my teachers. They was pink. I remember.
What? Hold on, what?
Yeah,
Not that trauma you just slipped in there real quick. I remember
yeah.
my what? Hold on.
I'll
I
never
was gonna
forget it because
say
that was the
what?
first time I ever seen. Yup, and it's
What you in American Pie? What is this?
yeah.
Hold on.
I was in the
I
fifth
think I didn't
grade.
get that because
What you don't
when I
realize is
grew
that
up,
she
they had
showed
the
them to
Child
you.
and Parent Center. So the parents used to be like the aid teachers when I was growing up. It was somebody parent that was from the community that used to be your aid teacher. And then they had the Child and Parent Center when you first went in for preschool and all those things. They were
Because I
actually,
need
the
to
parents
understand
were
how brothers are
interacting with the
some
kids.
chi-chis.
Yeah, so you didn't have the school
Listen,
that is now, they have like 100% no parents in there now.
hold on, baby. See, I gotta explain myself right now. So
Yeah.
it happened two times. Two times I seen unsolicited white nipple. First time I was in the fifth grade. My teacher had a low, not a turtleneck, but one of those low kind of turtlenecks. And she was young too. She must have been in her 20s. She bent over, and I seen what was down there. I wasn't even intending to look. I wasn't old enough to get, you know,
She
to be.
showed you on purpose.
I don't know. I don't know. But I,
Yeah,
can, I
she
don't. I
did.
don't.
I'm gonna tell you something.
She ain't have
A
nothing
grown
on
woman
underneath. I
know,
know that.
bro. A grown woman know when she's exposing herself.
Yeah, I definitely seen it and didn't say nothing. Never told my parents. Never nothing. I only told my wife. I think we talked about it once. The second time I was at the beach, and this lady just hopped up out the water, and the bra stayed in the water. And I don't think that was on purpose, but I don't think she even knew we saw. But I was with some boys from church, and we all saw that. We'll never forget that. But yeah.
I was gonna say in that study too, the one about the preschool black boys, they showed a video of like kids at the table, right? And it was more likely that the teacher would be watching the black boy than the other kids. And it was more
Hey,
likely that they would say something was wrong. But in reality, the video, none of the kids did anything wrong. They said none of the video was to test to see what their implicit bias how it would show. And they
Okay,
focused on the black children, the black girls and the black boys, but it was more likely the black boys.
I
Yeah.
saw that video because there was some
Hmm.
sort of technology to where they because the teachers were watching the children through like
They
cameras
tracked the
for
movement of their
surveillance.
eyes.
Yes, and all the teachers, they mostly had their eyes on the young black boys in the
Right.
classroom.
Yeah.
And that was where their focus was. They literally tracked their eye movements, and all the teachers, all of them, didn't matter what race they were, every single one of them were watching.
Doctor
It was crazy.
Dr. Jawanza Kunjufu in his research in his book Countering the Conspiracy to Destroy Black Boys in the lecture, he talks about it too. He says that it all starts preschool. The black boys constantly going to detention or getting in trouble or just heavily monitored more than everyone else. By the time they get to 15, they begin to internalize and that identity. They're just used to getting in trouble, and so now they
Don't
just gonna
forget
be in
about the
trouble.
medical.
Right? Oh
The
yeah, it gets
medical has a
medical.
lot to do with they gender too.
What do you
I
mean?
would just-
The medical has a lot. I can't think of the black scientist where he did a whole. I'm gonna get him for you, but he did a whole thing on how they did this experiment with bullfrogs, um, through vaccination, and showed through vaccination how they literally turned what was it, a male frog
into a female.
into female counterparts
Yeah, the chemicals they
through
got
through
in
through
the
a scientific experimentation. This was all over on the internet. I don't even know what happened to the man. He was a great black
You
scientist,
talking
and he
about
dealt
Layla
with,
Africa?
yeah.
This ain't Layla Africa. You talking about Layla Africa?
I don't know. Was he a heavy set black guy?
Nah.
No, he's a heavy set black guy. What is his name? God, I can't think of his name.
I know
Matter
you're
of
not
fact,
talking
he's all
about.
over YouTube too.
You're talking
He's
about. You're not talking about. Oh, what's
I
the guy
can't
that
think
did
of his name.
Cosmos? The guy that did Cosmos. You're not talking about. He got an afro. He kind of light skinned.
You talking about
No,
Eric
he dark
Dyson?
skinned.
Not Eric
He's a
Dyson.
heavy set dark skinned guy.
Uh,
And wait, he was the
My
person
auntie, and you know what? My auntie was just talk. We was just talking about this because she's in the industry, and my daughter opt out to not vax her son
so you're
because we
telling
don't
me
do it.
vaccinations are making the boys and the girls?
Yeah, it's causing a lot of things like polio. Polio shouldn't be administered to a black male
Neil
before the
deGrasse
age of
Tyson.
2, and they still giving it to him.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a little deep
It's
down the
more
rabbit hole
likely to
for me.
cause
You
autism
can
in
go
black
look it up. Go look it
I
up and go into it. My auntie is a chemist. She deals with this. She works in that kind of field. You know what I'm saying? And when it comes down to a lot of things, we listen to her because she creates some of that stuff.
I
I'm
was
just
just
saying.
I
So
was
you're
just
saying
gonna
they
say
take the
I
needles in boys to turn them into girls?
It deals with their gender. It has a big effect on their gender.
No, so what happens is the chemicals can affect the hormone levels.
Yeah.
So they got certain pesticides and stuff like that that they putting on the crops. It ran down into the water and turned all the frogs females. So that led to the experiment that she's talking about.
Yeah, they were showing that how that done, but then they did it on the vaccination too.
Right, right, and
They
then
did that same experimentation on a vaccination. I,
right.
what is his name? Do you know that man's name?
I mean, it's just chemicals. People don't really
He
realize
exposed
how
it.
the
He
chemicals
exposed the
affect the
truth, and
hormones.
ever since the man exposed the truth, ain't nobody heard from that man again.
I mean, I'd
You
rather stay
know,
in the socio-political arena. I don't
right.
get into all that. You know what I'm saying? But
I,
yeah,
let
I
me
was just
say
gonna
this
say
I'm
though.
that
just talking
I
about
Let
how
me
it's in our
let me say
okay.
this.
institution, that
Let
medical
me say this.
institution.
Besides
It's a lot going on in there.
any male in here, just research the effects of soy on men. That's it. That's all I'm gonna say.
I do
also
know
what we
about
can pay
that.
attention to is that people of African ancestry, specifically within, of course, our own communities, um, there has actually been studies, I believe, that have shown that testosterone levels are reducing, but that's like across the board. But also the reasons why they pump so much like fast food and like non-nutritious food, because it's high in fluoride, and also at the same time they've been doing like some water studies, and they found that a lot of the drinking water that comes out the faucet actually has like a lot of other chemicals that are inside of it.
Right.
Um, yeah. So like
Yeah,
they're really
pharmaceuticals.
So
yeah.
yeah. So the pharmaceuticals that you excrete into the water doesn't get scrubbed by the water purification process.
Yeah, that happened in San Francisco in the '60s. I
No,
don't
that
know
that's happening
about a
now.
recent study, but I know that that's that they started that study in San Francisco, like the '60s and the '70s. They said that women were taking birth control, and that birth control it's estrogen, so it tricks your body into thinking it's pregnant already. And so that they were urinating that estrogen down the toilet, and it got into the drinking water. And then we know San Francisco is the safe haven for the LGBT people. So they were saying it was the estrogen in the water that kind of made them. But my thing is, I don't want to get into the whole biochemical reasons behind why people are gay or straight or any of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to start down that rabbit hole, to be honest.
No, I
It's cool.
agree. I agree with you.
Cool to close it. It's cool to close that door because we addressed it already and people can research.
I was just gonna say that I agree with you that black men are expendable, and people don't understand that they are truly, even when they're first being born again. The likelihood of you, again, black women, having safe labor, unlikely. And what do we produce? Black children. So even the likelihood of you coming into the world is expendable, and then from there on out, it's like really downhill. And I don't think, and I was with you earlier when you were saying that some women don't understand the plight of survival mode that a lot of, like, mostly all black men, even when they achieve a hierarchy in the patriarchy, they still have that sense of fear and survival mechanisms. Like, we see these men running away from these women, like literally running away,
Right.
and trying to frame her to be something that she's not, because he doesn't realize what he's missing. But it's like that some people just don't understand. It's just like, even me, when I was trying to deconstruct and understand why I have these feelings, or why I don't understand and learn and grow from that. It's like, once you really see how hard it is for one another, especially black men, again, too, because again, you're more likely to end up in a casket or in the state pen rather than graduate high school or even go to college, let alone anything. So unless it's athletics or some other form of entertainment, which is also sad, because you don't have people out here glorifying our black scientist, or our black biochemist, period, or something like that, but it's like, it's just really sad because from the beginning of life, you're just already having to fight to be here, period. you know
Mhm.
like,
I mean,
you're in more danger because, again, the patriarchy wants to take you out of the picture. I'm in danger. Like, don't get me wrong, I have it hard too, right? But if I don't understand how a lot of the issues for black men are systemic, why they can't keep a job, or why it's harder on them to even have their natural appearance and maintain a job, like, when you start to understand that, you look at stuff a really different, because, like, even like I said, deconstructing, like, me having to learn, like, yeah, no, I don't go through certain things that other people go through in my community. Colorism is real.
Mhm.
Unlearning, like, that's things saying that, oh, you're mixed, like, that's not a thing, and I had to learn that you have to deal with them emotions. Like, I'm not saying I didn't go through that, because I would be like, it makes you question your reality. It really does, tough. And some people gonna fold, like, they're gonna, like you said, double down on what they know. But it's like, it's just so sad, because even then, like, the possibilities, just if you took one step to look outside, even if it does flip you upside down. Because you see, I'm trying to come out on the better end. I'm not trying to buckle down and be like, oh, I'm biracial, I'm this and that, and black women are this way, black men are this way. Like, it's not our doing, So I
Yeah.
just don't understand why, some people can't understand that it's hard, for both of us. And you have to understand the likelihood and the drastic hardships that, we'll see each other face. Cause I know a lot of people, like, we discount each other already. If you don't have a good job, oh, I'm not messing with you. Or if you don't have this or that, oh, I don't like you. Like it's just sad, you know. I just don't understand. It's like these patriarchy principles that we really try to attach and cherry pick, and it's just sad
Yeah,
that we do that when we're already expendable.
yeah. Because see, the problem is that they want to focus more so on what the propaganda has taught people to focus on. They want to focus on the aspect that okay, well, black men are this, black men are that, and also personally in their own personal life experiences, the men that they have interacted with have done them. I would say that more times than not, you usually always see that people tend to generalize individual circumstances with the specific men that they've allowed to come into their lives. And then they'll take that example and they'll go ahead and just kind of spread it across the entirety of what they think black men are. But also at the same time, the entirety of the system that we live within is continuously perpetuating those same type of stereotypes through the propaganda, through just everything that they're showing about black men is very much so showing us in a very negative way. And unfortunately, nobody wants to actually look at the data and the research, which clearly shows that black men are being targeted and unalived more often. I would say that black women are
Black
over
boys more than
sexualized
black men.
and sexually exploited. Um, oh, I'm sorry. What'd you say, King?
No, you're right. It's black. You're right. When in terms of black men and black women, um, black men are targeted. However, black boys, when it comes to the black family structure, black boys are more targeted. That's what Dr. Juwanta Kunjufu explains as well. The statistics for black boys. Once we're over 25, the same way me putting on pink nails and coming up and dyeing my hair pink would deem me less of a threat to white patriarchy. Once we're over 25, especially over 30, we're less of a threat to patriarchy too. They know they've already. Most of us are docile by the time we're 30. Tupac even said this in an interview. He's like, all the revolutionaries are young. Once you make it past 30, you are old head and you just kind of calm, you kind of chill because you unlearned already what will happen if you continue to be loud and aggressive. So, they deem us less of a threat by our age as well. But you're right. Target on our back, definitely.
Yeah, because I mean, it's not to say that, and like the queens that are listening in, it's not to say that you aren't facing your experiences. You absolutely are, and they're legitimate concerns, the very legitimate concerns. And at the same time, I do acknowledge the fact that there are some black men that continue to attempt to perpetuate some of that stuff.
Absolutely.
So it's things that we do need to fix. But at the same time, I think it's important that we recognize that black men, statistically speaking, face unaliving a lot more often than black women do. And so while they're aiming the pew pews at us, and while their only consideration for us is to unalive us at the next opportunity that they get, especially for more melanated brothers, and then what they're also doing is they're looking at you, but they're looking at you just like how they looked at you back on the plantation. They don't see you as a threat. What they're seeing for you is they see a breeding opportunity, which is why you're also starting to see a lot of this propaganda associated with interracial marriages and interracial dating, and they're trying to pretend that like, oh, love is the whole ideology, and it's all just nonsense for them to be able to achieve their ultimate goal, which is to get you into the bedroom, so that way they can essentially take your melanin, or at least use your genetics to help to continue their offspring. They literally could not give a damn about you as a person, and in the vast majority of those cases.
Yeah,
And
I think y'all should go look at the numbers again. There was over 100 um on women. Women are being unalive at a rate that y'all have no clue. I don't think y'all watching closely. Even here in Chicago, they just found the 14-year-old girl with all her organs gone. Then after that, it was a man, 85th Vincent, organs gone. A woman, same way. I don't think there's a difference between being a commodity to 100% full. And I think that's what we need to start to look at. There's no difference on how they look at a condiment. There's no difference how you look at ketchup, mustard, and mayo. I'm trying to say it like in a firmer way. If you go look Cleveland, Ohio, there was a bunch of children coming up missing. Then they tried to say, oh, well, it was these children. It was 1,000 children. Came to find out that out of 1,000 children, 950 of them was black children, right? Here in Chicago, 62,000 black women gone, missing, ain't never came back. It's not making news. They're not talking about the unaliving rate that went on in Mississippi that is going on, and I think that's Center, Georgia now, with black men that's just coming up missing. In Mississippi, how they digging up in bodies of unalived black men at a massive rate. How
I was
950
about to say
children, yeah, how a bunch of
what you
children came up missing under DCFS and ain't nobody said nothing else about it. I don't think there's a differential in the cost of your body, whether you
there
be a
is.
black man, woman, or child. There's not a differential in what they
Yes,
want.
there is. I
And
hear
I'm
you. I
telling you,
hear
you
you.
should look at it.
Not to
Go ahead.
negate what you're saying, sister, but that what you just brought up is explains a lot. What you just said argues the point that Timothy was making. Um, Black brothers end up in body bags. Sisters end up going missing.
But
And
they
Yeah.
they they coming up in body bags too when they found.
not
That's
all of
what
them.
I'm telling you.
I
A lot
mean,
of them.
I agree, but the like statistically, the men are the ones who are the real threat. We're in a patriarchy. So
Yeah,
if men are at the
But,
top, they're always classified above us. Like I
but
even have to look at the YT women; they were
okay,
classified too lesser than. That's why I'm like the men are the
no,
ones again who still. I mean, the women are going missing too and unalived. Like the women are being, raped in SA, but the men are more likely to end up unalive.
they
You
Like
have
taking
to,
black
you
women
have
out
to,
but
through
you
birth,
but
have
through
to
y'all want to
realize
talk.
childbirth in
that
the hospitals.
All right.
They
when
unaliving
All
them at a
right,
high rate.
hold on, y'all.
Go
Hold
ahead.
on. Let the host speak, please. All right, so I hear what you're saying. Kay, you took it to an ideological place. I think we're in a political space right now. We're talking about statistics, we're talking about society, right? We're in like a social, like we're talking about what's going on. So ideologically, yes, black men are deemed as a threat. I'm not going to sit here and act like the statistics are saying that black women are not also being unalived, mistreated, coming up missing, coming up, in body bags as well. It's not to negate the point, though, that black men are still unalived at a higher rate and incarcerated at a higher rate than black women for a reason. The system operates the way it does for a reason. Things don't just happen by happenstance. The reason is because of what Sister K said. And there's also one other thing that I want to bring out that Bell Hooks talked about in her book, where she says the one thing I've ever seen her say about black women and accountability is that black women tend to overlook what's going on with black men. That's the only critique she's had. And she's a womanist author. She wrote over, I think, 50 books.
I got a lot of her books.
Yeah, all right. So Bell Hooks, you know what she about. The one thing she said about black women specifically is they've had to normalize what's going on with black men because they've been helpless to help them. And sometimes they are kind of numb to when black men speak up, they start speaking about themselves or they start speaking about how they start invalidating what black men go through. And that's the only critique she's had. You can't hold black men and black women to, anything else because they're always subjugated to all these other forms of oppression as well. But when it comes to unaliving and being deemed a threat, you gotta understand we live in a white patriarchal society. And the number one threat to a white patriarchy is a black patriarchy or a black man, a black patriarch. So that's the thing.
the not the threat part, but like the the exactly how you phrased it. Whatever it was that Bell Hooks said, like I and that's like a constant frustration of mine. Like black women and girls are often overlooked. We are never rarely centered in conversations. And in terms of like advocacy, I think and it's hard to even have this conversation because it feels like a game of like keeping score. But I think we are often the ones that are doing the heavy lifting community wise, like on behalf of the group at the expense of
Because
ourselves.
black men are dead. That's
I'm
because they're dead and in jail more than y'all, so they can't do any of the heavy lifting.
Yeah,
But
I
once
was.
but
again, to stop this from becoming a oppression Olympic, when we talk about what's going on with black men, we can leave it there. We don't have to bring up. See, that's the thing where black men speak up and black women. This is the one thing she said about sisters is they ignore what's going on with the brothers.
but that's what I disagree with. We don't ignore what's going on with y'all. I feel
Then
like
we
it's the
doing it
complete
right now.
I agree.
We're
no.
No, I
doing it
agree.
now.
I
But
think
We
it's the
we
definitely
complete
do
Yeah, I
that.
didn't do
I
it. I
had
said
to.
everybody.
I think it's the complete
I think it's an
opposite.
We're
Black
doing it
overall.
women's
right
issues
now.
I
black
agree.
women's
But we
issues
don't
are
want to talk
always
about just males. I just said it's a genocide of the black race in general.
wait. Hold on, hold on. Let me say something real
That's what
quick.
she says, yo. That's what
Right.
Yes, let me
you're
say something
literally
real
doing it
quick.
right now. That's why I said it.
So
I'm not
wait.
speaking.
That's why I didn't do it towards men or women. I think it's
Can
wrong
I?
for to kill any of us, unalive any of us.
Yes,
But
yes,
see,
yes.
that's
Can I
not
say
the
something real
conversation.
quick?
Go
So
ahead.
I think to what Brother Legend is saying, right? It like because I've seen it play out in conversation. I think that a lot of times we may think that we are advocating for them in a way that we see fit in society without understanding their experience and what they're going through because they don't always have the space to talk about it. And now I'm understanding that it's not necessarily that they don't even want to talk about it. It's that by the time um I guess because they're unalive, because they are incarcerated. But I think, and I also, the other thing too, I think is because I see this all the time online right now. And this happened when I was in a conversation on a panel earlier talking about just like the diaspora. And when we talk about experience and we talk about the experience of oppression, obviously a lot of our oppression does align, but there are some things that don't. And because we don't walk in each other's shoes and because we've been separated from each other in many ways, we don't necessarily know or understand it. And I think with each of us living in survival mode as a whole, as Black men and women, but also living in survival mode separately, it's really hard for us to get a grasp of what the other one is experiencing. I think that we tend to try and think that we're helping Black men through our lens, but we don't necessarily always take the time to listen to what they're feeling through their lens. And I don't even know that they're always comfortable enough to speak about the vulnerability that they're feeling while they're walking through life to their women, maybe out of protection, maybe out of fear of perception from us, maybe out of just not even being able to talk about it, depending on the degree that it is that they're experiencing it too. If that makes sense. Am I making sense?
You're
Yeah.
making perfect
Yes,
sense.
Okay,
ma'am.
okay,
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
That yes, that and so I think I see it all the time, and so I think that I don't know. When I watch Lovecraft Country, that's kind of when it clicked. Also seeing some of the experiences that my sons have had. My oldest son, we talk about, certain things that he's dealt with from teachers in school and things like that. I had to take a back seat and I had to go to my father to have some of these discussions with my father. He never spoke to us about any of these things. This man, when I was 13, my mother ended up catching a brain tumor. They're still married to this day, but I'm the oldest of five, and she ended up with a brain tumor. She had to relearn how to walk, talk, and do all of those things. Now he's very successful. He's an accountant, but to have to take on your wife that is sick and relearning how to do everything and your five children, that man was emotionally unavailable for a long time. He did what he had to do. Do not get me wrong. He was a softball coach. He was a cheer dad. He did all of those things. He was very involved in our education, but there was something that was missing. And now that I'm older and I sit down with him and I have certain conversations, I'm very quiet and I listen to a lot of the things that he says. I think now he's been able to process it and he can speak on it. But, he wasn't, he just, I don't know how to explain it. I hope I'm making sense.
No,
But
you're making sense, Queen. You're like
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
Yeah.
telling you that from the perspective
You
of
are.
of a
That was the
black
same
man,
thing. It was.
from the perspective of a black man, like it is very rare that we ever have the opportunity to discuss these things amongst people groups that actually understand what we're saying. And one thing that I will
Hmm.
say is that it's um, it is very rare where we're actually able to open up to black women without being judged immediately for it, or without immediately going into like, well, I experienced this and I experienced that. And because like it's a dynamic where the entirety of society encourages, already in a patriarchal society, that there's something wrong with you if you seek therapy, or there's something wrong with you if you seek help outside of yourself. So that's already the dynamic that we're living in. But then on top of that, you have to take into consideration the direct targeting of men of African ancestry in this country. And they don't see us as a value to them at all. They see us as the threat, meaning that just my 6'2", 230-pound self walking down the street with a melanin in my skin immediately is going to be seen as that's a problem walking down the street right now. That's a concern. And especially for our more melanated brothers, that's a big problem right there.
And
That's a big
especially for our more masculine presenting brothers, the ones that are straight, cis hetero straight black men are deemed the biggest threat because we have absolutely nothing to offer a white man.
Exactly. However, women of African ancestry have the ability to get into the bedchamber with this YT man. And this YT man very much so has a history of perpetuating violence against women of African ancestry for the express purpose of using them as breeding vessels. So we already know that they see a use and a purpose for you. But for us, they immediately deem as a threat, and they feel as though they need to eradicate the threat. And it doesn't necessarily, like, that's not to say that we are not, that we're trying to take away from your experiences in any way, shape, or form. We're not trying to do that at all. But I think it's important that we recognize that you have a very specific type of oppression that they're facing you with. It's the same oppressor. It's the same, generally speaking, the same type of oppression. But black men also still face the same types of oppression as well. But it can be very, very different in how they target us. For black women, they over sexualize and fetishize you. For black men, they over sexualize and they fetishize us too. But because it's a YT male patriarchal society, YT males see you as being the fetish that satisfies all of their fantasies. So they want to keep you around. It doesn't do them a service to unalive you more often because they want to keep you around to satisfy the fetish that they have. However, with black men, the only fetish that we're satisfying is for their YT women. But their YT women don't run this society. YT males do. So at the end of the day, what's happening is that they are targeting us for the unaliving, more often than not, and the mass incarceration. But they are targeting black women more for the human trafficking aspect. And yes, black men and black women become unalived all the time, specifically under YT supremacist societies, because they're targeting for our extermination. That's what they want. But at the same time, there are demographics of them that see more usage in the breeding aspect of it, just like how they tried to do back in the European, right back on the breeding plantations.
And
I
just like they do today in the Congo. In the Congo, a black man is twice as likely to be unalived as a woman, but a woman is R worded twice every hour. So they prefer to R word the women and unalive the men.
Yeah, I really agree. I mean, it's a hard like truth to face because it really just means that not all of them, right? Not all of us, but a large portion of black women are, trying to measure black men on a scale of the patriarchy, and it doesn't work, because I think about all the avenues that black men do not have. The emotional space, they don't have that. The ability to have the welfare of health, they don't have that. Like, again, a lot of the time it is really survival mode, and it's not, again, not to undermine what black women go through, because we go through a lot too, but if I don't, look and see the differences, then I miss a lot of the stuff that they need, like the community, the communication. Because I had to think about it myself, like interacting with black men, especially the ones that I say I love. I used to think like I would get upset when they say something, and I had to be like, wait a minute, I can't put what I think my frame of mind or dealing with that relationship or situation should have been like. You know, like I can't do that. Like I should accept them for what they want to tell me, take it in, and take accountability if it's an action that I did incorrectly. But it's like a lot of us can't do that, and it's hard because I see a lot of times too where even the accountability of certain black women where they will coddle the black man and then they raise him to be almost like a baby where he can't even do for himself. It's an enabled cycle, you know, but then they masculinize their daughter where she is hyper independent. And I think about all the avenues that they give black women. Like we can apply for the, and I know this might sound crazy, but like we can apply for like SNAP benefits, right? And it's so much more likely that we will get them and they will not make us jump through such a hurdle. Or say we get put out for domestics, right? And we need somewhere to go. I don't see many men dedicated shelters. And men sometimes have children, but I don't see them being like, hey, battered men, come on over. Especially a black battered man. And those are around a lot. And it's like, I have to take accountability in knowing that I might have participated in some of that because I got angry and tried to apply these patriarchal standards to a man who could never, ever live up to them, no matter how much I wanted him to. And I have to understand, I'm like, I can't make this man do something that even I wouldn't do. Like, I want you to have all this money and do all these things, and I can't put you to that standard because it's an impossibility nearly, especially if you're coming from a cycle of poverty, which you already are, even in your mindset. Because I think about our education system, everything, it shows us in a terrible light. And it's just, it's sad. It's getting so bad that now they're getting women as rappers to show the fetishization and the stereotypes of us because the men are being unalived. They can't keep a rap contract. They can't milk a cash cow if it's unalived. Straight to the
I think I have
slaughter.
an unpopular opinion because a lot of the things in which we've spoken about, black women and women have created for women. And when we have these conversations, I think that the most important thing is like we understand that both of us are dealing with levels of oppression, but I think they look differently. And it's not to say that one is more or less. It's to say that the way that we handle them is night and day. Because women have a way of not only being nurturing, but being open to emotions. And amongst men, particularly our community of men, masculinity and the idea of the patriarchy is celebrated to their own detriment. And in this regard, we can have these conversations which need to be had with more men than anyone. Even if I'm open to receive or to allow you to cry on my shoulder, there's this idea in which maybe a lot of black men's mothers created this. You're not allowed to be open with anyone. It's not a normality. When it comes to the LGBTQIA community, black women aren't the ones that necessarily hold those doors. So it's a lot of things, I think in different sectors that we definitely are both facing. But I think the problem, even in these conversations, is we think that we got to measure each other out. I think that in a lot of sectors, when it comes to black men, and I've said this to several black men, y'all don't have no brotherhood. I can go anywhere and find a black woman, and she will, if I'm in a particular situation, she will save me. I have seen black men that have gotten lost in places, literally lost, and this has went viral several times. And it was one black man, God, I wish I could remember what his name was. He was out of town and he had no money. And he said that if it wasn't for black women, he would not have made it home, because he couldn't even call a homeboy to get him there. A lot of these things are issues that we both face being black. But a lot of the issues that I think that black men face has a lot to do with trying to be a part of a patriarchal system that really ain't set up for you anyway. It's like you drinking poison.
I think there's truth to what you said, but you put the onus, um, you put the onus on the wrong. You put the onus on the victim. You did what we try to get people not to do. You know, so there's truth to what you said though, but you put the onus on the bad actors. That's
No,
like,
no. What I'm saying is the situation is the situation. A lot of the things that we see, and I always bring up the level of how American Australians keeping black men particularly oppressed, right? When it comes to how they're able to move and vet. What I am saying in this sector of conversation, when we talk about oppression amongst each other and how we feel like one's more oppressed than the other, even in the fight for liberation, you are seeing black women fighting for an anti-lynch bill. How often have you seen black women being put in trees? Like, the dynamic that we think we're not fighting for each other is one of the biggest issues we have in this conversation.
True. Well, yeah.
Because when you watch those rallies where who marching, who getting out there, who's being vocal in the laws that are being pushed, every time I hear black women that are ready for a level of fighting for black liberation, they're not saying black women's liberation, they're saying black people. But in these conversations, I will go and hear black men be like, well, I'm a black, why can't I be with a white woman? I don't understand what y'all problem is. You want to drink the poison, but tell me to liberate you.
I hear what you're saying.
I get that part. I'm not negating that those are the bad parts. I am saying that they intersect.
Like they intersect when you got to remember, and this is the key part. You know, yes, our movements are mostly led by women, but not just because women decided they wanted to pick up the torch. They had to. There was no other way. Our ancestors, Mama, Big Mama, we had those matriarchs in the motherland as well, but the brothers making it through slavery really hard. When they was out there building that railroad, brothers was dropping like flies. The average brother would live 5 years. They would keep the sisters because the sisters have more children. So even that same brother that is going to work sun up to sun down till he falls into the ground, they can get him to have a baby with a sister real quick, and they're going to keep her alive. And so in all of our movements, it's always been led by black women, and there's always been a need for that. When you talk about these bad actors, we got to remember that at one point, not like about a decade ago, 1 in 5 of our men were in prison. 1 in 3 in our lifetime will be in prison at some point in their life.
Right. And then add on what percentage date out.
And then
it's a high recidivism rate. It's a high recidivism rate.
That's what Dr.
No. What I am saying is it all correlates. And if we're talking about how we are surviving out here and how we are either fighting for each other or we're fighting against each other. We're both experiencing a level of oppression. It's not going to look the same for a man or a woman, more or less. But it is literally how we're looking at it in this conversation is what's throwing me. Because I don't know, and I will say it again, I don't know no black women that every day I get on these panels, and I'm sorry, one of y'all correct me when I'm wrong, and I'm talking to these black men. One of y'all correct me when y'all go on these panels and y'all are hearing who do y'all hear more than anybody fighting against these YT people in regards to racism and oppression? When we put our mouths on our issues, it is very much our issue. I just want to be clear in that regard in this conversation.
But that's what I'm saying. You saying that black women speak out more, to me, it speaks to the fact that black men are not around because of the same systemic issue. Dr. Juwanza Kunjufu said, when black children are born, there's 1.08 black children or 1.05 black boys for every black girl. But by the time they reach the age 18, there's almost double 2 black women for every available black man because of 3 reasons: unaliving, incarceration, and marrying out.
Yes, correct.
Gave 5 reasons why.
My point is simple. What I am saying in this conversation is when I speak on the issues that affect black people, I am thinking of a black man. I'm thinking of my 3 black nephews now, my 2 brothers my father, and I got a trillion cousins and my 4 uncles. So when we're having these conversations and we're talking about black people, I'm not thinking about just black women, is what I am saying. Never ever when I speak in regards to issues that oppress black people do I separate the black man from the black woman. Because at the end of the day, when he is gone, I am next.
And that's
When he is out of the way, I am next. If he chooses to put him in a tree and to put me down in a bed, there is no difference in the level of the oppression that we are both experiencing. But I think the issue in this conversation is we trying to measure out who getting it more, when in reality, you might be by the police officer, and I might be in here trying to give birth to bring another black man into the
Thank
world.
you. And you being
Right,
unalive.
but see, that's what you're saying is facts. But all we talking about is what black men go through when it comes to being deemed a threat and being unalive. Like, if you want to bring it to the police officer, that's all we talking about. We ain't said nothing about black. When you say we're trying to do
That
oppression
brother
limits, and
legend, we
I
need
feel
to
like
go out
every
and do something
come
about
on,
that.
lady, baby
I'm
C,
sorry.
please hold on, please. When we talking about black men and black women, you gotta also listen with nuance. You can't just. It's a very nuanced topic, and it's very hard to have with black women. That's what Timothy was trying to say. That's why black men don't speak. But being a black man, and this is why I said what I said about Atlanta, because being a black man is speaking, and people keep telling you you ain't said nothing. And people keep telling you you don't know how to communicate. Meanwhile, you're trying to communicate over and over and over and over and over. And the women that say you don't communicate, it feel like they not listening. You know what I'm saying? It feel like they not hearing you. Meanwhile, in their mind, they're trying to hear you. But when you speak about how you're uniquely oppressed under this system, where one area of your oppression, you got it worse in one aspect, being alive. You got it worse. Just being alive, but making it past 25, making it to C30, you have it worse. And when you say that to a black woman, she starts to say, well, we got it worse with childbirth. Well, we got it worse too with this and that. And they start listing. And then it's like, that's all facts. And we cannot separate. Absolutely. We hear that. But when do we have a chance as black men to sit down with the whole community, to sit down with sisters? Because as black men, we know this. We talk about this. This is something we could talk about in the barbershop. But then it invites those that have assimilated into patriarchy, not just out of will, but necessity. Because once again, half of us don't make it to be free and available at the age of 18. So you imagine how many of us are gone by the age of 30. A lot of the brothers that be good, upstanding brothers and come on platforms and talk their shit, they in jail for child support. Child support, that's the stupidest thing. But I know so many brothers in jail for goddamn child support. That is ridiculous. How, even if he is a deadbeat, how does taking his freedom solve shit? Like, I don't see how that's a solution to any of that. And what I'm trying to say is there are certain areas where black men have it worse, but when they talk about that, then it gets overlooked and brought to a different area when you're talking in a room with women. And that's why a lot of black
Can we
men
go
don't
back
speak
though,
up.
brother,
And that's why when
to
they
you?
do speak up, they don't feel heard.
When you said the age, right? When you said this is loud. When you said the age demographic, right? When you said, because Tupac used to always say that. I'm a huge Tupac fan. When Tupac used to always talk about not being able to see the age, what did he say, 24, 21, something like that. He didn't think he'd see a certain age, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. Me too.
I think almost
When we,
every black man has felt like that at some point.
right.
I
When we
don't think
talk
I'm
about
going to
that,
see
that
70,
is
to be honest.
That's what I'm talking about when I talk about black men and the lack of brotherhood. So I'm saying that we
The
correlate
lack of
certain things.
brotherhood is in the grave. They're all in the grave or they're behind bars. It's not just black men chose to not have brotherhood. It's just that the ones that survive have only survived by being able to assimilate into either patriarchy or some toxic form of masculinity because or marrying out. and seeking to assimilate into the white power structure. And so then black women see the
Okay.
product of all of that oppression, and they see the ones that survive through the cheese grater, and they look at them and they say, look at black men. Look at them marrying out. Look at them all in jail. Look at them in
No,
gangs. And
no,
it's
that's
like,
not what.
wait,
See,
hold
I'm
on.
not
Black
even
men are
speaking
not
to that.
choosing to do
Your
that.
brother, you're
Okay.
correlating certain things that I'm not speaking to. I
Okay.
went back to
But
the
I'm
age.
saying what I'm saying happens, but I'm not saying that you're saying what I'm saying.
Yeah, no.
So,
I totally
yeah.
understand what you're saying. What
Okay.
I'm speaking to is the age. When these young boys are out here not feeling like they're gonna live to a particular age, who do they think is gonna unalive them?
Black men, other black boys.
Other black men. So everybody gets up in arms when I say this, but I am only saying this because we have
Well,
to
why
figure
is
out a
that?
way. We have to exactly. We have to figure out a way. Okay. In so many levels, when we talk about black women being unalive, right? Is it black women that are doing it? When it comes to I had this argument this morning on Klon's Live. When it comes to femicide, I love hearing divestors weaponize femicide more than anything, and they talk about black men unaliving black women. When that is not even the numbers or statistics, it really is like trans black women. It's black women unaliving black women. It's police. It's the hospitals. It's the whole dynamic of black women, just their lives in general being taken away.
Mm-hmm.
So what I am saying is there are layers to how we are unalived. And in some of these layers, we are one of the biggest culprits. And one of the things that I keep saying is when you said I need to find black men that I can have this conversation with, it's essential to start somewhere when we're addressing the value of each other's lives amongst brothers. Because a big number, a chunk of that has to do with how y'all have dehumanized each other.
But we haven't. See, that's what I'm trying to say. We only have out of the conditions of white supremacy. It all leads back to the same root cause. Look at black men's relationships with each other pre-oppression, pre being introduced to the white patriarchy, and look at black men's relation to each other afterwards. And then you could tell who the culprit is. There are still parts in Africa where grown men hold hands to walk across the street and they don't think it's gay because they have that level of intimacy with each other. There are still parts of Africa where they have these rites of passage. They were just able to hold on to their heritage. We have been stripped from that intentionally. It all goes back to the same thing. And now, look at us now that we've come to quote unquote the new world. Now look at us. And this is why I'm saying we can't put the onus on black men when it comes to these problems, because a lot of the ones that would have been the fighters against the system get taught real quick that that's not going to work for you. You not going to make it. You see what I'm saying? Like that's why, you know, someone like myself was not able to be in certain scenarios because I'm not from the streets. I wasn't raised understanding street lifestyle. They have a different set of rules. That I was a preacher's kid. I wasn't raised that way. I was
Right.
raised with knowledge of myself. I was raised around, black community, the black community is in, areas of low income, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
they put us specifically in certain areas. So I was raised around my people. I know about what goes on with my people. I stayed over at houses and ate
Right.
food
I
and
don't
all
think
that.
being
You
a
know what I'm
black
saying?
man
But I
is a
didn't grow up
monolith
with the
either,
rules.
though.
Yeah. So
Right. There's not
what
a
I'm saying
particular way
is,
to correlate, a black man's identity. So
but
yeah, I get that.
if you move a certain way, if you move a little too righteous in certain circles as a black man, it's threatening. It's a threat to your safety, and that's the thing where a lot of brothers that try to be good, stand-up young guys get knocked down real young, and that turns the ones that witness that into ice cold apathetic, chip on their shoulder dudes, and that's part of the trauma of seeing the young basketball player that everyone was rooting for get gunned down in the street. That's it's a trauma that goes on to make those type of men.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's what I was saying. I said it was hard. I eventually had to learn this because, like, I'm realizing, like, the avenues that I think I see are not what they are. Like, I really have to be quiet and listen and not think this is not about me. This is about them. Take in the emotional avenues, take in what they feel, what they think, and take accountability for not appreciating that. And I know that's hard for a lot of people to see, but it's like the system has separated us, whether we like it or not. And they do target our men. They really do. They give us welfare. They give us food stamps. They say be independent. They say take to the wind. I mean, I'm not trying to say that is a bad thing, but it's the truth. Like, we've been separated. Like, even when you got welfare back in the day, you couldn't have a man in your home. Like, unmarried, like it was just it's crazy. Like,
So
it
this is the dynamic. Like I'm gonna keep saying this.
Question real quick.
I'm not
Let me
gonna change it up.
hold
I'm
on,
gonna keep
dude.
saying,
Can I ask the question? When you
but
say welfare, see, this is why I say a lot of us don't listen. We don't read, and I do know historical facts in that area. Why? Because you talk to somebody who worked in that area. But I want to let you know something, sister. They did. They gave general assistance to our men. So I
I
don't know
said,
why
but
we
they
cease the fact.
separated
Hold
us.
on, wait a minute, wait a minute. The thing about it is, and this is what I want us black men, I'm not looking at it as a separation. I'm not looking at it as so much as who holds the bigger bag and who has the bigger risk. What I look at is one thing: genocide.
I'm
When women, black women, look at it as a whole. I don't look at it as a black man or a black woman or a black child. Because just like he unalived the black man, when a woman had that baby, do you remember how they sliced them open? Boom, baby dropped, woman gone. That's what she meant when she said what she said. What I'm trying to explain something to all of us is, and it wasn't to take away from you, brother legend, when I said it. The thing about it is I come from a place in this place of unity. I come from a place in a space where there was black community. I come from a place in a space where there was black owned black businesses. So what I'm saying today, and I understand how we got here. I do. Drugs, things that we allowed in our communities, things that we allowed. But
You
notice I
said we
keep
allow.
saying, wait,
You said we
right.
allow. Go
how
ahead,
can
put
you
me.
Hold
allow
on, let me
something
say
in a
this. Hold on. Let me
concentration camp?
finish before you go
I
where you
don't
going.
I don't know how
When
you
I
can
say a
allow it.
we, hold on. When I say a we, because I grew up in a community that saw some of it coming in there. Okay. And I went to other communities where I saw some things coming in, right? And they didn't fight back as a whole, as an overall community as a whole. That's why when I did mention it, I didn't mention black men or black women or black child. I mentioned us all the same because why I see the genocide, I don't see whether it's coming from black man, black woman. I'm not looking at the numbers. What I see is it coming across the board. Whether they dying at an alarming rate, whether we being unalive at an alarming rate, whether the children being unalive at an alarming rate. The problem is that I understand the trauma and everything that's going behind it. But what we are not looking at as an overall is the numbers overall. That's all I wanted to point out. It wasn't to go into man, woman, and child. It was just to say, hey, we need to look at the alarming numbers as an overall people.
okay, well, I want to say
That's what
this.
I was saying.
I want to address something
So
with
we don't
the
go into the black man, black woman thing. But it
what,
sort of went that way. So if it
okay,
went that way, since it started with me, let me end it. I was thinking about us overall. It was
okay,
not the point of man or woman or child. All of us is going down.
okay. Well, the dynamic in which
Mm-mm.
I don't like that talking point of welfare kicked the man out the home because welfare wasn't even created for black people. Let's start
It
there.
wasn't, but they used it as a
But
tool to get
no,
into our community as separation is further.
go on YouTube. I'm gonna keep telling everybody this because I heard that so much on Clubhouse 2 years ago. It got on my nerves because that became black men's talking point. And it's so annoying when you go do your research and you see how it was black men in these homes with these black women getting assistance. When some of these black men left, what was the Cotton Bowl? Some of them left, said they was going to get jobs and never came back. Some of them went to other cities and towns and started families. And it's not to say nothing good or bad about black people. It's to say that that narrative is being pushed down our throats to make us think, oh, well, yeah, the black woman broke up the home. No, the YT man broke up the homes because they were the one that was able to feed or starve the black people. They help make the decisions, your kids gonna starve or is this man gonna be in your house? And I'm not giving this man no job. So who's starving and who's feeding? Like that dynamic that we keep falling into. I don't believe in separating no black man, no black woman, period. We both going through some effed up stuff. But the dynamic where we think we can weaponize it and say, well, women, y'all broke up the home, y'all no.
I wasn't. Nah,
I
I
hope
think
you
what
don't
you're
think.
saying.
Yeah, I'm not saying none
No,
of
Yeah, I
that.
don't
the
think.
way,
I'm
the
just
way,
bringing up the fact of the
no,
reality of how
can't.
they
I mean,
use
can't.
tools of
No, can't.
separation.
Listen to what I'm saying.
I'm just still
Even the
saying
dynamic.
we're I don't want to call us anomalies, but like a lot of people do not think like that. And as much as we want the unity that we perpetuate, a lot of people aren't doing that. That's just the
A
reality.
lot of people
They're
are
in
doing it.
separation.
It's
Doing
in
it.
different
Y'all just not
circles.
seeing it.
I'm not
It's
I'm
in
saying
not. I'm
that.
not
Network
I'm
sure
of
what the
not.
discourse is.
17,000 people
Yeah, I'm
that
not
reaches
saying
out to
that.
Hold on.
300,000.
Hold on, Auntie. Uh, I'm not
It's
seeing the
in
discourse
there.
because what I think D is saying is sisters didn't create.
And
Sisters
the
didn't
brothers
create
didn't
welfare.
either.
Yeah, I'm never saying
Right.
that. I'm always going back to the YT
Neither one of
supremacy.
us. I'm gonna
It's the
keep going.
system.
I'm gonna keep saying the same thing. No, because it's the way. Okay, it ain't. It's the way you worded it. When we
I'm just
say
saying it's the
the black
systems that
women,
still perpetuated avenues to spread a separation between us, period.
but
It doesn't
Kay,
matter.
Yeah.
I understand people did
I
certain
think y'all
things,
both saying the
but
same
it's
thing.
still,
That's
yeah,
what
that's
throws
what
They
me
I'm
off in
are.
the
saying.
discourse.
They are
Yeah, we're
saying the
saying the
same
same
thing.
thing.
They are.
That's what
listen
I'm
what
agreeing.
listen what
But
I'm saying.
I didn't want you to think I was still pushing back. I'm not
No,
disagreeing
I
with
don't.
what you're
I'm not.
saying.
I don't. Y'all, let me tell y'all something.
I don't know, because baby said I was misinformed and unintelligent. So that's why I'm trying to auntie.
Well, I
I
ain't
don't
gonna
want to
never
be
say
that.
that. I'm never gonna say about nobody on
Look,
this panel because I don't think none of y'all are dumb. Y'all are all very intelligent and knowledgeable to
Hmm.
me. But I think it's important. It's like the way that you worded it. I've heard so many brothers weaponize that, and they don't understand that they were part of the pawn. And that's the part that we don't realize as a people. Like the best way you can play us is against each other. And to make it like, well, y'all accepted welfare, so the black man had nowhere to go. Well, why you had nowhere to go? Why you couldn't pay the bills? Because the YT man wasn't over here giving you no job. And they're still doing it in 2023. We're
Yeah.
still seeing the black men being the most unemployed. And now they're focusing on your young black boys' literacy rate. So if he can't read,
That's
what was they trying to do?
crazy.
What was they trying to do to the slaves? If you don't know how to read, if you can't write, if you don't have a level of comprehension, I mean, if you can't read, where's that third mind going to go anyway? What's going to make you think outside the box? What's going to make you think 20 years out to build for your family? You're
Hmm.
not going to think about any of these dynamics because you can barely function in your everyday to day. They're crippling our men. And we're sitting here having a conversation like, oh, well, this and this and that. No, I'm looking at it both ways because our children, our young girls are over sexualized. At the age of 8, our young girls are considered to the age of a YT male at 21. The maturity level is supposed to be there on levels of comprehension. So it's this dynamic where we are both being put in a pit. And I think the worst thing we can do is think that, oh, well, what you doing is a little bit like, no, because we have to figure out a way to get both of us out the BS. That's all I understand. When I speak about blackness, I'm not speaking. I got into it with so many divestors. These hoes hated black men. When I tell y'all I went to war for 2 years with these weirdos trying to like figure out where you live, trying to dox you, trying to expose anything they can find about you. I'm literally fighting with these women about black men. Do y'all know how many spaces I was in fighting with these girls about black men, and a black man would be like, see you black bees, talking to me. And I'm fighting for his liberation because
You got to do it
understand
anyway because you don't do it to
but
be
you
loved back.
exactly because I'm doing it for my nephew, my brother, my cousin.
That's right.
I'm doing it for the black men that I care about. But it's
Hmm.
crazy that you
I
think
know.
I'm more of your enemy than the people that have the power to oppress both of
Yeah.
us.
Yeah. And that's facts. D. Hold on. Let me get my. That's facts. I hear you. And I'll be honest. I've done something similar and gotten chewed up by a bunch of sisters. You know, that's happened a few times where I spoke on what we're talking about now. Like you learn fast. That I thank God, thank the ancestors. When I say God, I mean the Creator. For this conversation because I feel like everyone here has a grounded reality, and what we're talking about. And I feel like we've all spoken so much before, and we kind of know what this platform is about. That we don't have to assume malice in the other person, and when we talk, because we all know we're coming from a similar place. So I'm grateful for that. I'm telling you, because I'm sitting here listening to this conversation and I'm learning so much from all of y'all, and I'm just like, if this were any other live, I'd be thinking, nah, I can't watch this. This is going to devolve into mess, and I'm like, okay, yeah, and so yeah, I think you touched on a lot, D. I think that's facts, Um, the bell hooks thing, T, you don't get to disagree on. Tia, you don't get to disagree on that. I hear you, but y'all sisters are known, and that's another thing. We gotta understand that our aunties and our grandmas, the great ancestors, put a little bit because they had resentment towards the men that the system put men in an environment where they were hostile to even the women in their lives. Like D just said, the systems were created to separate us. And because of the product of those systems, the men mistreated our aunties and our grandmothers, and the grandmothers were the only ones alive left enough to live and tell the tale of what happened, and continue the culture. Women continue the culture because the brothers don't live long enough. And that being the case, we gotta admit they put a little bit of male resentment in some of the culture. And even though sisters speak up the most for the brothers, even though sisters do the most for the brothers, when it comes to brothers talking about certain areas in their intersection where they are more harmed than even the sisters, then that's when it's the hardest for sisters to hear us. And Bell Hooks talked about this. She's not the only one. I would bring up another womanist icon, but a lot of sisters don't agree with her. That would be Shahrazad Ali. I know how y'all feel about her, but the reason I gotta bring up
If
Shahrazad
one
Ali,
fight, all
the
fight.
reason why I gotta bring up Shahrazad, calm down, calm down. The reason I gotta bring up Shahrazad is because unlike Bell Hooks, unlike Lord Audre Lorde, and unlike Maya Angelou, she was married to a black woman. So if you're gonna learn about in gender relations within the black community, I prefer to listen to a black woman married to a black man. But she was Muslim, and that's why I disagree with her, that Abrahamic religion bullshit. But and that Abrahamic religion bullshit is the reason why she said the things that I don't like that she said. I also don't like a lot of the things that Bell Hooks said. But as a black man that has learned plenty from Bell Hooks, I have to say that Bell Hooks was on point because I can speak about the experience of black men. I've been living this life my whole life. And I could speak. I have 6 sisters. My sisters and my mom do not hear me when I talk about what's going on with me. And you cannot say I'm a poor communicator. Like these other men that don't know how to speak up and show their emotion. Y'all have seen me do this every night. I know how to talk. I know how to convey a message. I do this in my own home. And probably the reason I'm so good at speaking is because the women in my family hear my pain and look over it. They do it all the time. I tell them what's going on with me, and they think because I'm a man and because I'm a black, tough, strong man that I'm okay. When I was, I could tell you wild stories, but when I tell you, and I'm bringing it back to my wife again, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just grateful for who I'm married to. But when I got with her, that was the first thing I was looking for, was a black woman that could listen to me about my pain and not just try to comfort me, mama, goo goo gaga, like none of that, but hear what I'm talking about and believe I'm telling her the truth. That's it. That's all I needed. I didn't need someone to coddle me. I
Can
just
I
needed
say this?
someone to hear me.
Can I say
It
this?
also
Cause
when it
I
comes
didn't
down
get to
to like
finish. I
the
didn't get to
dynamic.
what I
Oh,
was trying
go
to
ahead.
say earlier. What you
Okay,
say?
yeah, go ahead, Tia.
So
I didn't mean to sound that aggressive. I was speaking passionately, but I wasn't
no,
really talking to you that
I
whole
didn't
time.
take it that way.
Okay,
Well,
all
I'm
right.
speaking for
Love you.
myself, anyways.
All right, go
But
ahead.
my it's a two sides of the same coin issue for me,
Hmm.
and I think I think I don't even want to say women in general. I think Black women specifically get pacified a lot. Like, let me just either shut up or just like how you said, kind of like baby you and so that she will shut up. But we are not heard by anybody.
Hmm.
And our issues always have to take a back seat to everybody, sometimes several back seats. And
Hmm.
I am on the same train, 10 toes agree about not doing this like comparative thing about who struggles more, but then it tends to seep out in other parts of conversation, which is frustrating because then in terms of Black women's issues, our issues can never be centered because they are always quantitatively less than Black men's. And that is a point of major frustration for me, especially when a lot of the numbers for Black women are on a steep incline, and they are never discussed because we are always centering Black men's issues. And I am not saying that.
Where are we centering black men's
Hold
issues?
on. I'm
All
not
right, I
saying.
need to know where. I didn't go in
Hold
them
on.
spaces.
I'm not saying that Black men's issues are not important, but what I am saying is that when we are always have our eye on, for example, police brutality happens more to Black men. So whenever it happens, if they rise to the level of national attention, the cases that are covered are always about Black men. Up until Sandra Bland and uh Breonna Taylor, we don't hear about the cases of Black women. They happen. We don't hear about them. We don't talk about them
Mm.
either. We don't talk about a lot of Black women's issues because numerically they are less than Black men, and that is a
It
fact.
happens less,
We get brushed off a lot, and
but
I've
it
heard
happens
this.
less too. That's the
No,
reason that's the reason we
I
talk
said
about
that,
black men more.
but I'm saying just because they happen less doesn't mean they're any less important. When we talk
I know,
about
but see
the
that's what I'm saying about black men and their issues. The
no,
same thing you just said.
and
Right.
I agree. But
Uh-huh.
what I'm saying is, and I think Angela Davis spoke about this in terms of the Black Panther Party. There was a lot of we'll get to y'all after we handle this issue with us. And that never
Hmm.
happens. It's always wait next, it's your turn next, it's your turn next. And this is what always happens to Black women. So it's very frustrating, especially to the point that Dee was making earlier, when a lot of us are championing things on behalf of everybody and we don't get that same energy, and we're always like codified like, hey, we'll get to y'all stuff later, there's more important stuff going on that we need to address, and our things are always the lesser important thing, like
But see,
comparatively
that's the thing.
speaking.
I feel like what Baby C was saying earlier is usually what happens is we talk about black issues, and you're saying that black issues are black man's issues now. But I feel like, to be
No, that's
honest, I never seen a black man's march. I seen a women's march. I seen the Black Girl Magic. I've seen like what there's many charities dedicated to sisters getting different things. I've never seen a
and
black.
Y'all don't do the Million
even
Man March no
even
more?
even the way that
Mhm.
children are being like fed into the incarceration in schools, the numbers for girls have been going up at an alarming rate over the last few years. Nobody's talking about
Mhm.
it. A lot
I'm
of these things for Black
Mhm.
women are in dire straits, but we do not talk about it because the conversation is always, well, it happens to them more, so we need to focus on that more. And I'm not saying that we should not be talking
The
about
Million
mental
Man
health.
March wasn't a black man's march.
Huh?
It's called the Million Man March, but it was for black people,
Oh, you
but
talking about the
it
comments?
was that was led by the Nation of Islam. That wasn't just for black men.
I
Um,
think I
I
feel
think
like
And
a
isn't
huge
aren't
part of
Black
it.
women the most educated
let
demographic
me
in
just say this.
America right now?
Yes, they are.
Aren't
Yes,
we?
but
yes.
see
How
that's
do
the
we
thing.
get there?
I don't want.
This
Yeah,
last thing
you'll get there
is that
because the
some
system
of
sees a
these
value in you being in
some
their
of
labor
these
force.
things that you're
I think she cut
some of
out.
the things that you're seeing out, like the Black Girl Magic thing or whatever. Is that me? Did
Uh
I cut
huh.
out?
No,
Yeah,
no, but
we can
there
hear
was
you.
something else. They're getting sued right now. They give black women businesses money, right? Like there's very rarely, because black women, according to the oppressor, are a double minority. So there's a lot of even when you're applying for like business grants and stuff like that, there's a lot of I don't know if subsidy is the right word. I think that's for taxes, but there's a lot of like
Grant.
incentives, yeah, grants and stuff like that, specifically for either women of color or black women, because it's considered a double minority. Not saying that's giving black women a foot up. What I'm saying is, you said that that black women are never the focus, and I feel like especially recently, black women have been the focus. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that it's doing anything to replace oppression, it's doing anything, because all of it is about assimilation at the end of the
I was gonna
day.
say, let me
Yeah.
say this real quick. It's about making us competitors, and I think it's the
Right.
best dynamic that a quote unquote oppressor has used yet, because there's no benefit
Oh,
about the level of education, because we're still
We should might have a call.
okay. I'm sorry. I'm saying this real quick because I gotta run. Even though we're still being targeted in so many different ways in regards to how we show up, even in regards to how we make money, it's still less. Even now it's a master's degree that gets you a job. It used to be a bachelor's. It's the level of obtaining certain things that the goalposts being moved, but it's creating friction amongst black men and black women. There's no real
Right.
equity in anything that's
Exactly.
being offered. It's a fight that is created between the two
And
of
all
us.
I'm trying to say is, it signals that our oppressor does deem value in our women more than our men. There is a reason why black women go to Penn State and black men go to State Penn. They don't see a value in us, and that's the only place where, back to the main focus of what I was trying to say is, black men do suffer a certain specific type of oppression in certain areas more than black women. Then there's areas of oppression where black men can't talk about, because black women suffer more in these areas. For example, domestic violence, intimate partner violence. Can black men talk about that? If we do, see Timothy shaking his head because he knows, when you're in a room full of sisters, can you talk about how black men suffer more than any other men on earth from intimate partner violence within our community?
yeah,
Than
no,
any other men, we
that's
do
not true.
suffer from domestic violence. Way more. Like, not even like margin, not even like a little bit. Like, it's a lot more black men. See, someone said it in the comments. So do we. And that's the problem. And that's why, that's what I'm trying to say. That's what ends up happening, is when black men speak up, so do we. And it makes it so that black men can only talk about how they're affected by things when they're by themselves. And then when we talk about it in front of women, it's so do we. And now we don't talk in front of women. You're right. It's two sides of the same coin. But all we're asking is that the sisters can listen to some of that as well. Because it makes it so that, it's like, why put all of that on your shoulder? You know what I'm saying? Sisters go through so much oppression. When black men say that they're the most incarcerated and the most unalived, the least educated, when we talk about these things, I've spoken on these things, and I've had sisters tell me to damn near shut up, because they go through worse. They go through this. Why why put so much on your shoulders? Y'all go through enough already. Why can't
That
black men own one piece of the oppression and just say, hey, you know what? We got it worse right here. Just right here. They don't want us to live to 65. It
I
is,
think
That's
it is,
exactly what I was talking about,
you
brother.
know?
That's what I said. I said I need to learn to listen to you. It is not about me. It is
Right.
about how you feel. I need to affirm you. I affirm you, brother. I agree with you. I told you. I said I had to unlearn that because, like, I
This is
couldn't
what Bell
have
Hooks talked about.
effective. Yeah, that's what I said. I couldn't even have effective communication because it's like you're like I'd rather not even get into it because it's just gonna create a whole rigmarole because I'm not gonna agree and then it just a falling out. That's why I'm like I had
Mhm.
to affirm you on what you say and I agree with you, brother. It's hard for a lot of people to listen and be like your feelings are above mine in this moment because they need to be affirmed in that moment. It's not to
Yeah.
invalidate anything I feel about myself or my stressors. In that moment, it's about you. You feel that way, and I affirm you, brother. Like you
It's
have it
like
worse. It's an
it
aspect.
I,
It's
I'm gonna.
in
nuance.
that area, right? But when it comes to like there's areas where black men do have it worse, right? And I'm not just areas. I'm not saying they do have it overall worse. We as a
Right.
people are in this
It's
together, and there are
nuance.
areas where sisters got
Hmm.
it way worse. Duh. But what I'm trying to say is the areas where brothers do have it worse, we're afraid to speak up because we feel like the sisters won't hear us. And then when there's areas where we don't have it worse, but we have it still worse than everyone else, where it's like I got pow powed 10 times and the sisters got pow powed 15 times. And I want to come to her and tell her, man, I got pow powed 10 times. And we're in a room full of people who have not ever been pow powed. Like, shot. I don't know if I can say that, but anyway,
Yeah.
they like let's say in this metaphor, we're in a room full of people who've never even seen a heater before. You know what I'm saying? And I got pow pow 10 times. She got pow pow 15 times, and she's able. I feel like to talk about it, and when I talk about it to her, I feel like damn. Well, she do got it worse, and it's like, but no one else in this room will listen to me. So can I come to you even though you do have it worse? Can I come to you as someone that still has it worse than everyone else in this room and speak with you? You know, and that's when it gets, it gets interesting. That's all
I
I'm
feel
saying.
like the
Times where every
disconnect
single
is
time that I've
because
attempted to like share with black women, like the problem is that a lot of black women don't actually see that when we share, like there is something that subconsciously happens with black women where they actually deem that as almost like they like I've seen some black women express disgust just for seeing black men cry or for seeing black men actually come out with some type of an emotion that signifies that hey yo I've got feelings and emotions that can be shaken and rattled too. And as soon as they come out and as soon as they finally have that opportunity to be like, all right, you know what? She's been telling me that I need to be open a little bit more. She's been telling me I need to have a conversation about certain things a little bit more. Fine, here we go. Boom. And then the second that we share that, and then it's immediately deemed as weakness, or it's deemed as, oh, you're not fulfilling that patriarchal male role that I have perceived, that I've
But
kind of
those
like,
are bad actors, I must say. But I hear what you're saying. But we gotta remember, because when Dee was talking, I was telling her that she's talking about bad actors. So if you're talking about women that have internalized patriarchy, we have to
right,
admit that that's not representative of black women, but
right.
representative of black women that represent patriarchy. But I hear you. Gender, yeah, go ahead.
Not a representation of all black women as a whole, but definitely there have
Right.
been bad actors that will come to us and let us know that like that
Hmm.
they deem that as some type of a weakness or some type of a it's a concern that you even are no longer this big stone statue that's walking around that has the ability to just like okay I'm just going to bulldoze through every single thing that comes my way and I don't care what the situation is I'm just going to bulldoze through and it's like you
And
know
I've
it,
noticed one thing: the reason that they internalize that idea of patriarchy, that we are strong and able to bulldoze, is because it makes them feel safer. They feel like if we can withstand anything, that they're protected. I've noticed that in my relationships and having these conversations with sisters, that it to them it's them giving us like to them it's about them feeling like you're tough, you got this, because that makes if imagine you had a friend that was a I don't know, a robot, like you ever seen Iron Giant,
yeah.
like yeah, like imagine you had a friend that was Iron Giant, like he can withstand anything. That was what the movie was about. It was like he could withstand anything, and then he didn't really show weakness till later on, but that would be a great friend to have. You would feel protected. And so sometimes sisters put us in that because it helps them feel a little bit more protected, but that protection feels to us like, a disconnect, like they don't see us They see us as a robot. They don't see us as a human. When we're human, it breaks that. I want to call it a delusion, but it breaks that image that they have. Black Swan, what you gonna say?
Yes.
I'm coming to you next. Africa debunked. You've been up here a minute. My bad. Go ahead.
So I think to what Dee was saying, I want to say it a little bit differently, so maybe it's perceived easier. So
Mm-hmm.
like there is that friction there, but I think friction is not a strong enough word. I think that like oppression is so intense, and I just feel like not a lot of people are even awake to it, right? As to how intense and how deep it can be. We are up here on this panel because we talk about these things. A lot of us have studied and read on these things and done their research and understand it that way, right? But there's so many people that don't even understand the things that they're experiencing internally. Like I have a realization every single day when I have a conversation or when I read
Mm-hmm.
something. So a lot of
Same.
people don't realize how deep it is, right? But it's like we're both running the fight of our lives and we have blinders on. And but we're trying to hold hands, but we can't. Does that make sense? Like that's how deep it
Mm-hmm.
is and that's how intense it is. And I feel like that's where the disconnect is. Like when I'm sitting here listening to you, Brother Legend, I don't think that what you're saying takes away from my experience as a Black woman in any way, shape, or form. And I feel like it's hard for us to approach it that way, but we have to approach it that way in order to understand each other better. Otherwise, there's going to be this constant disconnect. I see in so many other spaces on this app where there's a discussion amongst Black people and Black men and women are going back and forth. And it's like, well, we go through this. Well, y'all go, and the men are saying, well, we go through this. Well, you won't listen to us when we do this, right? And everybody's getting triggered and nobody's hearing each other.
Yeah.
Nobody's hearing what the other one is saying. And it's like,
Mm-hmm.
wait a minute, slow down. I can listen to what you're saying and I can hear it. And it's not going to take away from my experiences. And I know that
Mm-hmm.
you can listen to what my experiences, and it's not going to take away from yours. And I think that
Right.
we have to be able to do that for each other. We have to be able to do that for each other for the sake of progression for us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and this just as an example, I was on a panel today, I'll try to be quick, where we're talking about the differences between Africans and Black Americans, right? And there's Timothy, I think you were in that room for a little bit. It was a wild conversation. But there was a
Was
lot.
that Coffee's room?
No, it wasn't his room. It was a room that you probably wouldn't want to be
Oh,
in.
okay. I probably got him blocked.
Yeah, you might you might have a block, but the discussion of the some of the people that came up on the panel though had actually some interesting things to say. But when we talked about the division amongst the diaspora, right? African people talked about their experiences coming to America, and coming away from some of them coming away from the things that they came away from coming here, and then we, Black Americans spoke about our experiences as well. There was a bit of an argument and I stopped the conversation and I kept saying, okay, but who benefits from this division, right? Who benefits from us not being able to understand each other or
Mm-hmm.
see each other's perspectives, right? It's imperialism, it's capitalism, it's white supremacy, it's all of those things. They benefit from that division. There's literally propaganda and policy that has been implemented to keep that divide, right? Because they're fearful of us coming together. I don't know if that helps make it make sense, but after that, people
Mm-hmm.
were able to say, you know what? I do see you go through this when you come here. Or, hey, I do see you go through this when I come here. Like it was, once we understood what
Mm-hmm.
the root
Right.
cause was. And I feel like that's what we need to do for each other. But it's so hard because we're both running our own race while we're running a race together at the same time and we're in fear constantly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
real.
also not to even take into consideration that during European slavery or the European transatlantic slave trade, any single Black man that would attempt to protect Black women in a way that would be consistent with defending Black women, especially from the enslaver who would attempt to force himself on Black women, he was made example of
Mm-hmm.
immediately. There was no after centuries of continuing to have the same thing happen where Black men have been made example of any time that they did attempt to protect the women that were in their lives, that perpetuates a culture of not seeing value in protecting Black women. And the majority of Black men that even think that way, and that's not majority, I'm sorry. The men that think that way are still, I believe personally, are suffering from that same perpetuation of the same psychological impact from that
Because
trauma.
yeah.
It's like
Mm-hmm.
just keeps going. It's like a never-ending loop of consistent, continuous. Just like it doesn't. When you have an entire culture and you see like a whole bunch of men, black men specifically, seeing a black woman being harmed, and the first thing that comes to their mind is like, all right, well, let's analyze the entire situation, let's investigate fully before we even think about supporting this person, and that's the first thought that comes to their mind. The reason
Mm-hmm.
why they have developed those trauma mechanisms is because any time that we automatically defend a black woman throughout all of history, it has always shown that we would be unalived. So it's
Mm-hmm.
like, all right, we've internalized that trauma and then
Yep.
moved forward in an attempt to navigate this
Damn.
space that we're in. And then we're not even seeing that now, centuries later, we're doing the same crap that we were
Damn.
forced to have to participate in back during slavery. So it's like we don't even recognize that, like, okay, but the only reason why I'm not even seeing value in protecting you anymore is because I'm still regurgitating, or I'm still allowing that perpetuation of the trauma to affect what's going on up in my head now. And
Mm-hmm.
just it gets so deep. Like that's
That's what
all
happened
the
with that brick girl. The girl with the brick, we seen that same exact scenario. Brothers kept coming up saying, I would lose my life defending a girl I don't even know. And then, like they kept saying that over and over and over again. And honestly, you just broke it down for even me because I'm wondering why they're so worried about it because me, I would have stepped in and said something. Like I would have did something, make sure this girl's not getting harmed. Like nah, bro, you gonna wait right here. But I would, like I said, I wasn't raised in the streets, so I'm the type of person. If you doing something to a sister, you definitely going to get dealt with. Like you know what I'm saying. I'm not going to sit here and try to stand on street code and not be a snitch. I'm calling the police if you're going to be hitting on women. You deserve whatever happened to you in massive hands if that's the case. But when it comes to that argument, yeah, nah, that was definitely what was going on. That's crazy. Yeah, the brothers epigenetics was kicking in, and they're fearful of their own lives in defending their woman because we feel like our protection, we can't protect them. We can't protect ourselves.
I think there's another component to that. Listening
Mhm.
to a lot of those types of conversations from those types of men, um,
Mm.
there's an adoption. It's also, I'm not negating what Timothy said. I'm adding to. So
Mhm.
there's a component. There's an adoption of, in my opinion, the way that the YT man has a relationship with his woman, where it's like an audition, a performance. You have to prove yourself worthy of like my time, my attention, and my like resources. And so like that part of that conversation from those type of men are expecting something in return for their protection. They will not protect a woman that doesn't offer them something. And it's a
Mm.
very individual like lens to it versus like the community, wherein if you're not a woman that's attached to me, if you're not my woman, or you're not my mother, my sister, my daughter, if I don't get something valuable from you, then you're not worth my time, my effort, or my the risk of my life, or any thing of that nature. There's no view of like, I don't know this woman, but she's my like, theoretical sister. She's my community sister. And therefore I'm going to make sure to the best of my ability within reason that,
Mhm.
she's somewhat safe. It's uh
Yeah.
you're looking for an exchange of things. And that's how
Right.
a lot of people engage with other people. If there's nothing personally for me to gain from you, extract from you,
Mhm.
then there's no reason for me to engage with you or step out for you.
It's
And I
like
think
when.
that
Mhm.
that I can I don't know if it's really empathy, but I can take you know the connection to the plantation dynamics. Like I can
Mhm.
swallow that. It's the other part that is problematic for me.
Well, I mean, the whole thing is problematic for me. The them needing to have some sort of the woman needing to have some sort of value to the man in order to get him to step up and act is plays right back into what Timothy was saying, because I'm not running into a burning building, but I'll run in there if my wife or I left my $1 million, I don't know, something that I own that's very valuable is in that house, then I'll risk my life. And so that's the thing is value sometimes can negate even danger or something that's a threat to my well-being. And that's goes back to, once again, it is a patriarchal mindset, but it's also a survival mindset brought on by the patriarchy that goes back to slavery, like Timothy was saying. If it was not a threat for black men to protect black women, then if it was completely harmless, the same way white men get to protect white women, because I'm calling the police, and I know when they get here, they're not going to lock me up, or I'm just going to bust my pow pow because yeehaw, we in Texas, and I can do it when the police get here. I'm good. I know I'm good because we got them, guys. We got them. Hoorah! Like, they know that they can do that because they don't have to worry about that. Brothers, on the other hand, it's like, damn, if with the boy that unalived some dude in a chicken shack or something in Chicago for that hit his mother, and he came back with the blammer. Like, you know what I'm saying? That brother, very young, even him, a lot of dudes was looking at that like, I don't know, is something going to happen to him? He did get exonerated. Or I'm not sure if exonerated is the right word, but
That's the
he
thing.
beat the
Like, it was
case.
only because. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, King. You were finished.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. But we gotta let
Um.
Africa talk too, man.
Oh yeah, my bad. My bad. Yeah, I'm gonna just say this last sentence and then yeah, yeah. But like, the only reason why he was exonerated was because of how many people actually saw the video. Like, that video went live. Like, everybody saw it. Everybody recognized that the dude was doing some stuff that very much so, like, he was attacking a black woman, and so everybody put themselves in those shoes. And I know for a fact that had that video not been released and had it not gone viral, then that young man would be in jail right now. Like, it had it just completely been like underneath the radar and just been like, all right, it's whatever. And also at the same time, had the dynamic been switched where the person that was actually assaulting the black woman, had that man been YT, then yeah, for sure that young brother would have been in jail. Like, it's just.
And I know, had that brother been the 1 in 4, 1 in 5 with a probation officer or parole or some type of history, he definitely would have thought twice before he went and just did that. And that's the thing. We got to remember all those systemic things that we talked about earlier. Shoot, had he owed someone child support, he would have thought twice before he defended that black woman. And that's the problem with the system, is it makes it hard for even black men, just like you said, going back to slavery, to where a black man just off instinct choosing to defend a black woman, it could be dangerous for him too. And that's why I was saying we can't even protect ourselves. Let me go to Africa real quick. Africa Debunks, brother, you've been up here for a minute. Are you still here?
I'm here with you, brother.
Speak with us, family.
My brother, I was gonna say, I think one of my experience anyway, growing up in like inner city South London, is that one of the things that I think a lot of black men experience, and this is not, I don't know how unique it is from black women's experience, because I know they experience anti-blackness in their own way, but I think one of the things you get as a young black man is that you get that pill early, that like you are in a society that doesn't see you as human, and like you get that pill early,
Right.
because the moment like you get that growth spurt when you're 13, 14, well before actual manhood, the moment you start getting hair in your chin, the moment your voice gets deeper, society, the shift from when you come out of like almost like the protection of childhood, and like society starts looking at you like a man, you get that pill early, that like, no, you're in a society that does not give one single like F about you, and actually sees you like an animal. And like I think there's a slight difference in like how black men and black women are perceived, because whereas there's all there's anti-blackness in its many manifestations towards black women, fundamentally, like, white people look at you like an animal, like a killing machine, because they're like, yeah, I hate you. There's all my anti-blackness underpinned with the fact that you're like 200 pounds, 6 foot black male. You could kill me. Like, there's that underlying fear, and like, I think a lot of like, and on top of that, that kind of the fear, the anti-blackness, there's also an anti-maleness within our society, and that doesn't negate like some of the privileges like men have, not privilege, the privileges that men have in society. There's also an anti-male sentiment like to like the things. So like, as a man, like, nobody cares how you feel, and like, it's really important. And even nobody cares how you feel, not women, and especially not other men. And like, one of the analogies I give, like, I gave to my sister when I was speaking to her about this, is that I told her, although we both experience anti-blackness, how anti-maleness works is that if me and you like walked from here to the train station and we were crying, like, if you cried, there's no way you can get from here to the train station and somebody's not going to inquire, like, why is a woman crying in the middle of the night? Like, if I walk from here to the train station crying, I'm just a crazy black man. People are going to be like, oh, stay away from him. Why is he crying? Oh my gosh, is he got something on him? It's like a complete lack of humanity, like, towards, and like, a lot of black men, I think a lot of black men internalize that. It makes them self-preserving. It makes them like anti their community, because from early you get that it's a sobering pill that, like, oh no, society looks at you like an animal. Oh no, and you're not getting the humanity thing is not coming to you at all. If you're sad, then it's just Friday. If you're upset, it's Friday. Like, that's why I think that's why you have the increasing like unaliving of so many men, because like, hey, if you're hurting, man, like, unless you got a woman by your side, like, people aren't trying to hear that you're hurting. Like, stop, like, if like, and I think it's partly how we're socialized, partly society, but like, even like the avenues to express yourself that women have cultivated for themselves, we don't have. So like, you can't just come out and just say, oh man, I'm going through things. People are gonna be like, all right, that's great. We need to make this money.
You ever take a woman with you to the doctor?
Pardon?
You ever take a woman I don't know how it is where you from, brother. It is kind of different here, but I've definitely used that analogy that you just used when I was speaking with my wife. You know, I told her, you know, if I was you know, out on the street, I know people, you know, like my sisters, somebody would let them in. Like, I'm telling you, if I was homeless right now, I don't know who I would call. Like, as a black man, like, I maybe some of y'all have good brothers that would, but I have brothers that I'm cool with. We great. We but it ain't let me, like, maybe a night tops. But you know,
Brother Legend, I'm the same. I'm. You know how I know what you're saying is right? Because I'm internalizing it, and I'm saying even myself, I would discriminate against men. That's how I've been
I know,
socialized.
right?
Because like,
Ain't no man coming in here.
any woman in my life that like who I have had good relations with can't call me up and say that she's homeless, and I'm not gonna give her a place. Like, outside of like my brothers, and like, I can count the men on my hands who would like
Right.
would call me and say, I need a place to stay. Whereas there's like, I can think of like a dozen women who I would give like immediately. I wouldn't. It's completely different kind of like
Yeah.
humanity, and I think it's not to negate the specific things that black women go through, but just in terms of like how we allocate humanity. Like, I don't think towards men, I don't think we allocate very much humanity towards men at all.
What do you think that happens?
Give us your age, race, and pronouns. Abuelo.
Yeah, pronouns. She had they them. Age 24.
Race.
Yes. I was asking why.
Race. What is your race?
Oh, I'm African.
Okay. Talk to us.
Yeah. I wanted to ask him why. Why do you think like that? Why do you behave like that?
I think most of us were socialized through society, through the church, through media, that as a man, your value is inherently tied to your economic productivity, and your
In the
value as a
patriarchal
man,
society.
if you're making money as a man, you are valuable. If you are not economically productive as a man, your value is minimized completely. And I think also, like, fundamentally, men are seen as batteries. And when you haven't got any more juice left, and you're not valuable to society as a man, like, what are you there for? And like, it's completely different with women, because like, women are fundamentally, we understand that women are the incubators of society, they're the nurturers of the families, they have an inherent role within society that we can't put an economic value on. Men, like, and for better and for worse, obviously I think this is definitely a Western European concept, but like,
It's
you're a
flawed, right?
battery, man. You're a battery. And like, if you can't, if you haven't got any juice left, and if you can't make money, and if you can't elevate like the economics of the people in your life, like, what are you there for? And so you kind of you take that kind of the way we see masculinity, plus anti-blackness, plus the stand the increasing like cost of living, plus inflation, plus stagnating wages. You can see why we're reaching a crescendo here at the 21st century with like how like there's almost a crisis in masculinity, because like, society has told you, hey, your value lies in economics, and economics are telling you, hey man, it's not like it's not working, because like, I think that's part of that's part of the issue of why, like, how we see men, and like why you have so many men who like feel valueless or worthless within our society.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Literally just the other day, not the other day, but like, I'd probably say maybe about a week ago. My bad. Um, I just saw a an old friend of mine from high school, and I'm, just to protect his privacy and his personal business, I'm not gonna say who, obviously, but he wasn't doing so good, and like, literally, right, like, and it was the most random thing in the world. Like, I was hopping off of a flight back from I was hopping off a flight back from Florida, and I just so happened to take the train from Long Island Airport all the way into New York City, and then I was about to hop from the Penn to take that train over nearby where I live. Yeah. So in doing that, I get off of that one train in the Penn station, and I start going up the escalator, and then just out of nowhere, I just see him, and he as he's coming down the escalator, and he's asking me to borrow change. And the first thing I'm thinking of is like, I don't really have any extra spare dollar. But then I had to do a double take, and I'm like, bro, yeah, bro. And so we eventually like engaged in conversation and stuff. But even in that moment, like, it made me realize just how much, like, and he was letting me know like the type of dynamic that he was facing while he was out there, and just how much people were ignoring him every time that he would ask for help, or every time that he was asking for something, or he was just trying to, be able to survive throughout the day. And, I mean, obviously this is a friend of mine of African ancestry, and, like, it's true. It's all true. Like, when there's that deep-seated bias to just completely ignore, especially like men of African ancestry that genuinely just need help, then that small undertone of a bias is always there. But 9 times out of 10, you don't really see, or at least you don't see as often, Black women like on the street struggling like that. I mean, you see it, but you don't see it as often as you do Black men. Because it's like, there's also like a sense of just like, okay, yeah, steer clear of that individual because he's over there having a difficult problem or whatever. But I've definitely personally firsthand seen like Black women struggling with something, and there always being somebody right there to be able to just kind of at least provide some means of like, oh, okay, well, it's okay, we'll call somebody, we'll do this, we'll do that. And I'm not saying that that's the dynamic in every situation, because this is all obviously just my own personal
Because
example.
yeah,
But
Oh,
Mhm.
definitely, I have seen that example where like black men that have been.
I've seen it as well, and that's the thing. But I also have seen the opposite. You know what I'm saying? And I've seen it because I worked in the music industry, and y'all know how Diddy get down. So I ain't been one of his parties, but I've been around people that do, and I wouldn't let my when I used to go to this I used to be in the studio and I would tell I don't know how I listen, another reason I married her. My wife would wait in the parking lot till like 4 a.m. while I was in the studio, like every night, like after work and everything. Like she would wait for me to come out. Like no other woman would do that. But like I still don't know why she did that for me. But anyway, I would not let her in the studio because I knew what was going on in there. One time she was in there and things did get kind of dangerous, and not dangerous, but it was some heavy hitters in there. You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about offense ones. I'm talking about street heavy hitters. You know what I'm saying? And I was feeling like it might not be a safe space for her. She carried herself very well, and we kept visual cues, kind of like. But yeah, I didn't. I just made sure she was always safe. But what I'm trying to say is, me knowing in that environment how women are treated can be shown in how uncomfortable I was when my woman was in that environment. It's just how dangerous that environment actually was. So I've seen the opposite, and I've seen how it's real bad for black women because they be the only ones that will, be around these suckers. These guys are idiots.
Can I
I'm
can
not
I,
talking about regular black
can I
men.
ask a question? Because I
Yeah.
think there's a few people here that are maybe like, if you're in your late 30s or in your early 40s, like help me understand this because this is one thing that baffles me is that the older generation it was mainstream knowledge that R. Kelly was a pedophile, that and everyone was just okay with it. Like Dave Chappelle would make skits about it and everyone would laugh about it. People would put in their comedy. Like millions of people have seen that video, like his sex video, and everybody
That was
was
one of the
okay with
first
it.
pornos I ever seen.
Huh?
Yeah, that was one of the first
So how
videos of
I,
that nature I'd ever seen.
help me
Yeah.
understand like the dynamic with like the because like
Porn.
I caught like R. Kelly like in by the end of his career. Like I wasn't there for like the him at his peak. Like I'm just confused at how everyone was just like okay,
Because
like
it's with girls and women. That's the first part.
Mm.
um,
And I thought
Feelings were anything other than black, he'd have been locked up a long time ago.
mm.
he was
I, I
coming from
thought I thought
okay.
finishing I thought finishing felt the same as peeing because of that video and had some interesting teenage stories. Yeah, nah, dead ass. I really thought they was the same thing. That's the thing for men. It comes out the same hole. And that's what girls don't understand about men too. Just a little biological difference in the psychology of men is that I don't know how y'all put y'all mouth on that thing because it's the same hole. You know what I'm saying? A lot of women don't understand why men look at their penis as a taboo the way that we do. It's because it's the same hole, y'all. But anyway, um, so yeah, I thought it was the same
Not the band.
because of that video. And I didn't know she was underage, but shit, I was underage. I was like 13, 12 was looking at that. Um uh yeah, our way look, go ahead
yeah,
talk to us.
brother, I'm glad that you spoke a lot of truth here. I just joined it late, so what I'm saying is this toxic way of thinking, and I'm talking about the patriarchy that exists. It not only further marginalize us as women, but it doesn't do justice for human too.
Hey, all
For
right, that's right.
example, for example, it doesn't give men the space to be even express their emotions and to be vulnerable, or to even speak about taboos that happen to men, like SA.
Mm-hmm.
It is seen as like sort of a weakness thing. So it is not doing anything good for men.
Mm-hmm.
If you look in the bigger picture. um and
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna sit here and like do comparative traumas here and there.
Yeah.
And I come from Africa, where we used to have like matriarchal lineage and systems. That
What
was
what what civilization? What
yeah, I'm from
nation?
Kenya. So it's like
Uh,
and that system was very
Kikuyu? Where you from? Where you from?
Kenya.
I know, but what people of Kenya?
You mean the tribe?
Yes, I don't like that word, but yes.
Oh yeah, there's I'm Somali. I came from
Oh,
Kenya,
okay.
Somali
All right.
tribe. So
All
we
right.
there's more than 47 tribes in Kenya. But what I was trying to say is like when the Europeans came, they started imposing us on their set of values, which was very detrimental to our way of living. Um, because the way we used to live was it was it was equality. Our system of living, it was more about the nature, the earth. And
Yeah.
and we had that system until when the Europeans came, they made us force us to adapt to their systems, their culture, which came
Hmm.
with toxicity. And that's the root cause. Unless we go back to our way of
Y'all hear
living.
this?
Who?
I'm just highlighting what you're saying, sister. Keep going. Go
Yeah,
ahead. Tell us.
unless we go back to our way of life that was denied. Unless we go back to that system, then we cannot break down this toxic culture that was posted on us for centuries.
Sister,
Right.
sister, what you just said, shout out to you. Big up, big sister. What she just said is what this platform is about. This is what we talk about. And going back to our African heritage, and what you just said, the brothers and sisters in America, in the diaspora, that were taken from our heritage, taken from our culture, taken from the continent, we don't know this because we don't know where we come from, a lot of us. We do know those that have intentionally learned where they come from know where they come from. So don't get it twisted. I'm not saying every African don't know who they are. We know every African American. We know who we are. But what I'm trying to say though is because that history was robbed from us, a lot of us think patriarchy is natural, innate, and just part of life because we don't understand that we were taken from our actual customs and we learned patriarchy from watching after we walked off the plantations. We just mimicked what master was doing in his house. Right, the things, the way things are supposed to be, right. And that's what, and it's wild to me how she just said all of that, and I have to convince African Americans of what she just said. But she doesn't have that cognitive dissonance because she knows where she comes. She knows her custom. She knows her people, and it's just it's wild to hear you say that, sister. This is why I say the African diaspora will heal, and by diaspora I mean even those brothers and sisters on the continent. We will all heal when the continental Africans share with us their heritage and their customs and their culture and knowledge of history from the motherland, and when we share with them the knowledge of our oppressor and certain aspects of how racism operates, so that we can move more militant on that front. I think that's where the two of us have a knowledge exchange that could strengthen the whole diaspora. That is amazing. I'm glad that you came up and said that, sister, because that's what we talk about. Um,
Thank you,
let me.
brother.
Yeah, absolutely. Feel free to join us another time. I love hearing people that understand that patriarchy is not natural to us black people. Personality highlights. Give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
Greetings,
Greeting.
40. I don't know how you guys do this pronoun thing, but I'm a Bantu woman, like
All right, and your race?
African. I'm African, like
Okay.
African.
All right,
Am I
talk to me.
supposed to just okay? The conversation is, do black men benefit from patriarchy? Systematically, yes and no, because it's a complicated question because of the true reality of what things really are. Because systematically, I will say yes, systematically. For me, I'm going to talk about my experience living in the motherland. Because here there's something, we in living here, there's something about the practice of patriarchy. It's more systematic where, even though we know that even right now our culture is so, polluted, women are told you're not supposed to do this, you're not supposed to do that, even though we know that never used to be the old ways. But patriarchy and all the introduction of religion literally made the women take the back seats. So yeah, systematically, the identity of patriarchy exists, but when it comes to real practice, I'm going to explain no. Because, for example, I'm going to talk about the experiences of what women go through here. Apart from the whole social media antics and the internet noise and the whole new trend that, you know what, a man is supposed to take care of my bills. When I look at my family structures and the things that are going on that I see every day living in the motherland and having conversations with women in the market spaces, going into the daily lives of the people living here, we actually have more African women who are taking care of the home, for example, financially, and everybody's okay with it, you know? Because there's this whole new narrative we're seeing in the trend where, patriarchy means that as a woman, you're supposed to sit down at home, enjoy, and then the man takes care of everything. I think that whole trend started just recently, but when we really look at the old folks, for example, I'm 40, I turned 40 this year, right? And I look at my mom, she's in her early 60s. My dad is in his late 60s. She's been taking care of a lot of things in that house. When I look at a lot of people, I'm not saying that's a standard, but it's like there's nothing wrong with her doing certain things. So it's like there's a balance, unlike what we see now in the new trend where we now see the situation where this woman says, you know what, you got to pay my bill, you got to do this, you got to do this, you got to do that. So when we look at some of the practices that we still practice here, most of the women here do these things, but they are expected because of the systematic patriarchy not to take credit for the things that they do. For example, so we have a woman who probably buys a car, even though in the house everybody knows she bought the car with her own money, the system says it's wrong not to say you bought the car, so you have to say your husband bought it for you. And it's just because of the whole style of how you're supposed to represent yourself, even when you're okay with just being who you are. And there's literally not supposed to be any issue about that, but because the society has placed a label on the man has to be the person taking care of the bills, so there's now this dilemma where we know inside the home there's a different narrative, and outside there's a different picture being presented. So I think the whole thing is it's so systematic and it's damaging, our family lives, our balance structures, and it's just bringing unnecessary drama, like certain things that are not supposed to be relevant to the conversation, it is now relevant. It's now like a status quo. It's now like a narrative that, when you're broke as a man, you should be broke shamed. When you're broke as a man, you don't have a right to have a woman. That never used to be us. Because, I mean, I remember growing up and having, this, I think a family relative, and he literally was going through some type of trauma. And the family was like, okay, what's going to make you happy? And he says, I want to get married. And guess what? He got a beautiful woman, got married to her. They have kids, they're happy. He's sitting at home, he's relaxing, family supporting, the wife is doing good, and life is moving on, but when we look at the real world today, it's like a totally different thing, because it's like you have to be somebody else, even when the situation are not are not profitable. You can't be in that space, but you are supposed to be in that space because you're a man, so the conversation is actually deeper, because when it comes to real practices, systematically, yes. And the thing is, I think most of the men right now, I think it's really time for most of our men to actually look at the patriarchy system and say, this is not really us, it's taken away from us. But we're seeing a situation right now where we're seeing a lot of people who are enjoying the power of patriarchy, where they say, oh, you're not supposed to be in this meeting because you're a woman. You're not supposed to do this because you're a woman, because of there's some type of benefits, when the women are not there. Because, there's something about accountability when a woman is in a position. I'm going to give an example with something that happened in Nigeria here. So the Nigerians Bar Association, which is like supposed to be in charge of legislative power, accountability, and all of that, they have a president who is a male, and then they have a vice president who is a female, and then they had like some financial discrepancies. Somebody was stealing money, and this woman comes up, picks the mic, and says, I'm going to spill what's going on. And she spills and says, you know what, somebody has been stealing money, and they say I should shut up, but I'm not going to shut up. I'm going to speak about it. So, and then people bully her after she exposes this person for stealing money and says, oh, she never had the right to do that, So it's more like the reason why, for example, a female will probably not be allowed to be an NBA chairman is because even though they know she can be accountable, most people just want to enjoy the patriarchy system. So it's more like it's now for selfish gain, for the selective few, even though it's damaging the society and the general benefit of the
So
community. So
how can black men benefit from something that damages the society?
no, few, like I said, the few selectives. It's not as though the community is enjoying from it, but because there are certain people they call the elites. They are the ones who are benefiting from this because it gives them
But
access
are they?
to sit at
It gives
some
them
citadel of
access
power.
to what?
So it's
I know,
damaging.
right? Right. No, you're right. But it gives them access to what?
To sit at the citadel of power,
All right,
without being
okay.
challenged.
All right, hold
I think.
on. Follow
Yeah.
me, follow me down this road. They get access to power from where? From who?
From, of course, the system that is not of ours, the system
Right.
that makes us all
And who leads?
puppets. Yeah.
All right. Follow me down the path. Here we go. Who runs the system of that is not ours? Who runs that system?
Well, the system is being run by a lot of indoctrinated people, right? Who have been fixed
Right. But who
in there.
started that system that is not ours that indoctrinates people? Who benefits the most from that system?
It's the government. It's the institutions.
Right.
hmm
Look, somebody said it in the comments.
We're taking the ladder, right? So we're taking from the
We're
government.
taking the ladder. We're taking the ladder.
Yeah,
So yeah, the
I'm with you.
government is run by a
hmm
certain people, a certain group of people. Who are they?
You know them, the pink parasite people.
Right, the pink parasites, and then who perpetuates patriarchy, creates and controls the idea of patriarchy in that within the community of pink parasites.
I'm gonna leave you to answer that. Like,
The
but
marshmallow man. When I say the man, you know who I'm talking about. You understand? So that being the case, black men can assimilate and co-opt and wield a weapon forged to be used against them as well in order to assimilate into the pink man's will. However, it is not something that benefits him because it is a system that still seeks to destroy his ability to have power with his own people. And all we have to do is look at how their region that they now call Nigeria operated before colonization and how men interacted with women versus how they do post colonization to know that patriarchy is not something natural to
It's not.
how we operate as a people. So that's why I say I see what you're saying. Black men do get concessions and benefit from certain aspects of patriarchy, of course, because in our own communities, when the man is not around, we can fill his shoes. But as soon as the man comes back into town, we have to relinquish power back to him. Africa, did you want to say something?
I think one of the issues with Africa is a lot of the things that we see as like African culture are not necessarily African culture. So like I think two examples that I would give is that a lot of the like the rabid kind of homicide or homophobia that you see in Africa today, that's post
Yeah.
because there's very little history that in Africa that we were unaliving our homosexual people. So whatever, I'm sure different societies had different levels of acceptance of homosexual males, but there is no evidence that we were in mass unaliving our homosexual people. That's
Yep.
your stuff. And
True.
also in terms of post-colonial culture, that a lot of Africans think there's African culture that is just post-colonial stuff is like the rejection of growing out your hair. So in a lot of African cultures, both in like, and you see this both in the Caribbean and in Africa, it's kind of frowned upon to grow out your hair because people associate it with gangsterism, with because there's an anti-blackness that comes along with the patriarchy. So
Right.
like if you're wearing your hair like Brother Legend and you're in Jamaica or Nigeria, you're gonna get stopped by the police 100% because there's an association with with anti-blackness and like hypermasculinity and gangsterism with growing out your hair. And one of the things with patriarchy, especially how the white patriarchy functions, is that it functions in some ways quite similar to racism because patriarchy is supposed to make a lot of men feel happy with nothing, like with a decreased standard of living with nothing, but you still get to lord over women. And I think like a lot like patriarchy is often there to make you feel content with having nothing, but you still get to lord over women. Because I
Right.
think if you if you compare like even in like modern Africa, like if you compare like modern young Africans in their 20s are working significantly longer hours for significantly less than our grandparents had. Like even the idea of like if you own land and you're in your 20s in Africa, you're in a privileged minority. Whereas your grandparents, it was like most people owned land. Like even the like the length of hours, like people are working in Africa, there's people working 12, 15 hours a day. Like that was unheard of like 2 3 generations ago. Like
Right.
people are like, I think one of the things that patriarchy, one of the mental tricks that patriarchy plays on you is it makes you content with nothing, with a decreasing standard of living, but you get to lord over women, just like with white people.
I couldn't agree
I
more.
hear that.
Beautiful
Yeah, that's a good
points.
way to put it.
It's just like when you see white people, like they can see in real terms that their standard of living is decreasing, but they still get to lord over other races. I think it's the very similar dynamic.
That's facts. That's facts. Well, appreciate you, personality. I gotta get ready to go to bed because my wife is looking
Oh,
at
okay.
her head
Can
is
I
spinning
say
around like
something?
the Exorcist. Yeah, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, can I say something about what
I got
Africa just said? Because
yeah.
you see that part about our hair? It's a big issue. We need to have a conversation about that. Because I
Y'all
tell
scaring me. I'm about to stay
people,
in America. Y'all making it sound crazy. I was getting ready to come to the motherland and build with y'all, but you telling me I'm going to jail? I'm going to jail now? Damn.
we can't wait to have you. But you see that we need to grow, we need our men because our men are not benefiting from this thing. It's just,
At
it's the
all.
prison, like it's like the jail sentence.
Mm-hmm.
Patriarchy is the jail sentence for our men not to be our men, to be anti, to for the system to be anti-community. That's the whole concept of patriarchy, because as a black man, you're supposed to grow your hair. Your hair
Mm-hmm.
is how you get spiritually connected to the motherland. So the whole concept of when people grow hair, even in their families right now, they're like, you're not supposed to be doing that. That's not a manly thing to do. It's the whole identity crisis, and it's really wild. Like we need
Sister,
to go back to the
the worst thing
resets.
is if you only have to look at pictures 50 years ago. Like
It's
this
painful.
post-colonial stuff is 50 years old. If you look at
Exactly.
pictures of our ancestors pre-colonialism, they
They
grew
had
out
their hairs
their hair.
on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had hair.
And what's
But now it's
crazy?
different. And people would demonize you. In fact, the wild part of this conversation is that the people who claim they are woke about the whole consciousness are the people who demonize people who leave their hair. I literally used to have my locks on, my sacred locks on. It was a whole wild conversation because I started leaving that when I was in my 20s. And do you know my whole family? Because I got arrested one time because of my hairstyle. You
Are
know?
you serious? People really going to
I'm
jail over
telling
this?
you. I'm telling you, even as a woman, there's some type of hair that they will demonize you for carrying. Literally.
Wait, so you saying
My,
in
my
Nigeria,
kid,
people are going to jail because they
yes.
have
Yes, that's wild.
yo?
And guess what? My brother
We
also
ain't going to
carries his
Nigeria.
locks. He gets
No, we
harassed
ain't going.
weekly. Weekly.
We
I'm
ain't going.
telling you. He literally sometimes he uses his car, he drives a Mercedes Benz. They would literally profile him. Literally, he lives in the motherland. Every damn week, it got so bad. We had to have a meeting because it was always like somebody has to come save him, you know. And then
Ah,
we literally had to say, okay, bro, that just for your safety's sake, and with the whole police brutality thing, because they see you with an iPhone, it's a problem. They see you with a good car, it's a problem. Like they see you with that kind of hairstyle, it's a problem. He literally had to take his locks off. Same thing for me. My family had a problem with my locks because they were like, oh, you're not going to get a good husband with your hairstyle. My mother had to kneel to beg me to take my locks off. You see how anti-community, like, it's so wild. Like, it's depressing
yeah.
sometimes when you see your people tell you you don't need to look like what you are supposed to look like.
All right. Well,
So
listen.
it's
Let me tell you
wild. It's
something.
really wild.
Let
The
me tell you
conversation is
something.
really wild. It's a
We
lot.
going to Ghana. We going to Ghana, y'all. We ain't going to Nigeria. I don't know what they talking about. I heard Ghana
No.
got better Joe off anyway. We going to Ghana. They got better Joe off. I'm playing. I'm
Oh
playing.
my
I know
goodness.
y'all
No,
hate
I'm not
that
trying to
shit.
discourage you. You guys need to still come to Nigeria. Nigeria is beautiful,
No, we
and
ain't going.
we just
You
want to
just
make sure
said
we change
we
that.
going to.
We need to
I'm not.
change that.
Listen, and I've said this to brother and sister too before from the motherland. A lot of African Americans, the reason they don't want to go to Africa is they fear being another N-word. I think I can say this. This is the only time I'm ever going to say this. Okay, all right. I'll say it like this. They're afraid to be just another ninja in ninja area. You know what I'm saying? Ninja area. Nigeria just means ninja area. If y'all know what I'm talking about, that's what it means in Latin. It means black area, black land. It means not
Yeah, it's
ninja
actually
area.
we
This is
called
the
it the
area
nigger
for
land.
you ninjas. And I'm
Yeah, they
telling you,
called it the nigger land.
right, I ain't going to ninja area with my locks and end up in jail with a bunch of ninjas. I'm I'm not going to end up in the ninja area of ninja area. I'm good. But I do. I'm going to go, but I'm going to keep my head wrapped. I don't know. Me and my wife got locks. It's going to be an issue. I don't know. But we planned on going to East Africa first. But damn, I wanted to go to Nigeria. Damn.
East
For
Africa
real,
first?
Burner
But the
I'm
Boy
legend,
got
definitely not
locks.
discouraging you. You're
you
definitely
have
coming
locks,
here.
but
Mm-mm.
you're also American, which
Right.
which
I
also
know,
will
Yeah.
but she
She
probably
said
gets the
you
do
can't have an
privilege of
will
going.
probably
iPhone.
help. To be
You're
honest,
gonna come, Legend. You're gonna come to Nigeria. Like I am
Look,
not gonna fall for that thing. You're gonna
but I
come.
also
legend,
have
you're
an
fine.
iPhone.
Once
And
they hear
earlier I
your
was
American
talking
accent, you'll
about
be
that.
fine.
Like
Also
even
got
if
an
I lived
iPhone.
in the bush, I'm gonna have my iPhone. I don't know. But nah, I love
So
Nigerian people.
you gotta
Especially
get a separate phone for your local SIM. Keep your offices back.
Oh my goodness.
But no, I appreciate you sharing that perspective with us, sister. I'm still going to visit Ninja area. I just, I want to be as prepared as I can. I love hearing people, give us some insight. Let me go to the last guest, y'all, because my wife looking at me sideways. She floating in the bed right now, looking like that girl from The Exorcist.
All right, legend. Thank you. I'm gonna leave now. Thank you guys, and thank
Yes,
you for always
appreciate
hosting. And
Thank
talking
you.
about this. I appreciate you.
all
Appreciate
Yes,
praises.
everyone
please.
on the panel. Thank you.
This is
Uh,
Shy. I just wanted to say thank you for providing this platform. I won't add anything. I know your wife is looking at you crazy, so I know girl code. That means get my man off of here.
yeah.
Background.
Well, we'll talk about it again, Shy. When we follow you, just come back up another time, and we'll talk about it. We had a great discussion today, y'all. I'm gonna post a replay on my YouTube. Um, we're gonna keep talking. I'm glad that we're in a space where we can have a nuanced conversation about brothers and sisters, but we all have the same goal of unifying our community. Thank you to Timothy, Africa Debunks, appreciate you. Black Swan and Tia and D, thank you for contributing. T Dup, you've been with us the whole time. Nika down there, Black Swan. Man, it's been a good time. Leisha, thank y'all. Yeah, so I'll be back up tomorrow. Tomorrow's the weekend. You know what I'm saying? Wait, we said we're doing the Pan African thing on Sunday. Yeah, I got some dope videos on the way too, y'all. So I've been making videos again. So, and then I want to also do some more promotion and stuff like that. But all right, stay out of black people business. What did she say? What DB saying?
The tub before you hop in our business.
Exactly. Hop in the tub before you hop in black people business. I appreciate y'all. One love. Peace.